Sports, and guess what? There's another team that they have faced before, and it is Vision, and it did, unfortunately for Boom Boys, also result in an 0-2, but the last time they got 0-2, they were presented with the opportunity to come back, and come back they did. They might have learned those same lessons from having already faced Vision in those group stages, and they might now be able to take them down as they take their place in the booths. It's time to talk about the playstyle of both teams, because Winter, I want everybody to be able to understand how, let's start with Vision. How come they are considered to be so strong? Obviously, we've seen their gameplay. What makes them so unbreakable when it comes to their gameplay?
I think they have a couple of ways of like approaching the game. I think at the moment the strongest playstyles, you have like a spirit mid, and you have your carries on the side lane, you have a hard carry, and then your support kind of just plays around mid and you make space. And you can also see them sometimes going for like the counter matchup. Like no one likes also to play the counter matchup. I mean, he wins the lane, the support also plays through him, and then when he is on a more greedy hero, you see them make adjustment on Notice. Maybe Notice plays something like a Slada, he's less greedy, and he's the one moving around the map. So they have a lot of ways of approaching the draft, which makes it very, very difficult for a team to choose, what do we do against Vision, because they can do anything. They can pretty much pick any hero and play anything. And I would say that if you ask me, the critical pick might be the IO in this series.
Yes, I know, Rhea, this IO, you wanted to talk about it as well when it comes to Boom Boys, because they are the IO team.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by their IO. Kiritich, honestly, I think has been such a blessing for this team. I've really enjoyed watching him play. And his IO is something that apparently was running amok in pubs, but he legitimized it on the pro scene at Essence 2 and has had a lot of success with it. He's played it one time so far at this tournament to a win. And it's a really cool hero. Have you seen this ball? I don't know what the rest of the graphic is. It's missing. Well, I'll fill you in. His IO is fantastic. The way that this hero works essentially is it doesn't matter if you're going safe lane, doesn't matter if you're going mid. There are two camps that you can basically go and hard farm, and this hero will basically run in a pattern between going to lane and going back to these camps and farming them on repeat over and over and over again till he gets his helm, and then his speed of farm just increases so much. Like the way that he functions is similar to Underlord, right? You can be at any fight anywhere globally, you can cut waves, you can be at team fights, you can farm more. It's like so versatile. I think teams, hopefully in this break, maybe took a little bit more focus at how to shut it down. Like maybe blocking the camps. I feel like we don't see much blocking of camps anymore.
So the secret to the hero is farming, knowing how to farm on this hero.
Yeah. He's a very good farmer.
He's a great farmer, and it's worked so well, and we've heard Boom Boys talk about it as well in their winners interview. Once they won from Aurora, it was a close series. Let's just say that. And they were very confident, like as soon as IO has his timing, it's over, it's done. It doesn't matter what Aurora is doing, we win. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and then the second problem is like when you play against IO, he gets his axe timing and then he's super strong. But then every single item he buys afterwards just makes him or, the IO more strong and just more unkillable. And eventually you hit the 25 talent and you're just shooting left and right. Your reload is like no cooldown and no cast time. And it's just really hard to play the map. It kind of reminds me of Laundruid and with how difficult it is to play the map against this hero.
But how much of it is also because of the pairing? Like we saw the IO Slug, IO Lago.
Yeah, preferably you want like a carry hero on the mid lane. So you have two heroes that scales really well into the game. One of them the IO and the other your mid laner or the offlaner. Which, to be fair, both Miero and GPK can play this type of hero and they scale both really well.
Which is funny considering we're talking about Boom Boys in the later stages of the game. You want in this case, the carry style mid laner with the IO paired up. But historically, Boom Boys has always been especially strong, Rhea, in the laning stages of the game. That's where they normally is like, okay, they'll have a great laning stage and then they'll either fast win or fast lose. That's different now.
Yeah, I mean, the early stage, like I think Winter said it best, the early stages feel so irrelevant for the most part. Like even in the first game of last series, we saw them devastate them in the beginning with Tusk, and it still became a close game. And I'm glad it's kind of moved away from that. I also think that that's kind of reflected in Kiritich's hero pool almost. I think he used to play so much more sacrificial, and now they pump so much more farm into him. And I do. It's a good sign of change, right? Adapting to your patch.
Yeah, I think that is what makes Boom Boys now also, just like Vision, versatile, Winter. Because you mentioned the versatility already coming out from this offlane. How will we see that reflected in the game? Because that's something that Vision is not going to necessarily be able to prepare for because they don't know what's coming there.
I think the draft is going to be very important. Like, you have to understand that laning phase is not as important, and you want picks that would actually function well. And something to do in the mid game, like when you can look at the draft, is like hero pairings. When you're playing the map, you need specific heroes to kill specific heroes. So what do you want to pair together? I think this is something that is very, very important right now in the draft. So, for example, if you have an Ember and you have a Hoodwink, so together these two heroes, you walk around the map, you get kills.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the thought process in a draft is on this. Because when you have two heroes on top, two heroes on bottom, like one hero should be the body to protect the carry, and the other is the kill combo. I think you see it a lot with Ember and Hoodwink. And how are you using these heroes on the map? Where are you going? I think all of these things would play out in the draft. So having the right draft to allow you to do moves like this is very important. Who's going to push out? You do not want to only have catch heroes. Like, who's going to push out the waves? That's why the Helm heroes are really strong right now, because they push out the wave and your Hoodwink gets to find a kill.
That it almost feels, Saber, like both teams are right in this tricky balance during the draft of how much are you drafting for the game and for being able to, win the later game of Dota 2 versus how much are you able to not lose too much in the lanes, because there's a little bit of sacrifice that is being made there.
Yeah, and to be fair, I feel like most of these teams, they kind of play to have a lineup that they're comfortable with. They don't really play for counter picking too much. I've only seen maybe Falcons do it here and there, even though they also like to stick to their heroes. I think for Vision specifically, their free course can kind of play anything, so they rely on that. And the fact that they're all incredibly skilled, Satanic especially, he can play all the carries. You can just get him a good hero and then do what Winter said, make sure that you have a good pairing for your support so it lines up nicely. You want some lane push, you want some stuns to set up kills, and you want to make sure that your lanes make sense.
Yeah, and we talked about Miero already being the most versatile offlaner of this international. I want to focus our attention on his counterpart a little bit, someone who a lot of people might not be too familiar with. Rayan Noticed has not gone unnoticed. Had to do it.
It was a good one. This guy has been very, very impressive so far on Vision. He was, playing like on trial. I guess they were comparing him against other offlaners, but he just had so much success and he fits really well into the team's playstyle. Like, I think we haven't really touched massively on 9-class yet, who is an absolute animal on the map. And whilst I believe some of his like wilder tendencies have been maybe curbed a bit by puppies joining, he's still playing like fun heroes. He's still playing things like Bounty Hunter. He wants to run around the map. He sees an opportunity. He goes for it. That's what Noticed kind of resigned to. He says, that man will do what he wants, and so I will adapt and allow it for him. And I think that is a beautiful thing. I think if you can let your POS4 flourish and just pick heroes that are kind of reliable and sturdy and can play on their own, it's a good thing. But they have been playing a lot together on the lanes. It's not been as bad as people make it.
I mean, was he also the one that started the fad of the 4 gauntlets, like Notice?
He might have been, yeah. He did have some very strong builds. And it's funny because Vision and Yandex and one more team, they were rotating the free offlaners. It was Noticed, SSS, and DM, and they kind of switched around the teams, and now this is how it landed. And, as we can see, Noticed probably he got the best team out of that, or maybe his team the best.
Kind of fits like Satanic's play style more because he's flexible and Satanic can just play his hard carries. But I think with DM kind of farms a lot more, so they kind of have to find a different way to balance the draft, which might be a little bit more difficult if you look at the players.
Yeah, and when we're talking about, Satanic is farming a lot, he's getting high net worths, in case you missed it, Satanic has been farming a lot, and we do have a bunch of his records here and the heroes that he has been successful on, which is most heroes, as they only dropped 2 games on Satanic during the entire group stages. So he too, Rhea, has been versatile.
That's my goat. I think the ability to play all these different types of heroes is so important as well, because so many carries are getting banned out in the early draft now. Like, we see Lone Druids disappearing, Nature's Prophets disappearing. I think people have been trying to let stuff through to see what they can beat, but so far it's not looking good. Like last series, you know, Shadow Fiend and Lone Druid considered two of the most broken carries getting through. Obviously, they're not winning. It's crazy. But yeah, I really liked his Lifestealer when he brought that out as well. I think he's just... he's so good. And they all fit the same general pattern of gameplay. I think that's the most important thing, is that the farming patterns remain like pretty much the same. So it's very easy to kind of just put yourself on a new one and it's fine. But he hasn't really strayed like super far out into like, you know, other types of carries.
I wanted to talk a little bit about our mid lane matchup. I know for people that were tuning in the whole day, at the start of the day, we did mention no one already for various reasons. But in this particular matchup, no one is our oldest mid laner here. He is 28. He has had a long-standing career, and he has had much success already throughout his career. He has so many major wins. Years in a row, he did well, but not at the TI main stage. He has come third once, and that is his best performance thus far. But people have always expected that a squad that he had then would do better and would at least lift one Aegis. And he has not yet lifted an Aegis. He's here in the mid lane. He's trying again. When no one fell off a little bit, he took a little bit of a break. He took a little bit of a step back. There was another mid laner coming out of Eastern Europe that stepped up and was like, okay, this is now the prodigy. And that was GPK, who he's mid laning against on the side of Boom Boys. GPK is 24, so he is a couple of years removed from no one. GPK has also had maybe not entirely similar road to no one, but he has always been on teams as well that we expect to do well. We expect him to be having a podium finish. And also he has not really found that same success. And I want to talk about these two players with that in mind, but also keeping in mind that the playstyle winter that they have, because I kind of feel like GPK maybe in the start of his career, maybe emulated what no one was doing in the mid lane as well. So they're fairly similar in my eyes.
Yeah, they're very similar. They can play for the team. They can play the carries from mid. And I think GPK, I would give him the slight edge in terms like the laning. I think mid-late game, no one is probably better at making certain decisions, and his team fight initiations is, I think, a lot clutcher than GPK. So I would say the main difference is there. But overall, this is a very, very close, I think, matchup. And the support picks are going to have to help them. I think whoever gets the upper hand in terms of early game, they can help out the mid laner, play through the mid laner. That team is going to have a significant advantage. And this mid lane is going to be the location that you want to win the early game.
What I'm interested to see is that for a lot of the games we watched no one, he was playing Earth Spirit. And let me tell you, he is an absolute beast on Earth Spirit. However, I think as the meta developed, we'll see less of this Earth hero. It might be banned this game. So, is he as good on other heroes? I think so, but we'll see, because GPK, also one of the best mid laners. He's absolutely incredible, especially his KDA. I know he loves playing for his KDA. Yeah, so great stats. We'll see. I'm very excited.
We have a big discrepancy with that in mind on the amount of games played, because Vision was the first team to move through. That means they've only played 4 rounds of best of 3s, whereas Boom Boys has played 5 rounds, including, or rather, on top of that, a elimination round. So 2 more best of 3s, and that was like 1.5 days of Dota 2. And it was indeed during that second to last day that we saw that Earth Spirit just rising and rising and rising. So Vision basically got out with the Earth Spirit still played before people started addressing it. So I'm sure Boom Boys will address it as we are nearing the draft coming in for this best of 3. One side, we got Team Vision undefeated in series. On the other side, we got Boom Boys, definitely the challenger when it comes to this best of 3. Will they once again rise to the occasion? We're gonna find out as we're ready for the match.
Team Vision versus
Boom
Boys. Game 1.
We're diving into it with Boom Boys on the Radeon side and Team Vision on the Dire side. And I'm sure you're both sad and happy to see that the IO that we talked about at length, Rhea, got addressed. We got it banned out in the first phase. The first phase is Vision first pick, and therefore Boom Boys overall last pick.
I think it's good. The Necro as well, I think, was on my mind. Kiritich played it, and this hero is so obnoxious, especially when it's on carry, because it is, you know, a boost of travel buyer. And I honestly think that the level of these teams is like so high when they can utilize boost of travel heroes, especially on mid. Like you can get Snapfire, Lina, these types of heroes. It lets you just play more of the map, which lets you raise your GPM even higher, but then also be involved in all the fights. And I think when Team Vision really wants Satanic to just sit an AFK farm, you don't want a Necro pushing in all of your map space.
I mean, do you guys also feel like they're kind of trying to force Kiritich to play more like conventional carry? They ban out the special carries. Because if you compare both carries, I think Kiritich is a little bit worse in the conventional, the normal carry heroes. So if you can force the game into that kind of setup, it will be good for Team Vision.
Yeah, exactly. I think Vision, they're like,
jadi priority mid.
okay, we're the stronger team. All we need to do is just have a normal game of Dota 2. We need to not get cheesed by this IO or by some Necro. Let's stick to our guns. They open with the Lone Druid against Lina. I think 50-50 matchup can go either way. Kind of depends on how the lanes go. However, as we saw from the previous game, Lina mid is very strong and very dangerous. And it's a very good hero at finding the Lone Druid around the map and picking him off.
Yeah, I imagine this is more likely to be GPK's Lina than a carry one. Obviously, they can leave it to flex, but I'd like to see maybe Kiritich on his Kez. We saw this Lone Druid matchup against Kez earlier, and I honestly wasn't that saddened by it. Like, I think Kez's damage output gets absolutely insane, especially after you buy your Axe, where it totally felt viable to me.
I mean, it's also the fact that when you have a mid Lina, you kind of need your carry to do some work.
Tapi nggak pakai animasi kayak dulu ya, yang dikeluarin di depan.
Very interesting. So they banned out the Enigma for the Lone Druid, which is it's like the second best hero against Lone after Underlord. But they decided to leave the Underlord in the pool.
So the main reason that's the case is because he kills you at the catapult wave. Because in the first couple of levels, I imagine Lone Druid would still be fine.
Yeah, it's that, and it's also that Underlord has the Firestorm spell, which is percentage damage against the bear. So you are able to like fight the Lone Druid back in the lane, which not many heroes can do. They usually just get bullied by the bear, and it's very sad.
I really like heroes like Underlord, like Dark Willow against Lone Druid as well, because you rely so much on your Roar to dispel once and then your BKB. But often, like when we get to the later games, the BKB you kind of need to use it. Like these Lone Druids, the bear comes out of invis with the Shadow Blade, then they use the Roar to fear, and then they use the BKB to be undisturbed while they try and kill this one hero. Usually, both of those assets are then gone pretty early on in the fight. So when you have more and more roots and more disables, it makes it impossible for this bear to move around.
I mean, there's also one more reason. Whenever you play support against Lone Druid, you want a support that can't die. So you can click your W and run away. So supports like Wind, Dark Willow, you have a spell to run away. It's always nice against Lone Druid. Because most of the time, most of the time when he sees you as a support, you just die, you know?
Yeah, it's so sad. It's also like I like the Willow way more than Wind Ranger, because the bear can just buy the Disperser, like we've seen these like Ringmasters and stuff struggle.
Bounty Hunter support.
That's a new hero. Okay.
9class has been playing this in the group stage, and it's been really annoying.
It's a very good hero at like just running around the map and finding the Lina and setting up for his boys to kill him. I do feel like 9class is a very good bounty hunter, so it does fit for them very well. The only danger is the lane. You just need to be careful not to get too exposed.
I think I might have seen them pair it with the Darkseer before. It's like classic.
That's good, yeah.
Combo, and then he did play the lane a lot, and then his mid to late game became more about putting in like deep wards down, giving vision with track, disturbing the triangle.
How much does he need a hero / bear, I guess, to play with when it comes to the bounty hunter? Because can he just go around by himself? Does he need to be supported by that bear or by anything else that is global or can help around the map and move
I
fast?
mean, he has Snapfire. I think Snap and Bounty. I think the Snap might be a support hero here. Because Bounty, you can't really clear creeps and you can't really do a lot of damage. So Snapfire helps you with the clearing creep department, and he also gives you a lot of damage to kill off. Like if you find the Lina or even the Willow, you don't stand a chance against Snap. Snap can just kill you anytime.
I actually think it might be mid. I think it just meets this need of like I said, boosted travel mid that can just go around and make plays. Like your Bounty can scout things out. You pair with another support and your offlaner, and then Snapfire can just TP in from wave and then contribute with her ult. It just feels so nice, and we've already seen no one play at this tournament and look very, very good.
8 out of 10 games that they was played this tournament have been a win. So Snapfire, great success rate. If Snapfire does turn out to be mid, will this be a Lina mid or
Winter
carry?
Wiper.
Do you want to play Lina against the Snapfire?
Yeah, it's a very good matchup for you. You will win the lane. But this Wyvern here is, I mean, I feel like Snap is probably one of the best heroes against Wyvern, because you can't really save with the Embrace.
Yeah, I think the Wyvern is mainly just picked for the carry to secure lane. It's very strong. You can harass with your Q, and then you can also heal your carry. It's very nice. I also really like the center pick against Snapfire specifically, as you are able to just stampede whenever you see the kisses, and it's basically impossible to hit the kisses. They don't have many roots or stuns on Vision. They do have this Darks here now, who's gonna vacuum wall. However, you still have stampede for that. So unless they're able to follow it up with a stun, you are able to just run away. But I like it. I think Darkseer is a good pick. You enable the the Bounty Hunter. You push waves, so the pairing is very good. One guy is looking for kills and like setting it up, and the other guy is just farming waves and scaling. So very good pairing.
Well, we have got a ban on this Fen, which implies that maybe Vision is respecting that Lina to go mid. What else can you think? It's GPK on the side of Boomboys in that mid lane, and he has Lina as his signature hero, so I would not be surprised if he is the one that wants to play it on the main stage of the International. Tiny is the second carry to get banned out by them, as we do see that there is, for both teams, quite a bit of bonus time left. I'd love to see that in game 1 of a best of 3. It just means that both teams have something prepared and they are ready to showcase what they did prepare against each other. We got an Undying and an Elder Tide being banned, and I think crowd favorite coming in with the overall last pick. Techies, meaning Snapfire will be taking that mid lane.
Damn right. Techies last pick. Hype. I was looking at Ducalis' hero pool, and I was like, oh, Elder Titan would be so nice in this band. I was like, well, there's a Techies for, like, vacuum into the explosion. I'm sure we're going to see that at least once this game. It's not quite as much control as I was hoping to see, I will say.
They don't have much stuns, though. Like, they don't have a way to initiate. Just the Bounty Shadow Wall. I don't know if it's going to be a problem somewhere down the road, but yeah. I don't really see them setting up kills easily on the map.
Yeah, it does give them, I mean, a lot of kill threat.
A lot of damage. They have a lot of damage, but lacking in setup. Maybe they can itemize to sort that issue out.
It's interesting because you want stuns for pickoffs, and then you want stuns for teamfight. And for pickoffs, they have the Bounty Hunter who is able to like double stun with his invis. So theoretically, they should have enough to like pick off people on the map. And then for teamfights, they kind of have the vacuum into just a bunch of AoE spells from the Snapfire and the Techies. So theoretically, it is also enough. It's just very unconventional way of picking heroes. Yeah. It's not like some simple, let's pick Mars and he's gonna arena and that's our team fight. Instead, they kind of make it work with the heroes that they have.
And the characters, Kaz.
Very exciting.
I don't even know why they left it for last pick. It's like,
I mean, they had to ban like some kind of melee hero. They banned, I would say that the bans were fine. They banned Tiny and what was the other melee hero?
Sven.
They banned, Sven. So those are kind of like, it kind of makes sense, They wanted to nerf the laning phase, but Boom Boys, they still got what they want here. I think overall, if I have to choose which one I would rather play, I'd probably slightly favor Boom Boys lineup. I think it's nicer to play their heroes. In the team fights, I would say that it's easier for them to execute their spells and to win the team fight there, as long as they don't get run down in the laning phase too much.
All about that laning stage once again. we gotta make up our minds at some point, which we find more important because
Yes,
the
carry.
laning stage, I think when we're talking about that mid lane, maybe especially when we're talking about no one versus GPK, this might be a game that will heavily, maybe more heavily rely on the success rate of those two players, Rhea.
I just feel like when I look at this lineup, I'm like, you have no real cooldowns for Vision to play on the map. Like, you put Iron Shell on your bounty, you can use techies all the time and just go crazy. Like, no one's gonna have so much magic damage. You're just gonna be able to go bam, bam, bam. Whereas you can like bait out this Wyvern or this Centaur, and then you can just go again. You just keep going.
Just keep going. Okay, we started this series with having Boom Boys be the challengers here against Team Vision, with Team Vision being the raid boss, as it were, so far of this international. How do you feel they did? Do you feel they got what it takes for this game one?
Yes, I think Team Vision is gonna win. You can quote me on that. I will never be wrong. I think they are absolutely goated.
I want to change my opinion. Boom Boys are gonna win.
I will
Okay.
quote you on that after they lose the first game.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, well, let's hear from the coach that got this draft together. It is Coach Bulk with Slacks.
Hey there, I am here with both. Thanks so much. And Dima for translating as well. So, you guys are up against P-Vision, a very different Are you confident that this draft is going to be the one that finally cracks this team?
Вы играете против Parivision, у вас была возможность к ним подготовиться, эта команда в отличной форме. Будет ли у вас шанс их победить в этой серии, как ты считаешь?
Я считаю, что шанс всегда есть.
Absolutely no sense.
There is always a chance, and I believe we will play much better than we used to play during the group stage.
Oh, what's changed? What's different now?
Что изменилось?
Мы стали лучше.
We became better.
Okay, good to hear, good to hear. Were you surprised by that last pick? Techies kind of came out of nowhere. No? You were prepared.
Удивил ли тебя минер в пике?
Нет.
No, it didn't.
All right. You guys got a lot of your comfort heroes coming out here today. Is that just to keep the boys calm and ready to face against them, or were you specifically looking to get these ones for this draft?
Много комфортных героев в этом пике. Это чтобы игрокам было удобно или чтобы против этого конкретного драфта сыграть?
Это чтобы мы все здесь насладились отличной дотой.
We just want to enjoy the great Dota.
All right, fantastic. Well, let's get into that great Dota as we throw to our casters.
Thank you so very much, Sir Action Slacks. What a great human being you are. Here at the International, welcome. We got Vision versus Boom Boys, a matchup we've seen, well, I'm not going to lie, we've seen it many a time, but that, I think, makes it a little bit more interesting because these teams not only play a lot of matches against each other, but scrim against each other, so there's a lot of like hidden strategies that we don't even know about, Cinderin. How are you doing?
Well, I'm very excited for this game in particular mainly because of Boom Boys, more so than Vision. Vision obviously 4-0. They're the team to beat. We've heard that on panel. There's no surprise there. But you and I have got to cast a couple of Boom Boys series, and we've seen they had a weird progression throughout the group stage. They started 2-0. They came in hot. Then they lost 5 straight games.
Yeah.
And then they barely scraped by to get into the elimination round, where they then 2-0'd the opponent that picked them.
They didn't have a choice, though, right?
They did.
Oh, that was the one that didn't have a choice.
Yeah, Aurora picked them, right? If I remember correctly.
Okay,
and Aurora had beaten them 2-0 in the group stage and supposedly also beaten them in 4 scrims in a row earlier. So I guess, you know, that's dangerous. You pick the team that had a lot of learning to do against you. So what I'm looking for here is have Boom Boys leveled up, because this is the hardest test you're going to get in your first series. I'm pretty hopeful for them in this game, if I'm honest. I think the Vision draft looks a little bit spicy and kind of hard to execute.
Spicy, you say? Okay. How is it spicy? It feels like a lot of regular heroes that we're used to seeing for them.
It doesn't have the most obvious way of initiating. You're playing a support duo of Techies Bounty Hunter who don't have reliable initiating lockdown. Your offlaner is not your classic initiation hero either. Vacuum, sure, it can work if the enemy heroes are in a specific position, but there's no guarantee that's going to be the case. However, I will say I think this Bounty Hunter is going to become a bigger and bigger pick. We've seen Yandex have great success with it on Soxa. They might run it later today. And of course, you and I, we cast a Vision game where we were like, this is, when it comes to 9 class playing annoying heroes that just roam around the map, give Vision and info, this is probably his #1 now.
I mean, I would argue both their supports are extremely annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, who likes playing against the techies, for God's sake?
It's just, if I looked at these two lineups and I didn't know Vision were on the Dire, I would say I like the Radeon lineup better.
Right.
It's just they are so good at playing even very hard to execute lineups. But with that said, if you do have a slip up here or there, I definitely think it's the kind of lineup that can really run out of steam. So need to get off to a good start, need to get some of the plays rolling correctly. Otherwise, Boomboys have a, I think it's fair to say they just have a more stable lineup, right?
Yeah, it looks much more stable to me, but that, at the same time for Vision, we've seen this so many times before where, I mean, let me just ask you this very basic question with the Bounty Hunter. Is there a game at this level that you will win where the bounty has zero impact? Because I feel like he's either completely worthless or just takes over the game and they start snowballing.
Yeah, it's really hard to win if Bounty Hunter doesn't find the success that he wants. The good news is when you're playing with Darkseer, that's infinitely more likely. It's a great laning partner. You can see he's being super annoying right now onto Kiritich with the Iron Shell, as a matter of fact. Will not be able to kill yet.
Well, you say that. He won't be able to get
this is actually kind of close. We'll use the stick, though. It's just, this is a really good hero pairing. Like the panel talked about, Darkseer is going to push out the wave so Bounty Hunter can make moves. You always have the luxury of putting an Iron Shell on Bounty Hunter. He can go jungle with that, and you just farm more. It's kind of like having a Helm of the Dominator at the beginning of the laning stage. Bounty Hunter is notoriously a very weak laner, so having something that helps him be useful in the first 5 minutes is also nice, which is obviously the case here. Putting even more pressure onto Kiritich.
Yeah, I feel like the games that we've seen, which I guess haven't been that many, but they pick a hero such as a Darkseer. You talked about the Iron Shell combo with the Invis from the Bounty, but also the fact that Notice on this Darkseer can be left alone at some point, and Bounty can start to roam and or kill couriers, which I don't think we've seen one quite yet. But pretty potent combo.
Oh, they're diving badly down here with Glyph.
Omi in a lot of trouble getting chased by 9 class. Pops the Fairy Fire as Notice being gone on by Kiritich. The vacuum comes out, and that's going to be first blood onto Cat to Omi. Notice will take a tumble as well as Kiritich actually does survive.
Oh, there might be a shuriken.
Stay alive here, gets the silence of the last second with the Bramble, as well as 9 class cannot finish the job quite yet. Still looking for the blood grenade now applied to the chicken as Kiritich trying to run it off. Very greedy, trying to get some last hits under the tower. He's just gonna get killed off by 9 class instead. Super greed mode for Kiritich as 9 class will be traded off. I can't believe he did that. Is now onto the tier 1 at the top lane. Miera left to his own devices will be dropped in addition. So Vision, after all said and done, have 3 kills to the 2 on Boomboys.
That was basically a frame-perfect blood grenade. He broke the salve of Kez almost instantly, and now it's actually important, because if he gets to heal another 50 HP with that salve, wouldn't have died to the final swing
Did
from
he really need that last right-click on the creep, Cinder? Did he really need it?
Carry players.
Yeah, seriously.
Too. But like you pointed out, this is the biggest deal in all of this, is if you leave Centaur alone against Lone Druid, it's terrible. Like, this lane is so hard to play. So being able to force Kataomi to rotate down bottom obviously has big ramifications on Satanic's game, and he has probably just been the player of the tournament. If you're giving Satanic a free lane, if you're giving him a good start, Vision are going to feel super confident, and so far so good.
So I know Satanic has had some incredible performances in the past. I feel like last TI, I don't know if it was the pressure necessarily, but he was definitely not up to his normal standards. This TI, I don't know if you agree with this, as we have a pause, of course. It gives me vibes of TI-10 with Yatoro.
Yeah.
How he just came onto the scene. Obviously, it's not like a huge surprise that Satanic is playing well, but playing above expectations, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, and expectations are high, so that means a lot, right? I think in the top 10 GPMs of the tournament, I think Satanic has 6 of them, which is an unbelievable stat line when you consider how many games get played in a TI group stage.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I remember seeing a graphic where he had, I think 4 or 5 of them were on Nature's Prophet, or at least that hero had a lot of the top net worths, and Satanic holds some of them. But yeah, it's just by design, the way this team plays, it's also what we saw, or what we heard from Rhea when she talked about Puppy, is it's very much in most of their games 4v5 for the first 20 minutes. You and I got to cast Satanic play TA in the most ridiculous farm game. He got forced out of lane level 3, and then he jungled, and somehow ended up with 500 CS minute 32 or something. So he's very efficient. He knows all the farming patterns. He knows what heroes to run in what game. they always prioritize him very much with the draft. This is actually a bit of an oddball because they first picked his hero. A lot of the time, Satanic gets overall last pick. So maybe they just feel like this is a great hero against Boomboys in particular. Lone Druid's win rate is pretty bad, though, this tournament.
Yeah, I was going to mention that because Yatoro played that in the previous series, and he started off with 3 kills. So that's a lot of the reason that he got off to a good start. Because this hero in general, it feels like it's, for the first 15 minutes, very slow until you get the Aghanim Scepter eventually, and then things start to kind of pick up the pace. Does that feel like his playstyle to you?
Well, for Satanic, with how Vision play most of their games, him being in the jungle for 20 minutes is kind of par for the course. It's just a matter of, is the payoff on this hero versus a lot of his more traditional hard carries, is that a better trade-off for the team? And is it worth first picking? I think that's the biggest surprise out of all of this, is not that they're running Lone Druid, but that they rated this highly with the relatively, or actually just flat-out bad win rate. This hero has definitely been figured out a lot more in the recent couple of weeks. It was very, very strong heading into this tournament, but maybe Vision just, I'm not going to question them until I see it fail. They seem to have a very good understanding of what makes what works right now.
That's fair. We should mention this mid lane for the Boomboys. GPK off to an incredible start, 35-12.
Yeah.
Versus the Snapfire for no one, which is a lot lower, 24-0. So definite advantage for GPK early on, and we'll see if he's able to snowball that on his Lina.
Yeah, they definitely have plenty of late-game scaling on both teams. One side with the Lone Druid Snap, the other with Lina Kez. I think also worth noting, in some of the games we've cast with Kez, this hero just eats tanky heroes in the late game, such as when we've seen it played against Centaur. They have that themselves, obviously. I think the bear kind of falls into that category, where Kez can just kill the bear extremely fast later in the game. We also did see that in the previous series, even though they did not win that individual game. You started seeing the problems that Lone Druid was approaching in that game. So I can't with confidence say that this is a game that Vision are going to win if it goes slow and late. But I don't think that's the plan here anyway. I think they're going to hit the Axe timing, and then they're going to try to constrict the map with Bounty Hunter.
What is this? Is that real? 70-30 at 5 minutes? Just from picks, basically?
I don't know about that.
That's, Dota Plus loves some Lone Druid, I guess. My goodness.
I have my,
It still feels 50-50 to me. Call me crazy here.
Yeah,
that's really surprising.
This does not feel 70-30. I don't think.
Well, it knows something we don't. It is AI, after all, Cinderin. Has taken over our consciousness, as it were. But yeah, top net worth already in the game is Satanic on the Lone Druid, off to a pretty damn good start. I mean, the thing about Lone Druid late game, you're right that the hero, it feels like it falls off at a certain point. But one thing I will mention, and we saw that in the first series, and the reason it falls off is because heroes are able to scale more than the bear eventually, especially like the Kez type. But buildings don't scale.
No.
The melee
barracks,
it starts with the same HP and armor from minute 1 to 60 plus. And once you get mega creeps, it is, even regardless of your line, it is very difficult to come back.
Yeah. You saw in the previous series that I believe Yatoro got a Stygian Desolator on the bear at 60 minutes. That's why he was able to backdoor tier 4s and the Ancient without, or even with backdoor protection. There's obviously no guarantee that you're going to find that at 60.
Eventually you'll find it.
Yeah.
Long enough, yeah.
But once again, I don't think Vision's plan is to go 60 minutes. I don't look at this lineup and think, hell yeah, let's go late game. But you're right. There is always that X factor of winning in that fashion that late into the game. And I also think Darkseer is, as much as I talked about Bounty Hunter controlling the map, Darkseer has been a little bit of a wild card too in some of the series we've seen, even if it's not particularly great for the wall against the enemy carry. Vacuum is just one of those game-winning spells, right? At any given point, you can slip up your positioning on the enemy team, you get 3-man vacuumed into a blast-off, and then it almost doesn't matter what the other heroes are. Yeah, like, if you're that far out of position, you can lose with anything.
And the Chasm Stone into eventual Shivas makes the vacuum absurd.
Yep.
Because a lot of times, like, if you go back in history, look at Darkseer. Okay, what good illusions does he make? Really, not great here, I would say. I mean, kind of Kez, but it's melee, It's really just Vacuum is that good that this hero can be picked in basically any situation.
Oh, they're on Kiritich's trail here.
As we see the Vacuum being put to good work, gets off the parry, but he's just going down fast to this double ion shell. So another death for Kiritich, number 2 on the chicken.
And this is a great start for Darkseer. This is a hero that sometimes has a bit of a slow start. I like to say level 5 is when it really gets a lot better for him. Well, he won the lane. So he's top net worth.
That's interesting. You aggro the creeps, by the way, while being disarmed. I actually did not know that was a thing. That defeats the entire purpose of it. Sorry to interrupt. I really apologize.
You don't mean that.
That's true, but I'm trying to save face here at TI, of course.
Yep, keep it up.
And some pressure now to this tier 1 mid. Blue Boys trying to find something on the map because they've lost their tier 1 bot already. They haven't really been able to pressure Satanic too much on this lone druid thus far.
This mid tower is kind of difficult for Vision to deal with, though. They managed to keep the siege creep alive with Cold Embrace and utilizing GPK's shield rune to tank the tower for quite a bit. And this is a great takedown, minute 7, losing the mid tower. Very unusual here for Vision. Yes, you took the offlane tower. I think kind of a given that that's going to happen with a lone druid rotation at some point, but that mid tower is a very big deal to find that early.
7 minutes in, Miero's just hitting level 5, by the way.
Yeah.
Not the best start. As Wisdom Shrines, okay, Satanic Spare is going to be very annoying. Going to force out more rotation from Boom Boys. Get off the hoof stomp. Does he actually have the damage? Do they have another stun? Doesn't look like it, so he's just going to TP out. Just delays as much as possible. Save level 3. Kiritich level 4 still on Kez. Level advantage, definitely the way of...
Yeah, Darkseer is right 6.5, and Kez just hit 5.
Rough.
That is a very one-sided affair in this bottom lane.
I'm already with the helm now onto the Darkseer. Notice him having a very good tournament thus far. I guess you could say that for everybody on the Dire side. They've just had such a great tournament so far.
Yeah, not losing will do that.
Yep, that's right.
Although, I mean, they've lost individual games. It's not like it's been flawless from Vision. They have been challenged a bit already, but
you learn less when you win, Cinder.
Yeah, that's right.
I've heard this from a wise man once.
Maybe they make sure to lose their scrims then.
Boom Boys lost a lot, as they lost 5 of 6 before finally just barely getting out of the group stage here to the main event now. They've learned a ton. They've leveled up for sure.
Now, have they learned to play with a 6th in net worth Kez at minute 8?
I'm sure they've tried everything, Cinderin.
Yeah.
No one. Get the scatter blast off here, looking for an opening, but the Bramble's gonna stop them in their tracks. I say that. 9 class in the tree, setting up the Mortimers. Looks like Kataomi's dead. Nice pick off from Vision. Not exactly what they were hoping for. GPK, obviously the prized possession if they can grab him, as 9 class knows there's no sentry in this area now.
That's obviously a very big part of Bounty Hunter, is the economic damage he does to the enemy supports. If you're already losing the lane to this guy and then you have to invest all of your hard-earned gold on the 5 into sentries, you're not really going to progress toward a meaningful item on the Wyvern. You can see we're 9 minutes in, he has boots and 150 gold on Kataomi, so this will be a very late blink, which is what he's queuing up. That's mainly good news for the Lone Druid, I would say, if he does get involved at some point. Obviously, Winter's Curse, an incredible ability against specific things. If the enemy has a hard right clicker that gets close to the bear, it could be a way of killing Bounty Hunter, it could be potentially a way of killing Darkseer. Doesn't seem like that is going to be a likely play to happen in the near future in this one. It's hard to find a curse without dagger this game.
Like some stacks are going to be taken now by Miero and company.
Yeah. I'm the Dominator.
4 on his return. Yeah, Helm and Dom on top. As Kaya officially finished for GPK. And what exactly is the Snapfire going to be going this game? I assume Boots of Travel to start things out. Is this I feel like I've mostly seen the magic damage build.
Yeah.
Do we see the right click at all?
I don't know if we've seen it this tournament. I feel like it's all been magic. I like the magic build better this game regardless. You're playing into Wyvern. Also, it's a lot of AoE damage that Kez can't really play around very well. So I think there's just too many upsides to going the long-range artillery build, and by going that way, you also potentially play better around Lina. Just outranging her is, you know, not many heroes can claim to do that, but Snapfire, one of the few.
I mean, I do feel like this. We're going to see the globs come out in the mid lane. Might be a trade onto Ducal. SGPK looks to be finishing up with
Lotus.
Dragon Slave for the road. So 1 for 1 is. Not sure if we're going to see any more action now that Mortimer's is down, but this does feel like an eventual game. I know I love to talk about it, Sinner. I do apologize in advance, as track is now online for 9 class, by the way. A good cart game for the Centaur. I feel like Lina is an excellent recipient of said cart. I mean, even Kez isn't that bad.
It's also good to save against Lone Druid, right? He's very hard single target damage that sometimes it's just hard to itemize against for your supports, for example. And then Centaur might just be able to reset the fight with a blink plus cart. He's going pipe first, though, as it looks. That is a little bit surprising to me. Not because it's not a good item in this game. You're playing against Snapfire, and Techie is obviously for some good magic damage and some ion shells, but we've seen it not picked up in games where it's better on paper, I think. Seen Centaurs just rush Heart a lot more often than not. So perhaps this is telling us that Boom Boys are looking to actually take the fight to Vision with that item timing and try to exploit the fact that Lone Druid is likely just going to be in the jungle until minute 25 at least. It's a pretty narrow window, though, and if you don't get anything done, it's going to feel bad compared to going for bigger items such as Heart. Is this a good Lotus game? It's kind of decent against Track. It's always good.
33 is out there somewhere shaking his head with this pipe purchase on Centaur.
Yeah, he's like, you should have gone Midas.
Radiance on Centaur, please. Appreciate that. 9 class going to get some vision on the save, but he gets dusted at the last moment. There is a mine set up, but only a singular one. As the blast off comes through, actually does connect on the save, but there's the counter curse onto 2. Good amount of damage, but now the cookie's not going to reach. It looks like the techies will tumble as a result. The Terrorize coming out the last moment as well. Onto 2 as Notice gets off his wall, but he's going to get absolutely destroyed by Kiritich and the Laguna Blade. So a nice pickoff overall from Boom Boys onto 2. And Vision not able to gain anything out of this little skirmish here.
I think that is a great illustration of one of the potential issues that Vision's lineup has is once heroes start getting a little bit tankier, the burst damage just isn't that overwhelming. It's a level 6 techies. He only got 1 mine down, and also a great curse, of course, to save that situation from Katsuomi. But yeah, the kills, unless Snapfire is involved immediately, will drag out a bit, so it's kind of easy for Boom Boys to bring numbers and counterplay. Worked out well that time.
Not that I'm surprised to see the Mage Slayer, but the fact that they're going pipe on top of that for the Centaur feels like
yeah, it's a lot.
They're going to be pretty tanky in this mid game.
Yeah.
Feels like they want to take the fight to Vision.
Aside from the bear, who's going to kill these heroes when they are piped?
Well, I would think Lina does some damage.
From Vision's side, I mean.
Oh,
like,
right.
How are they going to kill a piped Kez with Mage Slayer if he
masih
gets
menang
to hit the Snapfire a single
Team
time?
Vision ya?
It's not going to be that easy. Oh, 9 class getting some good information here.
Injek satu tempat itunya, tempat creepnya.
Darkseer, Snapfire nearby. There's the stun to start things out. Noticed in the area as well. No one connecting. That is a dead chicken. It's on the...
Oh, nice timing.
Coming out at the last moment. Healing up quite a bit as 9 class now has to try and retreat as Kataomi joins the party. So Kiritich will not be dinner tonight for
Masih
Vision,
selamat, Cok.
Excellent timing on the Raptor Dance. I think he dodged the cookie fully and got to heal up a decent amount and ends the play once again. If you don't get that burst in immediately.
Stop Ducalis, not able to get there in time. Haven't seen the value from the techies quite yet.
No, also saw in the stats going into the game, techies currently 0-3.
Does that mean Save has not played him yet?
One of which is Ducalis. He has 1 loss. Okay. I don't know if Save has played it, any of theirs.
There's no way he doesn't lose on techies. They're just giving everybody else
Maybe
a
they
chance.
should have picked it every game then.
That's why I thought they picked techies to try to deny it potentially, but can't remember the exact order of the draft.
Oh, TCC support ya?
Either way, GPK has his boots of travel with the Kaya now. Is going to finish
Support
off the Yasha.
Combine it. Very early gem from Katsuomi. I mean, this is a super strong timing for Boom Boys. I think their lineup's just better right now than that of Vision. You're running a gem, you have the pipe, you have incredibly potent spells. This is just a matter of not getting caught out and put in unfavorable positions. So far, so good.
Tapi ini game panjang banget sih.
Not super far away from the Desolator, and that's when he starts to get to the next level. But this is the hero that we have to worry about, or at least Boom Boys has to worry about from the Vision side. Mjolnir online and getting closer to the Aghanim Scepter, and that's when the bear can be autonomous. Sindarin can do whatever he wants. He's unleashed. He's no longer the slave of Lone Druid. They make it seem like Lone Druid is very good with animals, but he buys the Aghs to get rid of the animal to the other side of the map. He doesn't want anything to do with it, it seems. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is interesting.
Okay, so we hit the 16-minute mark here at the International.
Not going to give you anything to work with on that.
Thank you.
All right, Yashikaya.
Okay, the Invis. See where he puts that to good work. Heritage has had a lot of his experience stolen from 9 class, or at least leached.
So annoying.
Yeah.
This is interesting, though, to see the Lina go this route. It looks like GPK wants to go Yashikaya into Pike, so trying to play the distance game. I guess supposedly looking to match the Snapfire range. Like you can reset position against a lot of Snapfire's abilities. You can play against the bear. Better.
Coming in for Heritage. Can he dodge another gank? He's going to get stunned this time by the Cookie with a Scatterblast above. There's the curse to try to save him. Mortimer's kisses, but he has the grappling claw just out of range. He's actually going to barely know the last club hits him right in the back of the head, but now a back wall onto 2 with the wall to come through as well. 9 class will fall as noticed, still alive. Gets an Ion Shell onto Noah, but he gets gripped by the Bramble. Another Dragon Slave for the road for GPK. So in the end, it's a 2 for 2 as, well, 1 core dies on each side, I suppose, but the carry, I would think, is the most valuable from Boom Boy's side.
Yeah, what an awkward situation. This is a 4v4 where Centaur obviously isn't there since he's farming the top half of the map. He's just jungling with his pipe. And how much work that could have done there, right? But
yeah, where's the heart, man? You farm faster with that thing. Well,
he's gonna get
the blink.
He's gonna get blinked now, so I think he is very much looking to be involved in the next.
You sure
fight.
He's not gonna blink from camp to camp to get as much farm efficiency as possible?
He's definitely gonna do that too.
Okay.
No doubt about it. Yeah, that was a lot of things on the edge.
500 lagi.
Importantly for Vision, they do get the Kez kill.
Buat
That would have been
Aghanim.
a travesty if they didn't hit those last 2 globs with the opening they had, but. Another good play from Katsuomi to almost solve that situation on his own. Even without the dagger, it's been a couple of good curses. And yes, sure, the curse doesn't kill anyone, but it has proven to be a good reset button for them. And here is the smoke timing. So with the blink pipe, Ducalis.
Good deny on the rune. That would have been very big for Boom Boys, and that spots the entire smoke.
Iya, Ticis di pipe sih nggak guna ya.
Will be Hurricane Pike next for GPK. And there's the Aghs coming out now for Lone Druid. So we'll see. I'm curious to see how Satanic chooses to play the map here. Obviously, you have different options. Once you get the Aghanims on the bear, you can just accelerate your farm heavily by jungling with your hero, and then obviously send the bear down lanes, farm jungle, etc. But you can also choose to be a little bit more involved in fighting. And this is a player we've seen farm a lot before he gets involved. Already 260 CS here on Satanic. But let's see, considering they're playing with Bounty Hunter 4, I think he's going to be more eager to fight than farm on the bear. Gonna keep an eye on their movement immediately with that Axe pickup. They are smoking.
Vision, they're ready to pounce here. Gonna try to bait potentially Miara, looking for an opening with that blink dagger. There's a blink also unnoticed, the Darkseer, so watch out for that. This will be the reveal.
Oh, they're making their way down bottom. This is not an obvious move for Kiritich.
Although he is running away.
He's running the wrong way now, though.
Yep, going to get this camp. 1 more camp for Kiritich. Yeah, a little bit greedy, boy.
Good sentry.
Very nice dodge of the Cookie, and now the Mortimer's Kisses on cooldown. TPs from Boom Boys as they want to try to do something with this opening. Gotta get rid of these annoying mines, though. At the very least, they don't lose their carry, so...
Kez is pretty good at destroying mines. He has a very fast base attack time, so... See, he can easily attack them before they explode. But yeah, crucial sentry there. Without that, probably a dead Kez. And for what it's worth, with the great start Vision had, they haven't really compounded on it at all. This is the same lead they had ages ago.
Yeah, I would like, can we bring up the Dota Plus probability here just to see if anything has changed?
No.
Okay, so it's exactly the same basically.
I
I don't agree with this still. It feels 50-50 to me. I'm an untrained individual. I don't do this for a living, though, Cinder. You do, of course.
Yeah.
And what do you think?
I would not say the Dire win this game 3 out of 4. That seems a little bit too lopsided, but gonna have to wait and see how it progresses at this point. Maybe we'll be made fools out of soon enough. I just see a lot of potential for Boom Boys. And again, let's keep in mind, it's worth remembering how they've progressed throughout the tournament. You can pick up a lot of momentum from hitting some adversity at the right time. Like, effectively, they came in with a good start, then they hit a slump in the middle of the group stage, and then they finished it off hot. So probably coming into this with a lot of confidence. You heard Bulk in the coach interview as well say that we just think we're playing better now than we were in the group stage, and they have all the reason to think that after they got on a little bit of a heater toward the end, and especially getting their revenge in the elimination game.
Class looking for some couriers. What's on this one?
Oh, that is real bad.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, if he gets out with this.
I don't think he's going to. Surely they'll catch up. Mass TPs from Boom Boys. 9 class already at half HP. Laguna Blade. Yeah, that felt really good, I'm sure.
Diami lagi dong.
That would have been a disaster.
But Blink Dagger, that's 2 minutes. You won't be you will be without that for the Wyvern.
Yep.
That's annoying. Yeah, they'll be able to get the D ward as a result of this. That would have been a very big turn if he was able to secure the gem long term.
Oh, down bottom again. This time it's worse.
Kiritich, that's right, finally shows up to this fight. Bear versus Chicken, who wins? Chicken is winning again, though.
They didn't have any detection.
No. Interesting.
Okay. That's
now
unfortunate.
They're bringing out Dust now, so that's good news for Vision.
They'll have it next time. Unfortunately, they might be getting backstabbed here. No one. All right, he will...
running away properly. Notice under the cover of the tier 1 tower as well, so this won't connect onto anything except for maybe the old Tormentor, perhaps. We are 2.5 minutes past its existence, so it must be vanquished immediately.
Oke, nggak nemu siapa-siapa.
I mean, when you have this many heroes in the neighborhood, you kind of do want to do it, right? But maybe Boom Boys feel like they don't have enough information. Although, all right, they're just gonna go for it. They did see Darkseer, I think, on the ward in the enemy triangle. Maybe that was enough to feel confident, and that will be a nice shard for save. Just the upgraded first crown.
I feel like Dark Willow is, the Bramble specifically, and especially this shard, is very good against the Bear. The Bear is, once the BKB gets kind of low on timer, melee heroes in general have a lot of obstacles they have to get through. I mean, even Darkseer with the Surge sometimes just nullified completely because of a random Bramble on the floor.
Wah, centanya sih udah tebal juga ya.
BKB for that reason, or at least partially for that reason. There's plenty of reasons to buy BKB in this game. Boom Boys with loads.
BKB on Darkseer.
Yeah, that is
as Shiva's already.
Yeah, he is super farm. He is second in net worth.
I was expecting to see him first with this amount of farm, but of course...
Satanic's in the game.
Yeah, Satanic does exist, in fact. Silver Edge now on him, so a big power spike for Vision. They've tried 3 or 4 times in a row trying to kill Kiritich. They have not yet succeeded, but there's a back blow onto 2. Immediate grappling claw.
Masih nggak bisa ditangkap guys ya, Cok.
GPK into the counter curse as well. Look at this damage being applied to the Darkseers. No one gets a full range. Mortimer's Kiss is not really doing that much in the end, though. Is already 2 dead for Vision as Satanic's Bear about to bite the dust as well. Again, Boom Boys are ready every single time for this Vision play.
Yeah, they don't have any immediate follow-up. It looks like a nice vacuum wall, but insta-stampede run out. They have to combo
Emang
this with a blast
susah ya
over the
tangkapnya ya.
cookie, or it just doesn't matter. The illusion that they create is not strong. Boom Boys just reset position, and another great curse. I have to say, Kataomi this game has been playing exceptionally well in the Wyvern, just in the right place at the right time. How many times now? That winner's curse again. And that's gonna be Roche. So now, Boom Boys have taken Tormentor and Roche and a good team fight.
All right, let's look at that Dota win probability again, please. Just want to double check that it's still 70-30 in favor of Vision.
Kenapa nggak mau bikin damage ya? Snapfire-nya jadi hitter.
Okay.
Jadi hitter juga lumayan loh. Snapfire sakit.
What the hell? As now a heart finished from Miero, so does finally get to the big bad item on the Centaur, and will likely go for the Shard next, which is he is not going for that, in fact. He's going to be going for Ghost Scepter, actually.
He's going to go Crozier.
Okay. Oh yeah, full Crozier, true.
Yeah, Darkseer queuing that up as well, so we're going to have a lot of ghostly heroes running around eventually.
A lot of Croziering going,
yes,
some would say. TP onto the Wolf, Miero. Love to find an opening onto no one, but out of reach now. As GPK about 600 away from Ags. Satanic's Bear will be found and likely will be killed. Raptor Dance.
Oh, that is
with a stun, but that's just a suicide mission for Ducalis. So far, I have to say the Techies has not worked out at all for Vision. Because without that blast off, they really are lacking stuns.
Yeah. Again, it's not to sound like a broken record, but ease of execution here, it is just hard for Vision's lineup to do what it needs to do. You have confidence in them because of their track record in the tournament, but I think personally for me, this is one of their weaker drafts. You always at the back of your mind, you're like, Satanic is super farmed, Notice is having a good game. They're going to find that fight eventually that is going to put them in a good spot, but Boomboys have done a great job the last 10 minutes of not allowing them to really build any advantage on the early laning stage, where both the Darkseer and they've won both side lanes, hands down, right? On Vision's side, it hasn't led to anything afterwards. No progression on the map. You still only taken the tier 1 top and the tier 1 bottom tower. You not even halfway through the mid one. And you lost both the Tormentor and the Roche. It doesn't get much better than that for the Radiant so far.
Yeah, I feel like no one has not really what's the best way to put this? Because GPK started off so well, and he's continued that.
Yep.
No one has not recovered from the laning stage at all. Like, his impact, we've seen, I think, with Mortimer's Kisses, 1 kill onto Kiritich was pretty impactful. But outside of that, and again, lack of stuns maybe not the greatest setup for him to get those globs.
Yeah, he's definitely plateaued. Easily the bottom net worth of the cores here. See, they're holding hands on all of Boomboy's cores. They're within 50 gold of each other. How often do you see that? Ducalis
comes out. This will be an eventual death for Ducalis, one would think. Eventually found in the tree line. So GPK Mega Streak. He's got 5 kills to his name. As now an Aghanim Scepter comes for Kiritich.
Flame Cloak is so good against techies. You get a ton of magic resist, you get flying movement, so you can just catch him in the tree line. It's a very easy matchup for Lina to play now. She doesn't get caught off guard. She can just solo kill techies with very minimal risk. Kind of just flying through the mines.
So double Shivas now for Vision, something we are seeing more and more since they changed the way Shivas works.
Ada shield yang tebal banget.
It's a pretty busted stat. Who would have thought?
Cookies are larger, so maybe they can get the stun that they've been missing all game long. As Kiritich and GPK will team up to secure the
Harus
tier 2.
di-hex itu.
Another minute on the Aegis. And not sure if they're going to get anything else, but they're still the tier 2s top and mid. Probably too late to group up and go for that, as they do need to clean up these waves.
Something that's also important when it comes to main stage games like this is whether the players are comfortable with the idea of going late, because oftentimes when the stakes are higher, people become a little bit
Posisi
more
sudah terbalik ya di arah Boomboys.
I think on the side of Boomboys, they probably feel quite comfortable that this is a game they can win down the stretch. So if the pressure is on Vision to do stuff and their last, I want to say 3 or 4 team movements just haven't worked, regardless of what the game state is in terms of actual net worth, Boomboys are probably just in their comms calm and focused on just keep on scaling.
Wah, berat sih case-nya nih.
Overall think their lineup will be better down the stretch, and the only thing that can really swing things is either a fat vacuum or if Lone Druid somehow gets to kill Wyvern before the fight even begins, right? He just comes in with Silver Edge and beats down Katomi, but he is obviously going to buy items to try to solve that problem. You can see Katomi right now eyeing up a Ghost Scepter plus the Aeon Disc as his quick buy, and if the Bear doesn't buy a Nullifier, he'll never be able to kill the Wyvern.
Yeah, it's just going to be required at this point.
Tapi nanti kalau itemnya udah full sih, dua-duanya jadi hitter anjir.
Class on a Sentry maybe?
I don't know.
Misclicked R. Okay, they did.
They did.
They get the dust. 9 class. Dead again. 4 staffs.
Honestly,
will
a
be finished.
pretty good death. That was a smoke move from Boom Boys that did not end up going on a better target.
At what point will Kiritich be able to just destroy this bear?
Yeah,
Need to get 6 slotted.
That's the other thing about the late game. I think Boom Boys, this is their best hard carry in recent memory. I just think Kiritich does exceptionally well in late game on Kez. He has a very good understanding of the limitations and of the strengths of the hero.
Yeah, I feel like we've cast him so many times.
He is so good on this hero. So again, just your confidence and your comfort. GPK is playing a hyper-scaling mid. Centaur, probably one of the hardest scaling offlanes as well. Like, all 3 cores can just become beasts. And sure, when it comes to killing the bear, it's mainly the Kez that's going to be doing the heavy lifting there. But Lina actually can do a significant amount of damage to the bear too. Even just forcing it to BKB is a big win if you can pull that off.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going for butterfly, it looks like, on the bear.
Okay, so no nullifier yet.
I don't know if he's going to get one in general.
Padahal bikin damage fisik juga sakit skill 1, skill 3-nya.
Yeah, such value. It's going to be what, double Ghost Scepter, and is there a 4 staff on anybody? Yeah, one 4 staff for Cat to Omi. He's going to get that Eon disc as well, so it's just going to have crazy value this game. Nero. You can see 9 class gets spotted. Another death for him. GPK's like, thank you very much. Delicious treat for me.
7-0 on that Lina. And a little Dom creep as well. Oh, here comes the bear, but it's spotted, and Kez...
Tarik.
Oh, they're forcing out that BKB.
They could curse it.
Yeah, they could.
They don't need to.
They have the damage. Very nicely done. So wasting a BKB charge now for Satanic. As Vision, it feels... Dota Plus is telling us something very different. It feels like they're not panicking yet, but it's getting to that point because it feels like these... I mean, for me, it looks these supports are not getting the value that they originally were picked for.
There is a big pickup, though, in the Hex on Darkseer because that allows the bear to actually kill a support. But you need to get it... You need to bring it together. You need to find the right moment. But it's definitely... You can see how the Dire lineup can absolutely just break a fight wide open. You just got to, again, give credit to Boom Boys for just not letting that happen for 2 minutes straight. And 9 class.
Single double edge brings him to half HP. It's absurd. Another death for little bounty hunter.
Centaur doesn't even have the shard yet. It's still rocking 5k health there after 2 double edges.
How often do we see 9 class bottom net worth of the entire game?
It's not that often.
I will say, though, Vision, if they take one good fight, that's where bounty really... help bring you back in the game. Get that net worth up. Maybe that's what Dota Plus is expecting, Cinderin. It's like, you picked Bounty Hunter, surely you'll get a kill at some point. A track kill, that is.
See, when's the last time they even got a kill?
It's felt like quite a while.
I mean, it's 17.
Okay, yeah, that is quite a while.
All right, well... Satanic took a tower minute 20. So the last thing Vision did on the map was 15 minutes ago.
You mean the last good thing?
Yeah. Well, sure.
Oh, no. Ooh, the hoof stomp just misses. Wow, wait. That was as close as it gets.
Yeah, if Centaur had a Shiva
Tapi bikin dagger ya.
Hey, that's why Chasm
Nggak main
Stone is
physical
great to
tapi
just have in your
main
inventory.
dagger.
Daedalus online for Kiritich. I believe he's going MKB next to deal with his Bear's Butterfly. But he's going to deal with Roche instead. Absolutely. This is going to be second Roche of the game, so Roche
Harusnya free Rosan lagi sih.
dropping, as well as the Aegis, of course. GPK with the damage room. There is no way Vision can contest this. But of course, they still have a 70% chance to win this, according to Dota Plus. Very important to keep that note. The AI knows something that we do not. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a real barn burner.
It's definitely...
Duit tuh buat duit anjing.
35 minutes.
Would you agree that this feels like it's almost equally likely that this game is 45 minutes and 70? It's like, if Boom Boys find one good fight now, they could just end the game. But at the same time, if they aren't able to really take advantage, Vision is just going to split push the map forever. Between Lone Druid, Darkseer, and Bounty Hunter
like
scouting.
Vision can delay the game. But again, we talked about it. Boom Boys, their late game, it just, to me, looks way stronger, like not even close. Could be wrong, of course.
I feel the same, but...
Oh, we didn't take into account these mines. If they run into 20,000 mines, they can die.
20,000 mines.
4 minutes on Aegis for Kiritich.
I assume you'll definitely... I think you just give up this top tier 2, right? If you're Vision. It would be rather... I mean, maybe they want to get the element of surprise of Boom Boys thinking there's no way they choose this exact fight where we have Aegis. We'll see.
Gotta pick your fights very carefully, because like you said, one lost fight in advantage going to Boom Boys could just be game, or at least close to it. Despite the net worths being dead even, by the way. That just goes to show how much Vision's getting out of the map, even though it is smaller than
Duitnya leading gara-gara lawan druid doang anjay, cepet banget farmingnya.
No one snags himself an illusion rune. Kiritich showing himself in mid. What do they want to get out of this Aegis? Obviously the tier 2 top, but do they want to try to go high ground? Because like you said, it's not like they're in a hurry necessarily. And in terms of high ground defense, Vision have a very good lineup.
Yeah. It sure is tricky to push into Techie's Darkseer. That is pretty nasty. You can just get vacuumed into a bunch of mines. And your tower hitter primarily is Kez, who is melee, so he's going to be very exposed for that exact play. But maybe that's something GBK can deal with. Oh, Nero got it for free. That's
what
real.
A tasty treat.
Yep. He's going cart.
Oh yeah,
almost has it.
It was killed though, or at least the courier was. Imagine if the items died with the courier. Bounty would be the best hero in the game. Actually, Ricky might be better, right? Does he insta-get with Tricks of the Trade still?
Yeah, I think so.
Good old days.
I mean, the courier did use to drop your items when you killed it. Way back.
The bear versus the chicken again. The Raptor dance to bring him back to a decent amount of HP. Laguna Blade on the bear. Life number 1 is down and out. No one in the meantime. The BKB trying to run away. They're going to be able to get life number 1 in all likelihood with that vacuum. They secure the Aegis. He's all alone on Kez. The wall's right on top of him. Grappling claws in the middle of the tree line. Has to pop the BKB as the Terrorize gives him a little bit extra space. Will attempt to TP out. Should be successful. From Satanic just
Shut
in
down.
time. And that is exactly what Vision needed.
Critical error there, Boom Boys. You should not have pushed.
Apparently not. 70-minute game it is. 3K lead now for Vision. I'm afraid to ask about this Dota win. You have to get that update every 5 minutes on the dot. Now a Basher's there.
Beruangnya bakal nge-push ke bawah.
All right.
The good news for Boom Boys in that situation is, yes, that was obviously a bad fight, but there's nothing to be claimed on the map for Vision except maybe a mid-tier.
Bakal coba di flank.
There's no
A big kill on
Easy kill.
DPK has the burst damage. No one was feeling very confident he could stay alive. Because finally gets a blast off onto an enemy hero, but you see Satanic going to town on this Lina, but the Cold Embrace is saving him. Shiva's from no one, gonna slow them down as well. Little minus armor now applied to the center. The curse only onto the bear. As they get the Yules to try to slow him down. Another curse crown. Talked about the value of that shard against the bear. Pretty damn good. So nobody's lives are lost on the Boom Boy side after the fact that they get at least some sort of a trade. And the Darkseer, pretty damn high net worth, so good target to kill off.
Wah, game sejam ini mah guys.
No one working on a refresher already. Already starting to get these late game items.
Yeah, well, we're 40 minutes in. This is modern Dota.
Oh, Aegis agak ini dimakan guys.
Nowadays.
Doesn't sound like you like that very much.
No, it's if you're one of those players who doesn't necessarily follow Pro Dota all that much throughout the year, but you watch TI specifically, you'll see that compared. I mean, last year was also pretty high farm, but ever since we got the big map, these 5, 6 slot inventories just do happen 5 to 10 minutes earlier. At this point, it's just way more gold on the map, so that's the state of affairs now. For better or worse, some people love getting 6-slotted faster. Some people think...
Who doesn't, really? Yeah. Other than curmudgeons like you.
Curmudgeon.
Piece of absolute garbage is Miero.
All right. Called for out.
Yeah.
Udah kayak main Alchemist ya. Kaya banget anjay.
I'm a turbo player after all.
Yeah, well, you get 6-slotted every game.
That's right. Don't take that away from me, Cinderin.
Don't worry. I think turbo is safe.
I feel like Kiritich just finished Daedalus like 2 minutes ago. He has MKB now.
Game sejam ini mah guys.
I mean, that Bounty Hunter's supposed to give you turbo-like farm. Hasn't really been.
Yeah, well, when you have 10 kills in 40 minutes, it's not exactly riveting to be playing Bounty Hunter.
Well, he's gotten a lot of courier kills sooner. That does add to it, of course.
If that were the old couriers that gave a lot of gold, then we would have been talking, but...
Boots have traveled 2 already for GPK. Interesting. Okay. Now
hello.
Support on allies. His 9 class will be killed off again. How many deaths is that?
9 class, 9 deaths.
All right. Looking good, looking good. Satanic finds himself the chicken. There's Miero, though, with the save onto the horse. And Satanic have to BKB in retreat, trying to get to the high ground. Mortimer's kisses to try to slow them down. Miero pops the pipe and just shrugs it off. So that's the showing off the workhorse for Centaur. Look at these mines. Somewhere Slacks is smiling. Of course, he misses the green variety.
Yeah.
Dinanya juga udah sakit banget itu mah.
GPK now level 25. Heritage just about to get there as well. Any surprises on the talents? Hasn't oh, he did choose it for Lina.
No, I mean, Lina generally picks this, I want to say, every game. And Kez will probably take the Echo/attack. It used to be the Shodosai a lot when that was 100%. I feel like ever since that went to 80, we almost exclusively see Echo/attack. All right, they're going to try for a little bit of a siege here with the banner. They don't have agents.
They do not, and the banner is killed off almost instantly by no one. There's 1 tick left. He takes a Laguna Blade to the face from GPK, not happy with his Roche banner almost being killed. Bear can probably just come in and swipe at that real quick. As Notice actually blinks in to do exactly that. He's going to get stun locked now. The Eon Disc does proc, so should be able to get away just fine.
Surprised they let him.
Alive.
Why was he the one doing that instead of one attack from Techies or the Bear or, you know, something?
Techies has infinite range, it seems.
It's a bit surprising. He only has 600 attack range, but I mean, the banner was placed relatively offensively. So they almost got a tower out of that. Genuinely surprised that Boomboys, out of all times, they chose to push that one.
Yeah.
But
hey, they
kind of got away with it.
They got some good damage. No way to heal the tower, of course. There's no Treant Protector or Lich level 25.
Ini nunggu dua-duanya jadi carry nih lawan druidnya nih.
Lich?
Yeah, does he still have that talent, actually?
Yeah, of course. Go look it up in case I'm an idiot. I feel like
nunggu dua-duanya item full slot.
Yeah, he still has it.
Right.
Yeah, Lich generally doesn't get level 25 outside
Makanya game 1 jam ini mah, guys.
In order to get level 25, you need to be picked.
That's right.
Which is part of Lich's problem in this tournament. I think it's been picked maybe 1 game.
It's unfortunate because he has
if even
a great hole, Cinderin.
Yeah.
The Sinister hole, some call it.
That's right.
Very powerful.
Gaze, late game with Ags. Ooh.
Very good.
Shiva is now for Miero. He is 6 slotted on the Centaur.
Oh.
Not really much to be upgraded here except an upgraded Blink.
No, you could get rid of the pipe.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
High class, is this another death for you, good sir? Trying to get some cover with the mines. They will blow up. The Shadow Realm will reach him. Cursed Crown onto the high ground. And he's just going to get Echo slashed by Kirich. My goodness, the damage coming at him is absurd. And it's like every time we look at Ducal, always he's just planting these mines. Miero's like, I will eat those up for dinner anytime, brother. So both supports are dead for Vision. Miero.
Ditahanin doang anjing sama
trying to pick up
Centanya.
fish. Unfortunately, he doesn't get any stats from it. Definitely not getting damage, though.
This is actually a really weird game to watch, isn't it? Like, Boomboys have had to spend half the game chasing 9 class around to kill him off, and the other half they have to
navigate. The back wall onto 2 heroes. There's the cart, though, to save Kez, rather. Miero will use the Stampede to help get him away, but just like that. And this is interesting because Roche is up, and now you don't have a BKB on your Kez.
Yep, true that.
And you go for it.
They seem to think yes.
Cold Embrace to get him back to
Rosan yang ketiga.
HP.
Bakal ada refresher.
Try to contest. The Roche Belch comes out. They have the scan.
This is so fast. Kez is gross at this.
9 class. Not going to do too much.
Like a 5-second Roche.
Roche number 3 for Boomboys.
9 class is too late.
Now they have the Refresher Shard to go along with another Roche banner. Cheese as well. Why not?
Yeah, this time they... I mean, considering how they pushed top last time, surely they're going to repeat the success up there, and this time with an Aegis and a better banner. They might actually even get some real estate this time. like Vision just never has 10 kills minute 45. It's so unusual.
Yeah, this would be an
like,
impressive victory for them. Can we look at the Dota Plus probability by any chance here? Would love to see an update on that. All 3 Roaches have gone the way of Boom Boys, but it's not enough to give them the lead according to Dota Plus. Why do they hate Boom
Udah
Boys
mulai
so
hampir
much,
50-50.
Do they
Chance
not
win.
own Dota Plus? Does that have something to do with it, Cinderin? Looks like they do to me. GPK, very high level on his Lina.
Well, if you want to look at it from a positive perspective, this is the highest win rate that Boom Boys have had since minute 4. So
No, it was less than that. Didn't we look at it 2 or 3 minutes? 4 is a huge exaggeration, Cinderin.
This is just a potentially at this point a one-fight game. Like if you get a clean opener for either team, you can completely obliterate the opposition. A 3 or 4-man vacuum into a combo will be devastating. On the side of Boom Boys, any good curse, any setup with... You have so many... That's what's so nice about the Boom Boys lineup is that there's plenty of players that can play off of each other, so whoever finds the opening, it doesn't even matter. Like Centaur could start, Willow could get a catch, Lina could even start for herself. And in some rare occasions, maybe the curse can be the setup. Oh, look, 9 class.
Will he be dying again?
Coba lihat
He has
Androidnya, bro.
Oh, but this time he's giving invis to the bear.
Ooh, that's right. GPK spotted. Miero, though, in the vicinity. They're not going to bite off too much. Getting that instant bash.
Yeah, and the Abyssal. It's actually really, really strong. You give the Shadow Walk to the bear, it opens with the bash, then it immediately Silver Edges and breaks you, and then it Abyssals you. This is a crazy killer combination around the map, but gotta find the openings.
How good is the break this game, though? Is noticed. Gonna be noticed. No pun intended. Actually, it was technically, as BKB just runs away.
The break, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal, but at least you get the, the Silver Edge slow is obviously great.
True. Yeah, that's actually one of the better additions in the last year, I would say, too. Especially an item that's just been around for a long time that has been picked up pretty consistently, I will say, throughout its lifetime. But definitely good against, well, they don't have it on the side of Boom Boys, but against things like Surge, just capture movement speed. Against Spear Breaker, hilarious to see him try to charge.
Wait, push bawah dulu nggak sih?
Worth mentioning here, if you're a fantasy fan watching this game, Satanic is close to 900 CS, so if you have him on last hits, that's good.
Nice. Heritage, he's going to get stunned up right off the bat. Eagle's going to try to keep him alive. Miero gets the hoof stomp off, but no one able to close the gap here with the Mortimer's Kisses on the backline. Satanic is deleting one hero. There's the cart being used, but nobody's inside it. It finally puts a little critter inside. It's a chicken trying to run away, but the Aegis gets claimed.
Kebakar ya guys ya.
Vision looking very good in this high ground defense. They get the Aegis, they get a buyback out of a support.
They didn't even damage the tower.
Dota Plus knows something, Cinderin. Very smart.
Yeah.
I should pay for Dota Plus.
That's
Look
right.
at wait, it's went up for... What is happening? This doesn't even make any sense. Are they trolling us? Jesus.
We're getting to that part of
All right, Boom Boys, you need to go down 10K so you can finally take the lead for Dota Plus.
I suppose it's a game time thing where we're getting later and later, so Lone Druid's expectancy is dropping off a cliff now.
Okay.
But considering the fight we just saw, I don't know how big of a concern that is. Satanic got his 3rd kill of the game at 50 minutes. He's having a wonderful time. 3-0-1. Back to the jungle.
I mean, how much... I always think of Lone Druid as such a fascinating concept.
Liatin yang tim
You can
visionnya
get 12
dong.
slot. We never see it, though. They always just end up deleting items that they have on the bear and replacing it. Why do we never see Lone Druid participating, Cinderin? Is he scared?
Yeah. If he's in the fight with his hero, he can't farm
That's a big
jungle.
courier kill. Miero, no BKB for a few minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just if you're fighting with your hero, you can't farm jungle. So, carrier players, gotta hit the creeps.
Very true.
Oh, Kucha travel.
BK gets instantly bashed, abyssaled, and blown up. Huge kill for Vision, and that is 100 seconds of no Lina. A godlike streak, no longer for GPK. His first death of the entire game, and it's a costly one.
That kill was worth 2,700, or what's that? 2,200 gold.
Now let's look at Dota Plus to see how much Boom Boys has gone up in win probability after the death onto Lina. It's gone down slightly. Unbelievable. 60-40 for Vision. I can't believe it, Cinderin. Incredible display. Yeah, GPK, that is a costly. He's had an incredible game so far.
The good news is they seemingly are not able to use this for much on the side of Vision. Just more farming. None of their waves. I suppose the bottom wave is actually across the river, but looks like Kiritich will press a button and deal with that.
Yep. We'll be able to eat his Aghanim Scepter here pretty shortly. And what is he opting to buy next on the chicken? Looks like Satanic.
Yeah.
Not the player, the item, of course.
Yeah. Could buy Satanic, the player. It would be a pretty unfair game, 6v4.
If they transfer him, I mean, that would be one of the most expensive players, I think.
Yep.
As now an upgraded Blink for Noticed.
And
as he is
the Bear.
Essentially 6-slotted. Yeah, Swift Blink for the Bear. All right, well, how much room to grow do these? He still looks like Refresher into Nullifier for Notice. I'm not sure what he backpacks. This is where we get into late game dopes, of course. What if you could buy an item for 5,000 gold that goes in your backpack permanently, and it makes switching faster, like from 6 seconds to 2? Do you think people would buy it?
For 5K? I mean,
5,000.
Late enough, yeah.
In turbo mode, you would.
I guess.
So, you know,
great
concept
idea.
there. Thank you. Just adding to the great resume that I have, of course. Great ideas. 10K lead for Vision. Oh, the blink in instant abyssal from Satanic, and Wyvern just gets deleted. What the hell was that blink? Did not have Vision, but surprise, Vision were up there waiting.
It is, man, it's got to be miserable to play against Lone Druid plus Bounty Hunter at this game stage. Like, it's hard to cross the river because there could be mines everywhere. Bounty could be scouting you. The Lone Druid's going to kill your supports immediately.
I mean, that reaction time from Satanic.
Yeah.
Man, what it's like to be young. I barely remember anymore. Definitely wasn't that fast, though.
You probably did some good op flicks back in the day.
I definitely did. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Cinder. I really appreciate that.
Be a professional Counter-Strike player, of course.
That's right. Very good back in the day when you could quick scope reliably. God, great days. No longer, though.
Yeah, you miss every Counter-Strike before this one.
Wonder what Notice is going to backpack when he gets these items. I guess we'll get to that eventually, but
yeah.
BPK in the meantime.
Probably just going to swap out the disc, right? When it's procced, he can just swap it out for Refresher.
Yeah, and then BKB gets swapped out.
Or that, yeah, one or the other. Keep one in, swap the other one in.
Yeah.
After you refresh, depending on what type of fight you're imagining.
And for GPK, he's already consumed his Ags and is 6-slotted on top of that. How bad is this shard that nobody buys it?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is undervalued, no?
I mean, it seems like it's decent.
Get 12 stacks instead of 7, so that's a lot more attack and movement speed.
Maybe he's banking on Tormentor?
I mean, I guess. But you could argue at this point that if you buy it yourself, then if you kill Tormentor, you give gold to your teammates, which is actually better when you're almost 6-slotted, right? Because you're capping out.
That's true.
And it's better to give your supports an extra few hundred so they can get their Eon discs, for example. You can see both supports buying that.
Gila ini mah. Jam lebih, jam setengah bisa kali ini.
Number 4 is up. Will Boom Boys get the 4th Roche of the game?
And most importantly, will they be able to hit a tower with it if they do?
I was going to say, more importantly, if Dota Plus will believe in them at any point in this game.
Going to see more and more red mines on the map as well. Bukalis is expanding his territory. Hello.
Want to get this arcane when they find themselves a techies. They force out the Eon. There's the back wall onto 2. Mira's going to use the cart, though, to get away. His Kiritich on the other side, all alone.
That is
BKB.
Very awkward.
A big miss from Kiritich as he attempts to get out with that grappling claw.
Bayangannya aja sakit banget itu.
Smelling blood on the water. See, Roche is up, and like some things have been expended for Boom Boys that Vision will have a decent shot here to get this.
And they're starting to place so many mines around the river, so Boom Boys were to contest this, it could get really spicy.
Inside the pit, can Vision get their first Roche of the game? Dota Plus believe in them all the way. And now we're finding out why. But Boom Boys, they have something to say about that. The hook stomp into the pit, onto the bear. Only the one, though. Now the instant hex onto Miero has 6,000 health on this chunky centaur. Satanic going to be blocked off by these annoying brambles. Yeah, and it is nighttime, so Roche will swap to his winter home in the southern side.
Centaknya sih tebel banget ya, keras banget ya.
Glass gonna lead the way. Notice, jumps in, they get the Hex, they get the Abyssal from Satanic, focusing on their Centaur. He's really tanky, though. The Force Stats are trying to keep him alive. He uses the cart, gonna try to put somebody into the curse onto 2, though. Is Miera looking for the hook stomp after attack. They need some good layering stuns onto this bear. Notice Pops BKB still avoiding all of this damage. They kill off the bear with the chicken, but another bear will be out very shortly. LSN on the high ground, the Brambles preventing this from going any further from the Boom Boy side. That's gonna break things up for the time being. Satanic has that second bear up. They're going to go for Roche. I don't know if Boom Boys can get here in time. The mines are varying. Even the creeps are against Boom Boys. Dota Plus, the creeps, what's next? Finally, no one getting the first Aegis of the game. They find themselves Lena, vacuum into the Abyssal, but there's the cart to try to save him. But the stun lock onto the Centaur, and now they get the force out on the high ground, but GPK has nowhere to go. Finally, gets up the low side, getting him Viz. Will be able to get out potentially, trying to TP out, and he does. But 3 dead for Boom Boys. And Vision in firm control of this game. Dota Plus knew all along. There's a damage rune at the top side of the river as well.
Yo, push,
Vision can find it. This
You're definitely going to force buybacks here without question. Lone Druid can obviously push very, very quickly. And he will find that rune. Bear now hitting for about 500 a pop.
Normal.
They have double siege creep as well, so it makes it even easier.
Roche banner is on Ducalis. See where they opt to use it. Satanic, Bear. A little miscommunication from Boom Boys. They get the LSA for the vacuum onto 2. The refresher now popping. The Terrorize comes at the right moment. His character is absolutely destroying Notice. He gets killed off, but it's going to be a trade for the chicken as Satanic's Bear does fall.
There's another bear in 20 and refresher, so he technically still has 2 bears to go.
They're going to likely to try and protect this Roche banner while this bear comes back off cooldown. GPK is able to kill it. It is very far away, though, as this Roche banner gets upgraded with each Roche. It's farther and farther. Does it actually upgrade past this point? Like, how does it scale infinitely?
I don't remember. It's not very often we see games get like 5 or 6 Roches.
That'll be hilarious. It just ends up being global at some point.
I do
just win the game.
I think it does just upgrade every time, no?
Not sure. You're the analyst here.
Yep. Don't know everything, though.
Roche banner will be claimed.
Well, they got a tower!
They did.
Congratulations to Vision.
Looking for an opening. There's the hook stomp onto the bear with the Laguna Blade as well. They would desperately need this one. Satanic does get the BKB up, but he is burning to the ground. As Miero will take a couple globs. Did the bear survive?
Satanik nggak sih beruangnya?
Okay, so that's bear number 2.
Kasih Satanik
He
nggak
could
sih?
refresh now, but he's choosing to hold on to that refresher. Knowing that Boom Boys aren't going to try to put any pressure, so probably risk reward of getting a bear right now versus just waiting.
Yeah, it's 70 seconds away. You'll still have Aegis at that point. Still have Cheese. Still have the advantage. Can we take a look at the Dota win probability, please? Dota Plus, that is. Great storyline we've been covering since minute 3 of this game.
Yeah, you've been obsessed with it.
70, this is where it started. Look at how accurate it is. 72-28 at minute 3. It was essentially the same thing.
Yep.
Just masterful coding from Valve.
It's pretty crazy. It's been an hour, and we've taken 1 tower in the base.
And we're 1 minute away from tier 5.
Wah, ini gua ambil makan dulu.
A lot of mines on the map.
All right, so what are we looking for? Obviously, Stygian Desolator for the carry.
Hold on. There's a block of cheese, Cinderin. Got to point that out.
That's pretty interesting.
In the backpack of Noticed.
Yeah. So, tier 5s, you want Stygian Desolator for Kez and for Lone Druid without question. Harmonizer for Lina is probably decent.
Ya, Lone Druid juga udah mulai nih.
Bloodright is also incredible for like half the heroes.
Sudah mulai memperkaya diri juga tuh dia tuh.
Darkseer would be wild. But almost every hero in this game wants Dazun Bloodright, actually. Bounty Hunter doesn't, Lone Druid doesn't, and Kez, I suppose, doesn't, but everybody else.
But that Raptor Dance could be huge.
It could. It could also deal 2,000 more damage with a Deso.
Yeah, that would be a little bit better.
Yep.
Oh, look at this. These items coming out for Satanic out of nowhere. Gets an AC, gets boots of travel.
First level 30 of the game is... Mr. No One.
Oh, No One. Wow.
Yeah. It's a bit surprising that he ended up getting level 30 first.
Yeah, he was off to kind of a rough start this game.
Yep.
60 minutes is upon us.
And yeah, No One is doing the hybrid build on Snapfire now, so he has both. as the Daedalus in his backpack currently.
Yep, normal.
Is going to be able to get the value out of both versions of Snapfire, essentially. I'm curious to see how he's going to approach fights, if he wants to go in for a big burst of physical damage first, or play off the globs and then do it. As we've seen from the previous fights, he doesn't seem that compromised when he cookies in. He's generally just able to waddle away after with BKB running.
Yeah, Palmyra being pursued by Satanic. As the Desolator, with the homers, gets his damage. Look at this! Centaur almost dead. Uses the ult to try to stay alive. Miera now on the run with the Stampede. Kirite taking the brunt of the damage now from the Bear. Gets the Raptor Dance with good amount of HP back. The Bear does die, but more will come. I believe a Cheese or Lotus was passed to Kiritich.
That was
back to full
BKBs,
HP.
Though. 2 BKBs for a Bear. Can Vision use this for anything?
I think they might just wait for the next Roche.
That could take 6 minutes.
So Stygian for Satanic. No, oh my god, Notice gets Dizoom Blood, right? I mean, that's S double plus tier, as one great analyst would say, Cinderin. For Darkseer specifically. That vacuum is absurdly large now.
Unfortunately for no one, he was not offered the Dizoom Blood right for Snapfire. Obviously insane on that hero, but he will settle for Spider Legs for now.
I mean, would he want that though?
Yeah.
You still would take that even though you're transitioning to more right click?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you have so many spells still that you are going to use, and the AoE on them is incredible.
Oh, baby. Divine Rapier for no one.
Got a Fallen Sky on 9 class, Harmonizer on Techies.
All he needs is an Aegis. I don't think they're going to fight until they get Aegis now.
How many tier 5s do they have on the Radiant? They have 3. So Book of the Dead on Kez. That's a real stinker.
Yeah, that's not great.
Witchbane on Lina. And Centaur with a Minotaur Horn.
Okay, Witchbane, what does that take off this game? The Root? And...
all the surges, track.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
You can... Wait, is it self-cast or it's AoE now?
It's an AoE, and it
right.
targets all enemies and allies, so it's a double whammy. It's pretty good here.
Yeah, that's really good.
But I honestly still think ideally GPK is not the one carrying this item. If you want to have it, that's fine. I think the Lina needs to have Dizoom Blood right or a Deso as well. GPK is doing serious right-click damage, so yes, it's nice to have a Deso on Kez if he were to be offered it, but I think they should have one on both.
GPK, Divine Rapier. How much does he need for buyback? And Divine. Do the math, Cinderin. You have a brain.
4K surplus. He's almost there.
Okay, good.
It's about 1,000, I think.
Udah ada yang pakai Necro itu ya.
So Minotaur Horn for Miera. So yeah, everybody I believe has a tier 5 now. Fallen Sky for 9 class, so he can die a little bit easier. Oh, I didn't realize he didn't have Blink. I mean, maybe Blink's not the most common thing on Bounty. But
it's been pretty popular this tournament, actually.
I mean,
Blink
basically
Force.
has it now, though. With the Fallen Sky.
Yep. Pretty good.
Daedalus. Wait.
Gila tuh bomnya tuh udah mulai banyak tuh.
On who?
He double
Tak lagi satu map nih.
What the hell? No one. Double Daedalus Divine. All right.
Yeah, we're going full physical now.
All right.
This is the game ender on Snapfire. This is gross how much damage it does when you blink in.
That is disgusting. Obviously, we'll want the Aegis. And we are 2 minutes from Roche spawning.
So no one currently has an amp damage rune. When that expires, his damage is going to be, how much is this? 200 less? So he currently hits, so he will hit for 700 per attack with split shot, super high crit chance.
Yeah.
He could just blink and then wipe the floor with almost all of Boomboy's heroes in a vacuum. It's dirty.
I believe the next fight will be Roche. But of course, these teams don't know when he'll spawn. It was a relatively late spawn timer. So they're going to have to continually scout it out. It's now a Divine Rapier for GPK, so I assume he does have buyback as well. Actually does not. 200 gold away. Imagine a fight breaking out right now.
I imagine he died without buyback now. That would be crazy. Just needs one creep wave to get that buyback secured, but doesn't really have access to anything just yet.
Are there any level 30s that you think are worth mentioning? I mean, what's the 25 on Dark Willow? I don't even know. And stolen.
Either Terrorize does 500 damage or Bedlam hits 2 more targets. The Terrorize one is quite good. It's quite a bit of damage when you're hitting 2 or 3 targets in the fight. The Wyvern 25 is very good. The Splinter Blast stun.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You might get there. Kez is almost 30. That's obviously great. It's just more damage.
You called it. It's going to be a 70-minute game, Cinderin. Close enough. We round up.
This could... I mean, you tell me, how long do you think this game is going to be?
I'm going to say 78 minutes.
Okay.
And I don't know who's going to win. Dota Plus does, though. So, should I even question it anymore? 5th Roshan up.
9 class.
Udah semap tuh map. Ininya tuh, bomnya tuh.
Doing a lot of damage along with GPK, so they delete one support. Does have buyback, though. He's going to buy back, actually. You can see Yatoro has brought out a lot into this bear. They're already getting the bear just by himself. It's a full lane for Vision. The Darkseer does die on the other side of the map, though. Now Lina all alone, going to get stun locked. Is the damage there as Miero gets the hook on at the last moment, trying to save his Lina. There's a back wall, though, and that is the Divine Rapier on the deck as no one just completely insta-gives on the Snapfire. Double kill for him. And surely they're going to force these buybacks out. A couple have come out, though, for Vision. Obviously, they would love to get Roche, and they're going to decide who gets the Divine Rapier. Why not Techie? Going to use the Spell Amp version. And now, with the 1 lane, it's in the... I mean, the 1 lane doesn't matter that much at this point, but the Aegis, I would assume Snapfire ends up to... It's no... Okay, he did buyback.
Yeah.
Sure.
He has to take his Aegis. It's a good call. All right. That was
Gila
one
sih,
rapier down.
late game-nya sih
Transferred to Techies, as
gila
you
banget.
mentioned.
DR loh.
Definitely not over yet, but that was a huge blow to Boom Boys. And of course, this is the problem when you get into this late in the game against the Lone Druid, that he can force the enemy to rotate 1 or 2 heroes just to deal with the bear up top. They did that. They still lost the barracks, and then simultaneously they get the clean Lina jump, and that's...
Heritage. Oh, he finds himself a Techie. He's trying to go for the Raptor dance, but gets... Oh, that's the damage from Nolan. It's not quite enough to get the kill. They get the curse instead, as they're going to beat 9 class into the ground. 2 minutes of no... How do you have notice? Getting destroyed, but that is just the Aegis. Heritage with the BKB, attempting to run away now. Satanic gets off the impressive blade.
GG. GG nggak sih? Masih pada buyback tuh. Snapfire langsung jadi damage ya.
He is the true carry now for Vision, and certainly going to force out the buyback onto Kaz as Satanic gets a second lane of barracks, looking for the Megas now. They should certainly need to buy back on the Centaur. He's going to come back now naturally. The nice Mega Creeps now in favor of Vision. There's Kaz inside of the cart. Satanic's bear will likely fall. That is not an entity that is holding a Divine Rapier, so he can just respawn that bad boy. Another Divine Rapier comes out for GP. How many do we have in the game, for God's sake? Is that 4? I count 4.
4, yeah. Only 4?
Maybe there's something on the ground somewhere.
We need more. We need more than 4.
Maybe Roche will start dropping Divine Rapiers here pretty soon.
Gila, ada 4 Divine Rapier, guys.
Like, that is just something else.
Tapi ini Snapfire sakit banget, anjing.
Respawn of 9 class.
Damage-nya 1000, cok.
His rapiers eventually goes both physical. I think just made a mistake.
Probably the right choice, I would say.
Trading for 2,500.
He has an AC. I don't know what he's going to do with that. They still have block of cheese. How do you... Okay, I was going to say, do you just use it?
Yeah.
Get this barrier. 20 seconds for bounty. So that's 500 extra barrier now for... Is that 5 minutes? 300 seconds? Okay.
That is 5 minutes.
Very good. Boom Boys down 66K. Let's look at the Dota win probability one more time. Is it 70-30 somehow? All right, not quite. 97-3. That seems about right. Mega Creeps.
Mega Creeps and 70K gold lead and still 3% chance. That's interesting.
Dota Plus wants to make it, doesn't want to make it obvious that it can just predict the future in general. Gotta give them a bone here and there. get an arcane rune. Now they have 5 up and running. In terms of buybacks,
Vicisnya juga harusnya bikin item attack speed anjing.
4 minutes from his.
Langsung ganti
Bounty as
itemnya.
well. And on the other side, only a single buyback for Miero. They're going to open up onto Miero. Look at the damage again. The cold embrace is going to save him though. This Centaur is not tanky at all. As the bear is destroying the base. A la Yatoro, they get both tier 4 towers in the blink of an eye. And now the Ancient fully exposed. As Vision looking to close the book on this first game. It's not even the series. It's the first game of this best of 3 in the upper bracket here at TI.
Maybe Satanic indeed did watch that game and he's just like, I can do that too.
He's certainly doing it. He hasn't died yet.
That looked fun.
Now Swift Blink for no one.
Kaz Rapier, there's your 5th.
Okay, very
DR
good.
lagi.
Yep. He doesn't have buyback,
4 DR, guys.
Another 90 seconds wait time.
5 DR.
Look how many mines are on the map. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy.
Nunggu
He's
Rosan
covering
harusnya.
the entire pathway across to the Roche Pit, and the top half is covered. The bottom half around the rune is covered. Their own triangle stairwell is covered. Their base is covered. I mean, this is... Even if you somehow took a good fight on Boomboy's team, still plenty of issues. You saw the Eon Disc there already procced on the Willow. Wyvern almost got his proc too.
They still have fortification for Boomboys. Is that
Kalau main
another
moonshot
Divine
nggak sih?
Rapier? Is that
6?
Is that just going to be on the ground somewhere in case he dies?
I think he's just going to keep it in base.
Yeah. Probably for the best.
I mean, style points if he gets it on him. Third one, just swap it instead of BKB.
Di save tuh 1
Giga Chat.
DR.
Not going to happen.
Unfortunately, we're not going to see the Aghanim Scepter for Snapfire. Would love to see the bear just being thrown to the other side of the base to just kill off the Ancient.
I mean, he could have definitely chosen to buy that over a Backpack Rapier or a base Rapier, if you will. But
it's a decent save, I would say.
I mean, it's also an interesting initiation idea to be able to toss in the bear. But
yeah. Whoa, okay.
1 hit. 1 hit.
Did that just happen?
1 hit, guys, 1 hit.
Oh well.
Oh my god. Poor save. Didn't even have time to pop Shadow Realm.
Yep. Late game Dota. Yeah, so Willow has 11 armor, and Deso gives minus 13 and is procced before you do the damage. So if no one crits for 2,500, it's 2,500 pure.
Yeah.
And Willow has 2,200.
Oh, Miero. He pops the, wasn't the BKB, it was his neutral item, but trying to keep 9 class out of the base. Yeah, they have to stick around for this freaking bear. So annoying to deal with. And all Vision have to do is wait for the creeps to get close. They have Roche Banner as well. I mean, how the hell do Boomboys defend this? Moonshard for Satanic's bear. Doesn't want to go for Divine because it is dying. He has double. He ate one and has another in his inventory.
Dari telan tuh
the
Moonshard.
actual lone druid hero. He has Refresher and Octarine.
Yeah,
okay?
Standard.
I mean, you just don't want to play with this hero ever?
No. Not when you can jungle.
You can have 6 heroes in the base.
Yeah. Well, now that he has Moonshard, he is going to push this real fast.
He is. And here we go for Vision, trying to end this game number 1. GPK showing himself. Notice, gets off the vacuum. There's the damage to Eon just procs. Now they're going to back away. Roche Banner placed on the high ground as there's the bear going for the Ancient again. The Yules against him. Can pop the BKB, will do so. Gets the Empress of Blade. The damage is enough to kill off the bear. The Ancient is almost dead already, and Vision have to expend basically anything to kill it. It's a jump in from no one, trying to finish off the base himself. There's the fortification. He will fall, though, with the Divine Rapiers. What the hell is happening?
Wait, was
they buyback on the Lina? No one thought he could just finish the game, but no, says GPK.
That was really unnecessary. You could have just waited for the next bear to do this again. Instead, you just threw away 2 rapiers.
All right, let's look at Dota win probability again.
Moonshard kenapa nggak ditun ya? Apa nggak bisa ditun?
Crazy in favor of Vision. Here we go. It's gone down 1% since that play. Still understandable considering they don't have fortification and it just takes probably a single bear just to kill this thing.
Effectively now, all you need to do is get waves in the enemy base, blink in with the bear, pop BKB, and end it. and they can only deal with it by cursing the bear or insta-killing it in a stun
Nggak
with
bisa ditelan guys, Moonshot.
They have Crimson, that's true.
Okay.
I don't know if that is enough, though. I feel like the bear hits way too hard with Stitch and Desolator.
I bet they wish they picked the Lich. Cinderace level 25 heal, very strong.
Right. They might have got there.
And Abyssal Blades are coming out. Some more ways to deal with the bear. A Lincoln Sphere would be, well, I guess, a Lotus in general.
Save sold all his items except his Blink Dagger to buy Abyssal on Willow. Because the only way you ever win this game is by chain stunning the bear.
Now, how do they communicate who's stunning the bear first? They don't have much time because it just dies so fast, the Ancient, that is. You think they have an order of priority?
Whoever sees the opportunity first just goes, I think.
All right, well, Vision going to be back up with all 5. Snapfire will have, I believe, a single Divine.
He must have a
Rapier
Rapier in base, right? He bought that early. That's on his courier.
And Roche will be up in a minute, so no reason for Vision to wait, or there's no reason for them to go for it when they can just wait for Roche.
Well, the reason to go is that Glyph is down and the Ancient is on half HP.
That's a good reason, I suppose.
But you could also wait.
Smokes on both sides. And Vision, again, attempt number 3 at the Ancient.
9 class somehow.
Vision, notice is jumping in, no one jumps in. In addition, he gets a pistol blade of Satanic, but the Bear's gonna get first at the last moment. Doesn't have enough damage after the back, gets bashed again, gets stunned again. Down goes the Bear. Is there another one? Divine Rapiers hit the deck again in favor of Boom Boys. They're just collecting Divine Rapiers. 35k lead for Vision. It's gone down by half.
Bungkus semua DR tuh.
That was Curse and Crimson.
All right, they're going again. Another Bear up and running. Does not have BKB, though.
Yeah, that was the Bear's BKB. Now they can control it in other ways. I don't... Can they end?
It looks like
Rosan dulu nggak sih?
I mean, that was a buyback for the Snapfire, right? Yeah.
No one buys
another Divine. Okay.
Yep.
They just need to come in from opposite angles. There's the AoE Surge. An attempt number X as noticed. Again, right on top of the throat. It's enough. And Vision finally bring this game to an end.
GG.
77.5. They take it.
Keras.
Awesome. Game number 1 of this series. Holy shit.
They look so calm about it, too.
They've been in this situation many a time.
They knew this was inevitable. At some point, they were going to break through. That looked very... I mean, at the same time, it was probably very controlled and calm for them to play the map the way that they did the last 30 minutes. But that last 5 minutes seemed a little bit dicey. But at the end of the day, they were in control for most of it. So, a nice game from Vision.
All right, Shivar!
Thank you so much, Sunspan and Cinderace. What a game we are treated to here in Game 1 of Team Vision versus Boom Boys. It is Vision that take the win at the end of this one. Oh boy, that they have to fight hard for that one. For a very long time, this game, Rhea, looked like it was in the hands of Boom Boys.
You know, like the later the game goes, the harder it gets because Snapfire gets to transition into a right-click core. You get techies that starts to put mines literally everywhere, where it then becomes dangerous because your Centaur can't just clean them all out anymore. It's just they're everywhere. I mean, the Bear is just getting more and more annoying to the point that he's now, I mean, he's sweeping your towers in like 2 seconds. It's unbelievable how much this team scales and how they managed to hold. Oh, I can't believe they held.
I can't believe they
so crazy, man, so crazy. Berapa DR tuh
I want to
anjing.
thank Vision for ending the game. This was amazing, especially because I feel like some of the teams, they would be like, okay guys, no need to risk this, let's just farm. I'm not pointing any fingers, Falcons, but yeah, I really love to see that they had a vision to like end the game, you know, Vision obviously, to like force the glyph with the Snapfire and then ran it back when they don't have glyph on Boom Boys, and it worked out, and it was lovely to see.
Yeah, they just let the game went on too long. Felt like Boom Boys, they had a period of time where they were overreacting to the bounty. I don't know if they needed to kill the bounty hunter so many times. I like that they got a gem early, like 15-16 minutes. They got a gem on Wyvern to play the nighttime. And after that, they had a timing where they had gem, they had the pipe on Centaur. I felt like they needed to just group up together, find a way, just hit towers and just not TP back, because they constantly TP back to kill the bounty and they were not progressing on the map and they couldn't really use the timings that they had to actually get more of the map.
Yeah, and then you come into a situation, as we see, where they have to just be at the Ancient, sit there.
At this point, you're screwed.
But I think it takes a lot of courage to be like, okay, I will feed them 2 divines. We don't care, guys. We have 60k lead. And let's just go again when the glyph is down. Because at this point of the game, the only thing that matters is glyph. And also, props to Boomboys for buying Crimson Guard and like thinking of creative stuff like that to try and defend. But at this point, it's just impossible.
Yeah, as soon as that glyph got used, we were just like, it's GG. Because they're just throwing bodies at that point. They're fine losing the rapier because as long as you get the glyph, there's literally nothing they can do. Nothing.
And that's another lone druid that is unscathed. 0 deaths for Satanic, of course, for his main bear, because his disciple bear had a tough one. Definitely was slaughtered quite a few times during that game. But this is a very tough game for me to decide who would be MVP in a game like this, Winter, because...
Bounty Hunter.
No,
oh, please, no.
It can't be Bounty. Would it be Satanic, or would it be, in this case, no one Snapfire?
You probably have to just give it to like the Lone Druid. In the end, the Lone Druid was the one that cleaned up the game. He was the one that secured the win at the end of the day. But even though I'm kind of like joking about the Bounty, but I felt like the Bounty, even though he looked like he didn't do anything that game, but he made the opponents, I feel like, react in a way where it was really bad for Boomboys in whatever they were doing. They bought the gem, I was fine with that, but I don't think they needed to just keep going back. The way they killed him took too much effort. Like, the way you deal with Bounty, you have to figure out a way to deal with him by not using so many heroes, because they were TPing heroes back. Once you TP 2 cores back to kill a Bounty Hunter, he's like, whatever, you know.
I felt like they were handling it well for a while, because every time they went for a gank, there was always sentries on their like main farming camps. So like when the Kez would see Bounty like walking towards him, he just ran away. And I thought that was enough, you know, you don't...
But then again, there was one death on the Lina. Remember, they were like, the game was like 1-2k lead, but then the Lina died one time in the jungle on the right because of the high ground ward, and the game became 10k goal lead just off one death.
Yeah, for me, the MVP was Puppy, as I feel like they just played incredible as a team. This was not an easy game to win with their draft. They didn't really have many stunts, as we could see. Like, in the middle portion of the game, it did seem like Boomboys might take it, and it was really hard for Vision to play. However, I don't know how they do it, but they just make it work regardless. No matter what heroes they have, they play they play stable, and they make it work. And eventually, you know, they got to their timing, and it's easy peasy from there.
You don't know about the easy peasy part, but they did get there in the end. And you mentioned the no stuns. And Rhea, I believe you're going to take a little bit of a deep dive into that one.
A deep dive of some clips where we just see the early game movement by Team Vision, where they attempt to do anything. But it's so difficult because they just don't have the control needed to keep any heroes within their damage. Like in this fight, I think we end up seeing as the Snapfire kisses come out. It's like you hit this and that's it. They can just disengage with the Wyvern ult. We want to see the kisses, but there's nothing to just keep them in place, and they end up really getting nothing. And this is kind of a repetitive thing throughout the game. Like, you know, Kez can just walk in. It's like, oh, we want to kiss him, but then he just leaves. There's no stuns, no control. Here again, they make a big smoke play with a bunch of heroes to kill Kiritich. There's that sentry I talked about, keeping his camp safe, and with that, he's just gonna leave, and there's nothing they can do. They don't have a blink stun, they don't have good catch. Like, Bounty has to walk up and catch them. Here again, they're gonna go onto the Kez, and he just leaves because they don't have anyone to initiate. I found it was so difficult for them to ever get anything. They were either overextending and then ending up feeding, or they were just wasting resources, wasting time, wasting farm, and then they just had to back off and reset, and that's how the game ended up in this extremely passive state in the mid to late game, where it was just, okay, let's just wait for 70 minutes, I guess.
Now, waiting, we did, and there was also another fight that was a little bit of a turning point, after which we thought, you know what? There's more in this game than just Boomboys going high ground and taking this one, and that's a fight you wanted to highlight, which was a pretty active fight.
Yeah, it did seem like Boomboys might take the game up until this happened. It was the Kess Aegis. They popped the Aegis, and I want people to pay attention to the bear specifically, because they open really nicely on the tower. They kite back beautifully. They vacuum him back. Okay, he's under the tower. They could use some stuns on him, but they know that they have BKB. Satanic, he's hitting him. He got the 4 stacks, and maybe it's on purpose, maybe it just lined up really nice. But now he gets this 5th one. Oh my god, this was so perfect, and they got the cast kill, and it felt much more easier afterwards.
It did, and then you have a lone druid, and I think Winter, we kind of saw the writing on the wall once this game dragged on as it did.
Yeah, it just became too difficult to play on the map. They didn't really have a lot of tools, and lone druid late game, you're just a sitting duck. There's nothing much you can do.
There's nothing much you can do as a Boom Boys. One thing they had to deal with earlier on as well. We mentioned him already. 9class had a great bounty hunter performance. To see what exactly he was doing while we were watching some of the action, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Schiefer. Yeah, Bounty Hunter is a little bit underwhelming looking when you're watching the stream, but I popped into some details, and I promise you he was doing some really big things this game. Let's take a look at some of the clips. Now, here's a really obvious gank. They had a great laning stage, obviously. We caught that on the mainstream. But set up this nice kill on Katayome here. He can go roam the map. He can get kills with Iron Shell. That's all really good stuff. But look what he was doing to limit Kez's farm in this game. He's moving across the map to block camps, and this was the main camp that he blocked most of the times here when he was trying to shut down what Kez was doing. And they even forced a sentry response from the Winter Wyvern as well, which is great, a little bit of economic damage. But let's talk a little bit about his skill build. I was talking to Yamson last night at dinner, and he actually really likes Bounty Hunter, and that's because the invis duration, when you max this ability out, goes up by a lot, and the stun duration goes up by a lot, such that you can basically stun somebody twice using the skill at an early point in the game. Your Shuriken doesn't go through creeps anymore, so it's not really that important to level. But what he basically gets out of it is movement speed and duration. So he's basically able to do pretty much whatever he wants to on the map because he's so fast. He's even going to clear this camp here that Kez is going to want to kill. And this is all obviously fantastic for him because that's less farm for Kez as the game goes on. He rotates over. He even comes back 80 seconds or 60 seconds later to block the camp another time. He takes a little bit of damage here, but not that much. And ultimately, this is really important because what this does for Kez is when he's going from the creep wave here all the way here and back, it takes him way more time when there's not two camps in the middle part. So 9class is basically reducing the gold gain that he's getting. He can also use Bounty Hunter to very easily break smokes. He easily disengages from this fight with his invisibility. They ended up fighting afterwards and didn't go perfect, but that's okay. And he keeps doing the same thing. He just keeps blocking this camp. Kiritich never gets to farm it, and that's why his net worth was so far behind for such a long period of time. And he eventually does go for ganks as well. We saw some of these fights happen where he's going for 2 stuns against the Kez here while his team rotates over. And these are really scary for Kiritich, which makes his game harder. But ultimately, they do secure this kill here at the 16-minute mark. And he's just got to deal with this the whole game. It's a little bit hard to keep an eye on it because Bounty's off doing annoying things by himself, but his impact was huge to make sure the Lone Druid was always ahead in this game.
Thank you, Purge. If I'm Kiritich, I am going to ask for a ban for this Bounty Hunter because that seems, Saber, like that was just really wrecking his early game.
Yeah, I would not want to be the case in that situation. It is the worst when people block your camps. And there isn't much to do about it as well, because once the camp is blocked, you're like, oh man, now I have to wait another minute, and maybe that camp I get to farm. Eventually, they had to bring a bunch of heroes to bot lane, and then Bounty is also happy if you overcommit just too many resources to this area. Yeah, very nicely played by 9class. He for sure deserved the win.
Yeah, very good game by Team Vision. This is a team that we expect to do well, and this first game was maybe a little bit more rocky than what we thought would be the case. I'm also very curious to learn how Vision themselves felt before heading into this series. We are going to find out because we're going to listen to Satanic and No One.
I think groups wasn't that easy because we played versus Falcons, and I think it was hard games.
And the first 2 games that we played, it was like really rough for us because like I think we got like super jet lag, all the stuff, like no sleep, tired.
We didn't play that good, I would say, versus Team Resilience.
When we started game 3 against Boom Boys, it was like much easier for us, and with Spirit as well, it felt like we were on the something good already. To be honest, the older I get, the worse expectations is like, when it gets to my mind or like from someone else on my team, I don't feel good.
I don't think it's still gonna be easy for us to win, but I expect to win anyway, this day.
I think expectations are kind of a bad thing, because if you expect something, you're not ready for the all possibilities that coming up, and to me, coming to the tournament, I have no expectations. For upcoming match against Boom Boys in the playoffs, I think it's gonna be no matter what a hard match because I think they're like a really strong team. Playoffs are super different, so we expect, I would say, really good Dota.
I'm not sure about them, but I think others we can like beat for sure. I consider our team the best, so I think maybe other teams will watch replays and it's gonna be harder for us.
We just won another tournament. We came to TI and we are unbeatable at the group stage. But who cares? Let them see, you know.
But the main point that we should like just keep improving and keep getting better. So we're gonna destroy everyone.
I think it's gonna be one of the hardest TIs of competing through all the years because I think all top 8 teams are capable of winning this TI, and they're actually like all strong teams. And first, second of all, I'm really happy to be here right now in this year because I think it's something special gonna be the Shanghai Arena. Last TI 2019 here was super amazing, and yeah, thank you all guys for the cheering for us.
I want to say, guys, thank you for cheering up for us. We'll try our best to win this TI and keep cheering up for us. Thank you.
I love the duality of that. We got the 18-year-old carry and the 28-year-old mid laner, 10 years in between them, and a lot of wisdom and two different sides of the coin for sure, with confidence and also the possibility to be humble there for no one as well, to make sure, you know, not going in with any expectations. And Winter, I think this was a very healthy way we just saw Team Vision portrayed.
Yeah, the balance, right? One guy is like, oh, we're going to win, we're the best team. The other guy, nope. No expectations. I just want to come here, do my job, and hopefully we get the championship.
Yeah, I think that's very cool, Raya.
Yeah, I would. I mean, arrogance is interesting, right? It's like good to believe in yourself. Yeah. I kind of like humble is fine, but when you see the real drive, the real push, I feel better about that. It makes me feel more invested.
I feel like we felt the drive of no one in that as well. Yeah, he's ready to do what it takes to win. I think the interesting part is that both, I mean, on one side you do have the confidence, and the other side like no expectations, but both of them talk about the group stages as it not being an easy road. Both of them a lot of respect with how, even though it went 4-0 in terms of series, how they lost those 2 games and how they still felt like, you know what, that wasn't quite right. A lot of respect then also towards Boom Boys, and I think that first game there showed that respect, Saber, was well placed.
Yeah, I think Vision, if they misstepped once, they were done. I am very excited to see what Boom Boys have prepared for Game 2, how they adjusted. I think they proved that they have for sure what it takes to beat Team Vision, and I'm hoping that they will be able to do it in this Game 2.
Yeah, I want to talk about that because, you know, great. Vision won Game 1, fantastic. What was it, 75 minutes or something silly? I'm sure that the way we just heard Vision talk about how their group stages went, they're also not going to be happy about the game they just played, because for a large portion of the game, Boom Boys was winning. And some might argue that it is Boom Boys that ended up losing the game. They could have probably tweaked a bit of things and played better and won the game. So I think both teams are looking to make a lot of adjustments, and I want to talk about possible adjustments, Winter, that they can make if you're the coach of Vision. How are you going to approach this? Because you don't want your team to be with their backs against the rope at minute 30.
And you don't really have to change anything on the Vision side. I feel like the pick order, though, like for me, like I think it matters a lot, whoever is on the first pick side, because you have so many Imba heroes to go for, and I feel like you have more control over the draft if you are the first pick. And I think in the first series, it was Vision that had the first pick. The first game, Vision had the first pick. And in this game, Boom Boys, they also prioritized first pick. So I feel like there's a lot of heroes that both teams are trying to get. And being on first pick, you kind of have more control, I want to say, over the draft. And on the second pick side, whenever I look at the second pick team, I always feel like the 24, the last pick, the overall last pick, you don't really get anything great, you know, most of the time. So I think the pick order is going to matter a lot in this series.
Is there any hero in particular we do not want to see? Because I feel like this is 2 games that we've seen today, Rhea. There's Lone Druid. The games go late.
It might get banned. The thing, when I saw the Lone Druid pick, they also had Nature's Prophet in the pool, which Satanic's also been incredible with. And I think when I've seen Nature's Prophet versus Lone Druid, the Lone Druid usually wins, or it looks like a much better matchup. So I'm assuming that's why they grabbed it first and left Nature's Prophet to rot. But that's the thing. If you ban Lone Druid, he'll just take that. Or maybe there's a Shadow Fiend. He'll take that. And I don't really think you can just ban Satanic out. I don't know if this Lone Druid feels like, you know, we ban that, it's the be-all, end-all.
Yeah, for me, it feels like, honestly, I like the Boom Boy draft more than Vision. I feel like Vision are just playing way too good. Especially the offlane, this first game. There's no way Notice should have such a strong start against the Kess. Darkseid against Kess, it's like in a best case scenario, it's a 50-50. Clearly, he should be able to have a good game. However, Vision, they just stomped this lane. And then it kind of bled into other lanes. And Boom Boys, they did react to it in some nice ways as well. They were able to pressure the mid tower. They played through GPK, who had a very nice game. However, I don't know. I'm not sure what do you do when the enemy cores and supports are just on point, playing extremely crisp.
They should just, I think it's just a few matters of like controlling yourselves a bit better. I think when we highlighted the death on Kez at the top tier 2 tower, it's like when that snowballs into more and more problems, they had a good grip on the game before that moment. And all they needed to do was get that next Roshan, because they had already gotten the early Roshans. And when they gave up that map control and let Vision suddenly take a Rosh, now they're getting a Roshan's banner with really high range, and they're able to put it so far back from the base and, you know, start to push and siege that base so much more safely, because Boom Boys already did the hard work for them with the early one.
Yeah, when you buy a pipe and you have the Aegis and you're not using those items, it's going to come back to bite you. And I think all the small little details matter a lot. Like even from the lane, like Saber said, like they are not supposed to get so much out of the lane. Cass was not supposed to be so poor. Because the lane went so well, the bounty he got so much levels out of the lane and he became such a problem.
Yeah.
If that didn't happen, the bounty wouldn't have been so annoying this game.
Yeah, and that made Karatus's game even harder. It sounds like it all does start, especially for Boom Boys, with the draft, setting themselves up for success so they can propel themselves forward into that mid-game. Both coaches and the teams have surely cooked something cool up for the second game coming our way. Can't wait to find out what that's going to be. But good news, we don't have to wait any longer, as it's time for that second game.
Team Vision versus Boom Boys. Game 2.
Let's see what they cooked up. We got Team Vision on the Radeon side for this game number 2. Boom Boys will be on the Dire side. First pick, as Winter already mentioned, will be in the hands of Boom Boys. And it will be interesting to see what they choose, where they want to take this draft. At least Team Vision has put respect on that Lone Druid, removing it from the pool. It does mean that the hero that Boom Boys started previous draft with, Lina, is still in the pool. Do they want to pick that up here? Not sure, as this time around they don't have that instant ban to protect it. And instead, we get the Largo, the first Largo on the main stage. Love to see it. I know, Sarah, you're a big fan of this hero.
Yeah, love Largo. I'm also very surprised that they banned Earth Spirit themselves, because I know GPK, he's a very good Earth, but I guess they feel like, you know, no need to just have Earth in the game at all. We got our Largo. I know Miro plays it really good. I'm not sure if they also flex it to some other position. However, this hero, very popular. We've seen it banned many times. It's always solid and it scales really, really well. It becomes a real beast in the late game, and we've seen games go really late. So I think this Largo should be off to a good start, especially against Prophet. I think it's a pretty solid lane.
Yo, but it's a Nature's Prophet. It's a satanic Nature's Prophet.
That's true.
Viewers at home, if you were not watching the group stage, let me enlighten you to one of the best games of Nature's Prophet I've ever seen in my life. Maybe the best of all time.
Ooh.
This man, this boy, this prodigy, he picked Nature's Prophet, and he farmed so hard, like his net worth through the roof. I mean, that's just a classic. But On top of that, his APM felt incredible. He was using his Treants non-stop to go and block camps on the enemy side of the map, like go into their triangle, and there's these two little like hidden points on the camps in the
I saw that.
Yeah, where he was able to find it and kind of hide them. I mean, he's on Radeon this time, so I'm not sure if it's still the same on the die. But anyway, the point is, I think when you play a long game of Dota, it's very easy to get lazy, to maybe not be as efficient because you're just doing so much for so long. It feels like Satanic never loses that energy. He is just so efficient with the Treants. He does everything. He gives vision, he blocks camps, he farms, he's active, he pushes the towers at the right time. The team is very good at playing around the timings. Honestly, just hype, man.
Can he beat the IO Largo though?
That's a good question. Probably
Ooh, will the IO come out? That'll be also hype because then you got the best strategy that Vision has pulled out versus the best strategy that Boomboys has pulled out.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
I mean, they're 1-0 up, you know, maybe they're like, let's just let them have their strongest hero, you know?
I think this might be a good call.
I hope they ban the IO, to be fair, because it's a very nice matchup for IO against Prophet, in my opinion. I think you just kind of don't deal with it if you don't have to, and they don't have to. But we'll see. Perhaps they're trying to bait it out, and they have some crazy tech prepared for it.
Yeah, I heard Puppy talk in a podcast about what he's learned about how he used to draft versus now how he drafts when he's on Team Vision, and it was exactly about, are you letting things in? And he's like, because he used to be the drafter that always let things in because he wants to beat it. And he has said, like, now I just know, just ban it. It's easy. Just like the IO gets banned here. Winter Wyvern picked up as the pick out of ban phase for Vision.
Yeah, this is probably just mainly for the Largo and the lane because you can keep reapplying the slow onto the Largo. So it's one of the better laners against Largo here.
Yeah, it's very nice. I'm also a little bit surprised by the Boomboy bans, as they banned both Bounty Hunter and Willow, who are both not the best heroes against Largo, as they both like apply a bunch of debuffs, and then Largo kind of solves that with his lick. However, I'm sure they have like some grander vision about the game than just one.
I think the bounty is kind of like mental, like they were worried about the same game happening, so they didn't want to deal with it. Because when you lose games like this, I feel like there's a high chance that it affects your decision making in the draft in the next game.
Yeah, these like invis heroes as well, they just make you invest so much into them. It's like we saw him last game snipe the gem on the courier, right? And it's like 5 heroes have to TP to come and kill him because he got that, because you can't let him have your gem. Or it's like in the first series of the day, we saw 2 gems get picked up against Lone Druid because it's like we just need vision of these guys. They make the game too complicated.
Yeah, because sentries were nerfed so much over the course of so many years. It's not enough.
Okay.
I was going to talk about Morana, but I'm going to skip that. I need to talk about the Pudge. Talk to me about Pudge. What's he going to do? Who's going to play it? Is this a 9-class Pudge?
It's 9-class Pudge.
Hype.
For sure.
I watched him play it in the group stage. It was honestly, I'm not going to lie, amazing. First of all, he actually landed his hooks. I know that to anyone watching, you haven't seen that before in your pubs. He landed his hooks. He was disrupting the safe lane so hard, and he was genuinely actually playing with notice. He wasn't just like hooking and then leaving and trying to get something on mid. He didn't make any silly stuff out of it. He was genuinely like just dragging creep waves and making the lane playable for his off lane, because Pudge is not, fantastic.
But why is he good here though? He doesn't even have a setup. I think that game he had an Ember Spirit, so he could hook
But he was
the
hooking
chains.
without it. Like, he's actually just that good at Pudge. I'm not kidding.
I have a question, Saber.
Yeah.
Or everybody, actually, yes. You're in a pub. You got to choose. Do you want your opponents to play Bounty Hunter, opponent position 4, or do you want your opponent position 4 to play Pudge?
Depends how good the Pudge is.
They're both very good.
Well, if they're both very good, I would take the Bounty Hunter rather than the Pudge. However, it is easy to miss hooks on the main stage.
Alright.
I love this pick from Boomboys. I think Ember, it kind of brings their entire draft together. It pairs up super well with Largo. He's gonna buff you. You have bonus magic damage. They super desperately needed some setup for this Mirana arrow. Now they have that. They have super strong mid pressure against the puck. I feel like this, I'm very worried, because if this is like a normal game and the Pudge doesn't get some crazy hooks and some crazy kills, Boomboys have much better pressure through the mid lane. They're free man of their supports, plus Ember is way stronger than Pudge, Wyvern, Puck. so they can run away with the game very easily if they get a normal game going.
Yeah, the Vessel is also going to counteract the Wyvern heal, and Ember is also a very good hero at hunting down the MP. This pick actually solves so much of the problems here for Boom Boys.
So go for it. Yeah?
The way I saw him play the Pudge, at least, just to give it some credit, is you go, like a lot of pause 4s, you buy Blink, and then you have a BKB piercing stun. So it's not like you're relying on landing your hooks here to have impact. He knows how to play his lanes around his hero maybe being weaker. He knows how to, like, he's going to IMIze and then he's going to go make plays with his team. I also do like when you're playing against saving supports like Undying, if you are able to hook someone away from their team, it forces everyone out of position, which I think, you know, it makes Boom Boy's draft quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, you can also start the fight with the curse into hook. It might be something that they practiced before and they felt like it could actually win them some games.
Quick question, Winter. Pop quiz. There's a Winter Wyvern. He cursed someone. You're going to hook the cursed target. Does the curse follow?
Yes. Yeah.
So you can hook him into enemy players and everybody will be joining the curse.
Yes, they'll be following the target.
Great. Love that. All right, let's talk final picks because we are needing a hero for Kiritich on the side of Boom Boys, and we're needing a hero for Noticed on the side of Vision. What kind of holes do the draft still have? What kind of holes need to be plugged?
They need damage.
Damage on the side of Boom Boys.
Spectre a hero? Spectre's kind of good against Wyvern and MP.
I can see it.
The damage will come from the Rockman in the form of Tiny. Do we like that?
That's okay.
I do.
It's a stable pick.
Very solid. I like that it's a stun for the puck, because right now with the other 4 heroes, this puck cannot really die unless someone buys an Orchid. So once you have the Tiny and you have way to start on this puck, it becomes much easier. And we got the Slaughter counter pick. I don't mind it. It's good against Undying as well. You have like a lot of physical damage. Should be good against Tiny. Depends how much the Pudge does. I don't really have an idea. On paper, the Boom Boys safe lane looks much better than the Slaughter Pudge. However, I'm sure Niklaus has something in his pocket.
I feel like the Slaughter, like in the lane, you're already a good matchup against Tiny because Tiny has no armor and you can just spam the crush. But you feel like the Pudge not really being useful would be a problem for the Slaughter against Tiny?
Yeah, but I'm also very excited because it doesn't happen very often that we have 4 melee heroes in one lane. So it's just gonna be an absolute bloodbath.
That surely favors Boom Boys because they got the Undying.
Do have the Undying.
Yeah.
I mean, they might also they might swap lanes. I don't know if it benefits them more to do that. I mean, because Pudge, he's just gonna go drag your waves anyway, and then it's like you applying your Undying to the best possible lane.
And you could start with Boots as Undying in this sort of lane. I feel like that could be an option in a 4 melee lane. And you could pressure whenever, if Niklaus tries to pull, you can just right-click a bunch and, you know, push him out.
Well, we're going to find out if we're going to get a game 3 to this series or if Team Vision will take it in a 2-0. We're heading over to the game, but first, an interview with Coach Puppy.
Hey everybody, yes, I am here with Coach Puppy. My goodness, Puppy on the main stage of TI. Certainly unsurprising, but great to see you here today. Let's get into the business, my friend. All right, now Pudge, you guys memeing or what? Do you really believe in this Pudge?
Niklaus is the best Pudge player in the world.
He is, but you're up against something like an Undying. Undying, traditionally kind of tough for Pudge. All those little zombies running around, blocking hooks, you know, strength. There's a lot of strength carries on the enemy team, you know? We're not talking about the lore, Puppy. We have to get into the draft.
Come up to me, ask questions about the lore, right?
I am not asking you about the lore, sir, okay? Tell me about this series itself. Kind of sus in game 1, if I have to say. Not sus to you? Did you feel like you had any chance of losing that game?
No, we should have lost.
You should have lost! Who got you out of that pit?
Got me out of it?
Who was the guy who saved that game?
I would say Satanic.
Okay. This guy is Satanic. That's pretty good. I've never seen such a ratio on a player in all of my time. What do you think about this kid? Do you think he's got what it takes to win this year?
Yeah, I think he's got the balls, you know?
Well, that's what we're here for, my friend. Balls and walls, and here we go. Thank you very much, my friend Puppy. As we get into this game, let's throw it over to Suns fan and Cinderit.
Thank you so much, Sir Action Slacks with Puppy. Another illuminating interview where we learned literally nothing about this series and the game. Team Vision versus Boomboys, game number 2 of this best of 3. And one thing Slacks mentioned, I was thinking the same, Syndrome. I love to see Pudge, but Undying, I mean, not just being a strength hero, the zombies blocking hooks, the tombstones saving heroes when you get dismembered. Pretty tough pick, but I love to see it. As you can see the first hook of the game right off the bat. Of course, Caster Curse underway already. Kataomi gets licked up. We have 2 hooks in a way. And now no one in a little bit of trouble. The Crush is going to give him a little bit of space with Illuminate to get away as well.
I think when...
It's not over yet, Syndrome. Shut your mouth. We've got a Crush now onto GPK. Noticed. He's going to be forced out now.
It was
Take
over.
a tree to the back of the head. Quiet.
Unless...
I believe they're over for 9-class hook. It misses. Okay, you can speak now.
It was over.
It must have been very important to interrupt hooking action, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think in a game like this, I don't think you should be looking at the lane in a vacuum between the Slaughter Pudge lane against Undying Tiny, because there is the ultimate wild card from the safe lane of Vision. Satanic is playing Nature's Prophet. This hero can just start joining moves up top very early if it wants to and overwhelm the lane, and you can get that numbers advantage. This is, to me, this is the strongest carry of the tournament, I think, and that might be weird to say when you just saw 2 games today of Lone Druid doing despicable things to the enemy base, but Prophet just has had incredible GPM, has been in the top chart of GPMs this tournament. Satanic holds a lot of the spots. He holds a lot of them on this hero. It's been very successful. It fits the flow of the game very well in terms of it's almost impossible to beat Prophet in lane now that you're actually stealing treants early with Nature's Call. They're quite strong now in the lane, so most of the time you get out of the lane as a winner. Then you transition that win into other lanes, which a lot of other Satanic heroes don't do that. Like, he will just win his lane and then he'll go jungle and farm a lot. This is probably the best of both worlds, where he can do that, but he can also join moves when he wants to, and he can join from anywhere, which is very different to a lot of other heroes, or almost every other hero, where you need to make a choice. Do I go for this camp or do I go for this play? Well, guess what? Just do whatever you want at the same time. So,
sounds easy enough.
Keep an eye on that Prophet to be potentially running the show here. He has looked outstanding on it.
Why have we not seen more of it?
I don't know.
You keep hyping it up, and every time we cast it, it absolutely destroys.
Yeah, I think it's been undervalued. It's also been, it started getting banned a lot more in 2nd and 3rd day of the group stage.
But taking heavy damage. Yeah, be able to walk away. He can lick off the Arctic Burn, but it will reapply if he gets attacked again. That's one of the changes to Wyvern in the last year.
Yep.
And very important mechanics question for you, Cinder. We have 2 heroes that can hook runes. Does that matter in this game?
Not really.
Give me a situation where it really matters. Everybody wants to see it.
Oh, there's great rune spawning. You hook it, and therefore your mid player gets it, and their mid player doesn't. That
Damn,
was good.
That's hype.
Yep, that's pretty cool. I don't know what you were expecting. It's not the only thing that can happen.
What if you collect runes? You ever think about that? You just put it onto the other side?
It just makes like a little store.
Yeah.
Runes for sale at
you just need techies for the mines to protect it, and then you have a new base you can protect.
That is a good point after the previous game. We just saw Boomboys playing, I would argue, a pretty solid game. I think they played very well, and they made it tough for Vision to win that. They had to play under so much map pressure the entire time between Bounty Hunter and techies, just having invisible pressure everywhere seemingly in the mid and late game. This time around, it's more of a fair fight, if you will. So if they get off to a similar start to game 1, or a similar early mid game at least, I think perhaps this time around they could have what it takes. Pudge is quite volatile. Even if you play it well, there's just games where you just fall off a cliff. And yeah, the Prophet is obviously going to be the X factor of this game together with Corrosive Haze. Like, make no mistake, this is extremely potent. But I'm pretty positive for Boomboys based on that game 1 that they could have a good shot here despite giving them the Prophet.
Okay.
So
already a very good start in the mid lane for Boomboys. 29 and 5 CS. As you're going to see the hook from 9-class under the tier 1 tower, and that is going to be first blood for...
That's the tower.
Yeah, the tower claims it. Unfortunately, the tower cannot level up as a result of these kills. That would be something.
Yep.
Not get into those discussions.
Yep. Tower Hero, your favorite design.
Game design is always at the forefront of the mind, Sundar. Very interesting, I know. But yeah, GPK owning in the mid lane right now. Has quite a sizable lead, I would say, at this stage.
Yeah, he also did very well against no one in game number 1 on the Lina versus Snap matchup, but I think that one is more inherently Lina favored than this one is for Ember. I would say, at least based on the games we've seen so far in the tournament, Ember generally doesn't get this much of a distance, so GPK just outplaying.
The arrow, will tick away. Satanic gets the last hit, and save forced out. Does have a couple leaps available to him. Yeah, that bottom lane definitely going quite well for Vision so far. And yeah, with GPK winning this lane, let's see if he can, I mean, last game he played Lina and he destroyed the game overall. They just couldn't get over that hump. And that hump was a bear.
It was a combination of bear, bounty, and the mines.
That's right, an inanimate object was too strong for Boom Boys to recover from. Notice playing the Slardar this time around. What do you think about the offlane Slardar? I feel like more times than not we see it mid lane to try to counteract these melee heroes. Of course, you get the extra river bonus as a result, but because you're in offlane, you're not getting that at all.
A lot of the time, this offlane Slardar just falls a little bit flat.
Yeah.
It has a pretty bad matchup here. Considering those factors, being 22 and 4 here for Notice is actually quite good. I think this is a terrible lane to play. So he's getting what he can. But the issue Slardar oftentimes has is that he doesn't recover very well in the jungle compared to a lot of other offlaners. That's why they're more popular, because in the current patch, you go into the offlane expecting to lose. That's just Dota right now. The safe lane's just better. The carries are extremely strong in the safe lane. The 5s are really good. So most of the time, your offlane will struggle. And Slardar, if he wants to farm jungle fast, he needs Shard and Soul Ring. And you don't get there until, obviously, minute 15 is the earliest possible. A lot of the time you won't afford it then. If you want to do what he's doing here, which looks to be treads into Soul Ring and then Blink, that build can, if it gets delayed significantly from a bad laning phase, you become a liability for 15-20 minutes in the offlane. Compared to last game where you were a Centaur that went Helm of the Dominator, just pulled waves and farmed and had Global Stampede, this hero can have very little impact comparatively. However, if things go well, you are a monster. Later in this game, Slardar is going to be incredible if he gets there. Corrosive Haze for Prophet is amazing.
Yeah.
One of the few heroes that can actually just take a fight to Tiny, face to face.
GPK looking to create some havoc on this 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Notice will have to concede, it looks like, because 3 members have shown up for Boom Boys. Although 9class going to make his presence known apparently, but the damage has already been done on Notice. The hook comes out a little bit too late to save Notice. Actually does trickle away. The tree was not enough to finish the job, and instead Kiritich will fall to 9class. He will trade his life away though. And now you see the Undying following suit as GPK will have to Remnant away. After all of that, kind of weird to lose Kiritich here as Boom Boys. Definitely not what they signed up for.
They did get both Wisdoms though, I do believe, yeah. So a decent trade overall, but Prophet joining in for the play, gets the final touch, and then immediately heads down to bottom to put the pressure back onto Miero. Satanic is about to crack level 6. That's going to be more issues for Boom Boys, but yeah, very, very important for them to get these Wisdoms, to get levels on their supports.
Class should be a crippling death for Kiritich. Just came back to lane. 9class not close to level 6, but Notice is there. Getting slowed to a crawl, gets the bash out. The arrow's only going to hit a creep though. They will lose the Pudge as Notice gets some help from Ducalis now. Gets off the slow, gets off the crush, and another death for the position 1 Tiny. That is 2 down already. As Notice going to get healed up now from Ducalis as no one finishes the job onto the Mirana. And GPK will have to run away in shame. And for the Tiny, there's no TP for 30 seconds. That is the worst part about this death. We'll have to walk all the way back if he wants to even connect with the lane.
And that was such a slow kill too. It took them forever to bring down the Tiny, but reinforcements just didn't arrive in time for Boom Boys. The Ember showed up very, very late. GPK had cooldown on the TP from the previous move, so couldn't really get there. So another advantage for Vision. If Tiny falls behind significantly in this game, it's it's serious problem. The panel was talking about this from a damage perspective. Boomboy's lineup very much relies on the carry to output a lot here. That's one of the downsides when you play Largo in the 3 position. He just doesn't do very much damage early on in the game. So you really want your Tiny to get toward that Silver Edge ASAP, so you can pose a threat to actually kill the puck. So you can pose a threat to Nature's Prophet to not just play 2/3 of the map for free. Yeah, it seems very targeted as well from the side of Vision. Like, they've recognized if we shut down Tiny, this game plays itself.
So far, so good. I mean, he is top net worth on his team and 3rd overall in the game, so I wouldn't say this is, even though I called it crippling, maybe it's just a setback.
Well, you got to wait a minute. If you think about it in relative terms to how easy his lane was, this is a pretty bad result.
Okay,
right?
fair enough.
You were playing Tiny Undying into Slardar Pudge. You're not going to get a much easier lane than that on the TI main stage. So if that ends up in you having a 400 net worth lead over the Slardar minute 10, I would say you lost the lane. Like, that is just not good enough. And obviously there's a lot of moving parts in this. It's not like they lost the lane 2v2. Not going to pretend, but that's the profit factor. That's those rotations from the puck. It's the gate play from Wyvern. All of these things just adding up, making it a hard game for Kiritich.
Mira will have to go back to base to get some mana. Damage rune on the puck, so we'll see what no one wants to do with this. As he has, I mean, he lost the lane initially, but you can see net worth-wise, he's top 2 in the game, so having himself a very good comeback now.
Yep, killing 2 assists will help. And Satanic, it's only just beginning. Here comes the Maelstrom. 10 minutes 40. A very good time.
I'm so glad I added him to my fantasy. This guy is a beast. Kataomi. Try to lead the way here for Boom Boys. As noticed, will notice this now, and that is the crush already. Look at the damage coming out, and a nice hook as well. Save will have to use those leaps, has one more at his disposal. We'll use it and attempt to TP out with the illusory orb, and the right click is enough as no one making use of that damage rune. And Vision, 2K lead, 8-2 in terms of kills. And they're likely to get this tower as well.
It's guaranteed. So almost 3K lead here after this tower goes down. And keep in mind, while all this is happening, they have a Prophet in their back pocket who did not need to join. So it's just more farm on the map being taken by Satanic. Kiritich trying to match his pace in the jungle, not going to happen. Like, even if Tiny has a really clean start, he can maybe get somewhat close to Prophet's pacing. But with how this started out, Satanic should be widening the gap, currently sitting at 1,600 more net worth than the Tiny. I would expect this to bloom to 3 or 4K come minute 15, or at least minute 20. He should be ahead by almost a full item at that point. So once again, for Boom Boys, gotta get some plays going. And this is the issue I have sometimes with these Largo picks, is it looks really good in certain games, but it also, in losing games, I just find this hero oftentimes just becomes a complete non-factor. Miero has an extremely deep hero pool. You're playing against a team like Vision and you pick this Largo and you round out your lineup in this fashion. I'm just worried they're going to end up farming until they fall way too far behind.
What type of a hero would you have liked to see on Miero then, with that in mind?
It's hard to say, right? Because you first picked it. So obviously the draft is going to be designed around the fact that you picked that, and Vision are deliberately going to target it in different ways.
So then you have a problem with them picking Miero's hero first, is what you're saying.
I personally think overall first picking Largo, I would argue, is overrating the hero. But we've seen other teams do it, and we've seen Boom Boys do it, as we're going to see a nice arrow here on Ducalis. Will be a kill for GPK. I don't know. The thing is, if you do get to the point of the game where Miero is going to pick it up, then it will be great.
Go for it. Go for it. Let's see it. Right through the creeps. TP's coming. Right through the uprights here. The arrow hit, the hook rather, into the dismember. Notice all alone though is a 1 versus 2, but no one's going to join the party. Actually gets a double kill with 1 illusory orb. And now the reinforcements for Boom Boys have arrived, but it's 3 versus 5. Can they do this? The coil comes out. Satanic has to try to fight his way out of it, but he does die. Triple kill from Nolan. They do lose Satanic in this, but they lose 4 on Boom Boys, and it's going to be a full team wipe in all likelihood. The curse sets it up with the bash and the crush to finish the job. And Vision just dunking on the basketball team. They're getting a strike on the bowling ball team. They're getting a strike on the baseball team, Cinderin.
Yeah, that's
Strike
right.
actually works for 2 of them.
That's right. Yeah.
That's nice.
Are they going to get the Wisdom? No, they're not going to get the Wisdom 2 unless 9 class.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Very close. Keep calling it arrow. I'm so not used to seeing Pudge, apparently. That's a hook, you idiot.
Somebody had to say it.
Thank you.
This is
like this tier 1 tower.
A really big lead this early.
Yeah,
these types of lineups being up 5K, 6K now, almost taking the mid tower there as well as no one, but getting punished by GPK.
And the remnants are there, no one. The Spirit Vessel apply, trying for the Illusory, but it's not happening. GPK getting a solo kill. Very, very much needed for Boom Boys. They need a lot more of that.
Yeah. Gonna need some individuals to step up here. GPK, that's a massive solo kill, getting level 12 now. A big upgrade for him. Kiritich will be going for the blink before Silver Edge, as it looks currently, or he will go blink into Harpoon. Curious about the exact order here. Miero, Kaya Sanj, excuse me, on Largo. Pretty standard. We either see one of 2 builds, essentially. In games where the Lick is outstanding, we sometimes see the Octarine Rush. If that's not the case, it's usually a variant of Kaya. Either you get Kaya Sanj or just Kaya into BKB, for example. Looks like in this game he doesn't value the Lick highly enough for the Octarine build.
Moonlight Shadow. Dave trying to find somebody.
Not going to
happen. Gets to the high ground. Yeah, some wasted rotation for Boom Boys, unless they can catch them out here. It's only Kataomi on this side, though. People spotted. It's going to take more damage than he was able to get on top of Vision instead. We talked about last game how Boom Boys had a better late game. That was obviously not true. So what's your next incorrect prediction here for late game Dota in this game too?
The thing in the previous game, I think neither of us really considered just how, first of all, how gross the Bounty Hunter plus Bear combo was with the extra stun, which actually played a huge role in that game. And secondly, the physical swap on Snapfire, which gave them just ridiculous late game. In this one, I don't know, I think it's kind of close. I think there's plenty of scaling potential. To me, Puck is one of the... It's in like the handful of best late game heroes in all of Dota when we do get to that point.
Yeah.
Just gets ridiculous when it's 6 slotted. Oh,
Avalanche with arrow, another death to no one. So Boom Boys able to find a couple of big pickoffs on this Puck.
Yeah, blink reveal there in Kiritich. They're not going to get the tower, but again, setting back no one by a bit. Does feel good.
Shadowing 9 class here, as 9 class has a blink himself.
He's level 10.
Yeah, he's a monster. Look at the net worth. He's gotten 60 last hits in this game.
Yep.
That's just hooking creeps.
It's really nice to play with Wyvern when you're Pudge. There's so much value to the heal. Just farm camps and then build up.
Link doesn't go for the dismember.
Okay.
Must have lost vision at the last moment.
That's hard to be fair, Mirana, it's hard to hit an arrow against. She knows it like she has it.
And you're going to incept me into doing this again.
Yep. Smoke up from Vision. No inherently obvious move to be made here because you can't transition this into a mid-tier 1 or a top-tier 1 since you already took them. So this feels like we're going to invade, try to get a kill and get some offensive wards out so we can keep playing the map aggressively. This is a very dead Kataomi.
Yes, very much so. 9 class going for the hook. Successfully gets on a Kiritich. He gets a double avalanche, but he is completely surrounded now.
Look at that damage.
Via Satanic's right click. He's 3 and 1. Kiritich, on the other hand, 2 and 4 on this position 1 Tiny.
And it was a double-edged pick. Tiny is very good against the Puck, but you are picking it into Wyvern, who I would argue is maybe the single best support in the entire game against Tiny. So heavy on the physical damage, you just block it with Cold Embrace. Arctic Burn does a ton of damage to you, because you have high HP. You'll die for that. It's a big kill. And of course, Curse as well, even another good ability against the Tiny. But yeah, in that instance, you saw the issue that Kiritich is probably going to be dealing with the entire game here. When you get Corrosive Hazed, you die so fast to a Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with which would you rather have with a Slardar, a Kez or a Nature's Prophet?
A Kez.
Okay, well, why did I even ask?
No, I don't know. We have.
Chicken is always on the menu for you.
I think we've I don't know how many games we've cast of Kez Slardar. you think?
Maybe at this tournament or overall?
Overall.
Maybe 5?
5. It always won. Right?
I mean,
I think it wasn't even close a single game.
It could be wrong, but yeah, it feels like they've been all wins.
Selective memory and all that, but...
And old age.
Yeah.
Don't forget that one. You'll be forgetting a lot more in your life.
No?
That one's important to remember, though. That you will forget.
I'll keep it in mind, thank you.
That's all you gotta do.
Yep.
No one trying to avoid another death here, but he's still created a lot of space for Satanic to just separate himself from the pack in terms of net worth. The 3K lead just on himself versus Kiritich.
Yeah. So, yeah, 3,500 in 20 minutes, carry versus carry. This looks like a lot of Satanic games we've got to see. It's following the standard Team Vision recipe. So they should be feeling very comfortable. And yes, as you pointed out, no one has died twice, but he's 6-2 and 5. So it's not like he's had a bad game at all. He's still second on net worth.
Yeah. He's going to get the Waning Rift. Will blink away. And that, I believe, was a Moonlight Shadow, maybe even a smoke reveal as well.
Very timid here. Eventually, Heritage will start hitting the tower. Looks like Vision want to fight for this. They're a bit late.
They get the coil only onto the one, though. They find a separation. The Blinken from Notice gets off the crush, but they've only lost no one. But that's not going to stop Satanic from right-clicking Kiritich to the ground. Going for the Tombstone next is the Slardar pretty low. It's double kill coming out from GPK. Now they're going to try to focus on Satanic, but Ninth springs in with the Dismember and the Rod. Isn't enough damage to kill off GPK. Gets off the Remnants at the last moment. They lose 3 on the side of Vision, and GPK will survive. Nineclass now on the run. They're slowed to a crawl thanks to Ducalis, but the triple kill from GPK, and he's not done yet. Spirit Vessel applied, make it an Ultra, as Boom Boys needed this desperately. Full team wipe in favor of them.
That felt very forced from Vision. You already lost your tower, you one-man coil. They really, really wanted to fight there with their BKB timing on the Nature's Prophet, but the conditions for that fight could not have been more ideal for the Dire. That is huge for Boom Boys to get a fight on those terms. They get to hit some key items now. They get double Kaya-Sange between the Largo and the Ember. A lot of Vessel charges as well picked up now for GPK, getting an Ultra kill in that fight. But look at this. Yes, sure, you're going to kill the Tiny, but you compromise your Puck's position entirely. You port in the Prophet, who has to spend half his BKB just destroying the Tombstone.
Yeah.
And your curse was not really that great either. I mean, sometimes it's better to just cut your losses. They could have lost the tower and that's it.
It was very close, though. Satanic.
It was.
Could have gotten that kill in GPK.
That is massive. That's 2/3 of the lead down the drain.
For sure. You're going to get the arrow connection onto Nineclass. Already at half health. Now the Blinken.
Now he's at 0 health.
Absolutely. He eats them up for dinner. 2K lead now for Vision, so it has dropped dramatically. Boom Boys, they don't want to go out in this upper bracket. Of course, they're going to have that second life regardless, but this is the difference between guaranteed top 8, which you currently are, and top 4, right?
Top 6.
Is it top 6 for upper bracket?
Yeah, I think so. It usually isn't.
Oh, yeah.
But you could lose twice after. What a pivotal fight, though. I think that was more... Even though there was an Ultra kill on Ember, I feel like the fight was most important for Largo because he actually got to get involved, have a successful fight, and progress his game. I had my concerns about the Largo, but now that that fight has happened, his game is going to start looking up a lot. He's 1,500 up on the Slardar. He's obviously going to counter Slardar very heavily until level 25s come in. You're going to be able to just lick off Corrosive Haze. In addition, you're buying Lotus, so even more removal for that, removal for the Puck Silence. Blocking Dismember is super annoying for Nineclass. So a lot of upside here for Miero. And he almost has the Lotus. Actually progressed so much, and yeah, I was questioning. I still don't know how much I love that hero as an overall first pick, but that one fight might have just been all they needed. The entire lead is gone for Vision.
Yep, you talked about it, but the Lotus with the Shard, a very big power spike for the Frog. As in the pit, Boom Boys go. Vision have any idea this is going on. Nineclass can try to go for a hook. Will actually get a hero instead of a zombie, surprisingly enough.
Oh, the hero he wanted to hook, though.
Absolutely Apparently not. Now they're searing chains together. Boys will exit the pit to try to find something. Kiritich using the harpoon to get to the other side of the trees. They take out Ducalis in turn.
GPK is level 18. He's super strong right now. Level 3 on that ulti this early in the game.
To be a free, I mean, Boom Boys have gotten almost every single Roche in this series.
Yeah.
So it was 4 out of the 5 last game, and this will be their 5th overall in the series, and they're down a game.
Yeah. This time around, though, they're not dealing with mines.
True.
Noticed, gets found. No BKB. He should be dead here.
Doesn't have to TP anymore either. I don't think he wants to burn the BKB charge, so will sacrifice himself. And Boom Boys looking much better now after an extremely rough start.
Yeah, and they might even get the Tormentor as well. It's about to hit up top. This is pretty much perfect timing. Just push out this next top wave and grab that as well.
It's going to be a really early Aghanim Scepter for GPK as well.
Yeah.
Usually we see it as I want to say you usually see it with one more item on top of what he has now. What do you think the reason for that is? I mean, it's an incredible act.
I think he's not very counter at this game inherently on his hero, so I really like rushing it when you're doing this well. You get a ton of HP when you go Kaya Sanj plus Ags, so if they can't chain stun and lock you down and kill you in a burst, then he's going to rely on getting dispelled or getting tombstone saved or soul ripped, like whatever it is. He's going to trust in his teammates, and the payoff is he has way more mobility, way more damage. Yeah, I really like it here. I think this is definitely the right choice. Going to go for Lotus Orb next on him as well. Daedalus for Satanic, seemingly out of nowhere. They're going to need him to come up big here. This is going to take a stellar performance at this point. Anything less than top tier play from Satanic is not going to cut it here.
Yeah, and remember,
Boom Boys having the next 3.
In the last TI, we mentioned this, but Satanic was on a pretty hot streak, and then on the main stage kind of maybe fell victim to the pressure, I want to say. I mean, obviously he's a very young kid. Game number 1, he kind of brushed that off, so I'm not personally worried about that anymore. But still a lot on his shoulders as the position 1.
Smoke could be good. Moonlight as well.
Open it up. It's the avalanche.
That's a good curse.
Curse from Ducalis. Undying is almost dead already. Now they get the hook into this member with the right click coming from Satanic, but the save coming out from Miero. The lick just in time, so Kiritich able to get out just fine. They only lose the 1. Of course, Undying just instantly comes back anyway.
Okay, that could have gone way worse for Boom Boys after that curse came out. Obviously, we haven't talked about this synergy, but Curse with Corrosive Haze is actually kind of crazy. Tiny just clobbered Undying back to the base, but...
Even made better by Slardar Shard, right? Because you get the AoE. Yep. Kiritich will find himself a Lutka. Golden Brace not going to be enough. 2 minutes on the Aegis. So what do Boom Boys want to get out of the Aegis now in terms of structural damage?
I mean, maybe they can get a tier 2. Oh, no one. He has Disc. Gonna be a tough takedown.
I'm sure he's fine here.
I'm not even finding him. Maybe just TP's out. I mean, probably bottom tier 2 seems realistic for Boom Boys. At the same time, maybe you don't feel like you have to push anything. Go for smoke again.
Here we go. Does that mean they have a better late game? You said that last game. Ducalis. Gonna be
quick reaction.
Very fast. Gonna take some more right-click damage though from Kiritich. Wyvern does have the cold embrace to stay alive if needed. Save with the arrow. Will actually hit onto no one.
Oh,
the
good
big
hook.
Coming out from 9 class. Look at this member under the cover of the tier 2 tower. That's the Aegis. We have the reinforcements now for Vision. 9 class blinking in. Some rot damage as Kiritich is able to get away from the onslaught of Vision. They will kill off 9 class. Honestly, for Vision, trading Pudge for Aegis, pretty damn good.
Yeah. Important there that Kiritich gets to blink out from respawning with the Aegis. If he somehow took an instance of damage, they would have killed him again with Coil in the tower, probably. But with that reset, that's the end of that fight, Boom Boys.
Can you phase shift out of a Yule's arrow when you're coming down?
I think the arrows on top of you is going to hit.
Okay. I'm trying to remember if they've changed that or not. BPK doing his best anime impression here now that he has the Aghanim Scepter for the Ember Spirit. genuinely still think this is the best Ags in the entire game.
It's very, very good.
I haven't really talked about Satanic because they haven't been really looking for fights per se, but you talked about the Daedalus. Looks to be, oh, he's going to get his namesake in Satanic to replace the Wraith Band, and then looks like a Hurricane Pike after the fact.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's waiting that long on the Pike here. I suppose there's no ranged matchup per se. You're playing against a melee carry and a melee mid. I mean, triple melee cores on the opposing team, so maybe the Pike less good than usual, and you just need to have staying power. That in mind actually makes a ton of sense to buy the Satanic here. But yeah, it's been rather quiet from the Vision camp, and that mid fight was what turned it all around.
Yeah. But we saw it last game. They're pretty comfortable just chilling, getting the items that they feel like will be the next power spikes for them. A Blink Dagger for Kata Omi, and he has the grab ally shard, so can definitely cause some havoc. Get some good saves on, I mean, Dismember is going to be a problem. Or rather, the other way around. Dismember can be countered instantly from that.
Get Ags on Mirana too. 9 class somehow has a BKB.
What are that? How?
He's pretty farmed. Pudge can scale really hard, even as a support. It can become a problem for cores later in the game. So I think that's potentially a bit of a saving grace for Vision. They do manage to drag this game out again. Like, let's say this is another 1-hour game. Pudge does present a bit of a problem. There's no percentage-based damage on the enemy team. There's no hero that's really going to buy anything that truly destroys Pudge in the blink of an eye.
Can we look at the Dota win probability again? I should have asked at 3 minutes. I do apologize for all the Dota Plus enjoyers out there.
It does like Boom Boys.
We can't really compare. What is it at right now?
62 for them.
Okay.
That's pretty accurate.
But this time it's a Boom Boys favored Dota Plus. That's good.
So Satanic is going to buy his item now. Wonder if that is going to prompt a move. Obviously a very strong timing for the Vision side. But also BKB on Largo at the same time, so matching that high value pickup.
Is Satanic the only one that can reliably hit the Tombstone? Is this kind of an issue with their draft?
I mean, Wyvern can help, but it's not very fast. So yeah, that is definitely a potential concern as well. If he has to spend half the BKB again doing that.
Yeah, he'll end up getting a Butterfly after the Hurricane Pike, so we'll have enough attack speed to reliably take it out relatively easily. It ain't no Snapfire, though. Say that. BPK working on a BKB next, it seems. And Roche is in 55 seconds. Likely the next fight since both teams playing relatively passively at the moment. I mean, in terms of just getting solo pickoffs, I would think that Vision actually have the advantage with that. You got Corrosive Haze, single target, right click from Nature's Prophet, the Pudge. But it's about finding these heroes alone, which has been difficult.
And ideally, getting a combo of Hook during Coil, which I don't think we've seen that play a single time in this game. It's generally just been 9-class setting himself up. That does matter a lot when heroes get BKB though, because otherwise he's going to hook them in and they will always be able to BKB before they get dismembered. But if you do a Coil plus Hook, you might actually snap them and be able to chain all your abilities.
If there's a Tombstone down though, it becomes way more difficult.
Yep, that is true.
That's a very difficult mini game to try to get a high score on. And even for saving teammates, the Hook loses a lot of value because of the zombies. It's not like you can buy Shard and just eat your teammates anymore, which I'm really missing, by the way. God, I love that thing. Smoke from Boom Boys. Will be broken by 9-class, so I'm sure they'll find him in the tree line. Is that a BKB TP? All right, Night falls away. There's now a Nullifier online for Notice, so they're getting the items, they're getting the farm, they're dodging fights relatively successfully for Vision. Roche is up though. They don't know that the BKB, not that they would really care that much, I guess, but the BKB being down for 9 class was out of vision.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind in this game. Like, you can
see the lick, Synderen?
Oh,
very important.
Massive.
It will bottle the damage rune for Kiritich.
Yeah, it's when you have some really strong physical damage, it feels like if the game is somewhat even, you can always find a win off of getting a clean jump at any given point. So the Slardar Prophet, even though Boom Boys have been doing a really good job in the last 15 minutes, you slip up once,
That game sih ininya PR banget ya.
he instantly dies to Prophet Slardar, the fight develops, you get a dismember off, and there's no tombstone. You can definitely see a path for Vision to set up a fight on their terms. The Nullifier on Slardar helps, and step by step he's approaching the 25. You know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that is, I think a lot of people would say it's the best talent in the entire game. The Undispellable Corrosive Haze is...
Have you ever seen the other one?
Crazy. I have, I think.
On the Octarine build back in the day, right?
Yeah, the Octarine build, you would go the Crush cooldown, but Undispellable Haze is huge against Largo. If they do get there, that will be a big swing for Vision side, and it allows Noticed to become another carry, which arguably they might need, because I don't know if Prophet's going to be able to do all the damage by himself here later, but I mean, come on, you've got Puck as well and Slardar. I don't think damage will be a concern. But maybe like to see Boom Boys take a little more initiative if possible. We'll find something here, 9 class just standing in a spot here trying to break smoke or at least get information.
Oh, Kukalas is spotted though. Searing Chains cancels out that TP.
He did.
He will end up falling to GPK.
10-1 on the Ember.
9 class. I believe he was trying to deward. He's going to be spotted as a result, and he's killed out. So both supports dead for Vision. And Roche is like, hey, I'm ready for you. Open wide. Very nice. Delicious food.
He actually blinked and stood right on top of their ward. He just stood there. That's pretty unfortunate for 9 class. Yeah, that's going to be, well, Roche number 10 for Boom Boys in this series.
This is 6 out of the 7 Aegises so far for Boom Boy. I believe. I could be wrong, actually. No, maybe Vision got the last 2 Roches, actually, in the game, because it did go on very long.
Yeah.
We've lost track. Counting's difficult.
All right, let's see if Boom Boys have a plan with this Aegis on the Tiny. If hitting high ground is realistic, it is. We talked about last game how hard it was to siege, playing into the Bounty Hunter, scouting, playing into Techie's Mines. This time around, you're playing into Pudge, Coil, Wyvern.
Yeah.
Like, you can build this advantage, but how do you break the base if you don't win a fight first? Seems quite tricky. Your tower hitting hero in Tiny has to come up close. He can get hit by at any point by a hook. He takes a ton of damage from Wyvern.
Look at the damage he does to buildings.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he can definitely get the job done if he gets to swing at it, but...
Who would you rather have, a bear or a tiny?
Oh, I'd rather have the bear.
So bear is greater than rock? That's like a new version of rock, paper, scissors, bear. As the 4th component. You need a 5th. Maybe your face?
Yeah.
It just loses every time?
Yeah, that's right.
This time it'll work. Nope, never does. Sounds like great game design again. From
yeah, you're
3.5
really proving yourself today.
I'm a veteran.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Is Satanic about to hit 25?
Puck, 100 gold from Octarine.
Which talent do you take?
We've mostly seen Treant damage. I guess in this game state, maybe take Teleportation.
Sounds pretty good.
No, he's still taking Treants.
Okay. He'll get to 30, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How long is this game going, Cinder? Let's make predictions. I was dead on last one, so it's your turn to be right for once.
Oh, nice courier kill.
Yeah,
that was actually the full Octarine, yeah. That's nice. I'm going to say 65 minutes.
I don't think it's going to go that long.
You don't think so?
I'm going to say 57 minutes and 21 seconds.
Really upping the ante here with the seconds, too. I'm very confident.
Yeah, because I was 30 seconds off last time and it upset me. And
right.
You can be correct. I've already forgotten what I said, but I'm sure somebody has a record of that somewhere. Hopefully we're not
Ininya udah kayak
casting
gitu
into the
itemnya.
void.
You said 57-21, no?
Okay, sure. I'll believe you.
The fact that I can say it again and you still don't recognize whether it's correct is
Probably right. Could have been
This was
58.
something you said 10 seconds
I
ago.
think it was 58 though, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, see, now you're doubting yourself. That's why I'm here, to make you doubt yourself. You become a better analyst, or worse, depending on the day. 2 minutes on Aegis. They get the tier 2 mid. You can still see the separation between Satanic and the rest of the pack is completely absurd.
We're reaching that point though where Slardar's net worth, this hero, generally speaking, most of the time offlane Slardar, when it has a good lane, it can sometimes sit in the top 3 net worths, but oftentimes Slardar will be at the bottom of the cores, or at very least bottom 2. But he reaches a certain point where even when he is 6th, he has mega impact just because of how minus armor scales later into the game. And when he gets, like let's say we get 10 minutes later in, and everybody from here on out gains 5k gold each.
Yeah.
His hero has so insane impact with that 5k gold compared to a lot of what a lot of other offlaners would in that range that I'm not really worried for his ability in this game to just scale. Even if he's at the absolute bottom of cores by a large margin, as long as he buys the right items, which seems to be the case. Now he bought the Ags, so a lot more survivable, and eyeing up a Wind Waker dex, which is pretty interesting.
Okay. So we're not going to be seeing... Oh, he already has the axe.
Yeah.
Of course, why am I even questioning? It's 40 minutes in. Late game items, of course. Smoke from Boom Boys. Satanic would be huge pickoff for them. TP.
Just late.
Very close call.
Masih bisa TP out ya.
Yeah, Miran actually has a Yules, so he could have almost instantly canceled
Embernya
it
nih
there.
PR.
They would have forced the BKB, probably BKB TP's out then, but
Si kodoknya juga nyusahin.
they don't have a counter to that. Imagine if you could put the enemy in Tombstone.
I was just thinking that. Somebody made a game like that, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Smoke from Vision.
Hi guys.
In case you didn't know. Heritage spotted, crushed up.
Lagi lap.
Fire applied to him as well. There's 15 seconds on
Belum
the
belum itu
Tombstone save
belum
for
diganti,
now.
mager.
Still inside the Tombstone, will pop back out. Aegis expiring
Iya,
now.
belum lebih tepatnya belum ngeganti sih.
Yeah, a very interesting time to open on it. Get 20 seconds of Aegis
Ntar
left.
aku lagi diete,
I guess
lagi
Vision
live
just
diete.
trying to force a reaction to make space on the map.
Tombstone being down is pretty big. That's
Live YouTube.
their main save in the game. They do have the double Lotus now. Well, triple Lotus if you think about it, with the Frog.
They're gonna lose their value when Slardar hits 25. He's 20.
Is the Lotus not good for anything else? I mean, against Curse?
It's good at blocking Dismember,
Ah,
but they have
I do like-
primarily bought it for the Slardar, I would imagine. Yeah, it's good against Dismember. Reflecting Curse can be good, but a lot of the time, Wyvern is still gonna get the Curse
Lagi makan.
once, and then the Reflected one, if nobody's nearby, it kind of doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. CPK wants this desperately.
Not get it.
Crushed instead with the Dismember to follow. They don't have the Tombstone save anymore. The right click from Satanic is going to be enough. PPK. It's off the slider. Fist on the Remnant's way. Kirtan jumping with a big avalanche toss. Kills off one as Satanic. He's standing his ground in a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Do they have Curse? They do. The Satanic, he's going to get saved by the Tombstone again. BKB,
Masih
the Yules comes
diselamatin
up
sama
now.
Ding.
Arrow connects, and now Kirtan jumps back out as the Tiny. There's the Curse to try to save Satanic, but it's not enough. Down goes the Nature's Prophet. You can see the Ember hitting pitifully against the Tiny, so the Curse not able to do much for Vision. And Boom Boy's in a very good spot now.
I think critically during that entire time when Satanic was trying to kill Kiritich, I don't believe the Corrosive Haze on the Tiny there, was there? It didn't feel like it. His damage was rather underwhelming. I'd say that he did 6k and his teammates did like 4k combined, but...
Carry harder, please!
I mean, there's no way out of it though. Like once you're in there on Prophet, you're not getting back out, so has to commit. It's really big for the side of Boom Boys.
And
Putting down the banner.
Can they force out the buyback from Satanic? Heritage, we've seen this time and time again with the Tiny being able to decimate these buildings. GPK gets off the Cold Embrace onto Dakalis, gets licked up, gets arrowed up, gets hooked up by his teammate, but it's a dead fucking body. Is Heritage gonna hit the buildings now? Looks like it's gonna be a set. If he was gonna buy back, it would have happened already, surely. That is...
You're gonna force more then.
Absolutely. I mean, Tiny, anytime he gets
Tapi
this tree,
tripnya jalan sih.
putting
tripnya
these
sih.
buildings to work. No one trying to delay, trying to split push a bit. Kiritich still pounding on the buildings. Fortification. This is the last one for a while. No more refresh for you. Ooh, nice blink to avoid the hook. And now it's only 15 seconds away for Satanic. Nineclass is going to be spotted in the trees. Pops the BKB in retreat. And Kiritich, can you get the building before you exit? Get the range. Looks like that's going to be it for now. No one has the coil. Onto 2. Satanic up in 2 seconds. Finally able to technically fight, but it's a little too late, it feels like, as the Moonlight Shadow will buy them the space to get away for Boom Boys.
Big sequence there.
Masih farming lagi
Lane
ya.
and a half. You've got 2 minutes for Roche. Boom Boys probably just going to control the map to the best of their ability now. Hex as well on Margot. Miero raking in the dough here, way ahead of the enemy cores, except Prophet, of course. What do we got coming from the side of Vision? Anything of importance? It doesn't really look like it. It's only that Slardar 25 that I'm looking at as their potential saving grace. I think that's more important than anything they could get in terms of items, is let Notice get experience, but obviously that is also up to Boom Boys. I think ideally for them, they would love to fight now and just not even allow the game to get to that point, and this looks like might just bear fruit. They've turned around. If they would have just continued down the river, they might have been able to
Kamu yang bilang loh ya, aku nggak ikutan ya.
After waiting very patiently, Nineclass is walking towards them, waddling more like it. Back in his base now, though. Just getting some wards up. Boom Boys still chilling.
Errol, aku menyalon boleh nggak?
GPK is going to consume his ags, and for what exactly? What's he replacing it with?
I wonder what's the best purchase here for him, actually.
Does he have Octarine?
He doesn't, which is obviously really good. I'm not positive that's the absolute best choice. I think maybe Disc might be better in this game in anticipation of the Slardar 25. You need to make sure you survive and get your spells off. It's more important than anything else.
Bener nggak sih dia?
At the same time, they have so much in the way of saving. They have Largo Lick, Tombstone. Mirana could buy the Wind Waker now. She wouldn't have buyback, but that will also be in play. Now Roche has spawned, and they saw it.
Inside the pit they go. Looks to be a freebie. So Boom Boys absolutely dominating Roshan in this series. He forsook a word.
Malam Jumat kah?
Forsaken? That sounds weird. As I have this aneurysm.
Forsake?
Malam Jumatan keluar main.
Maybe it is.
Forsaken, I think. Has to be, right? As we're having English lessons here. Divine Rapier now for Satanic.
Yeah, they need damage, and well, they have damage now. Slardar 25 and Prophet Rapier is a mega upgrade on Vision's side. So yes, Boom Boys have the Aegis, and they have an 8k lead. This is not a clean win here. It's going to be a difficult push. If anybody gets hooked, you could be in a really compromised position.
Lagi buka chat dia. Iya, bentar lagi masih nyalon, lagi balik chat dia.
Looking for the smoke potentially.
Octarine Core and Mirana did not go for the Wind Waker.
Do you want to wait for them to get to your base if you're Vision?
I think so.
Okay.
You're in a very good spot as long as you're in a defensive position where you have Vision. Like if you see the enemy team and you can get a hook, or you can get a curse, or you can get a coil plus Slardar jump. Is that a... Oh, that's the AC as well. The timing on these items is, and 25 is just perfect for Vision.
It's a lot of minus armor and right clicks from Satanic.
Prophet can kill Tiny real fast. Are they actually going to try to fight them outside the base with a smoke here?
Well, maybe. Notice.
CGPK.
Yeah, this would be a huge pickoff.
He is killable here.
Yeah, does not have the Aegis. No one. Satanic also joining, but the Moonlight Shadow gives some cover. And with that, Kiritich in the base, looking for no one. Avalanche is scary. Gets off the face shift and the blink. Avalanche only going to clip Ducalis. Good attempt from Boom Boys, but it was not to be, it seems. Hook. The hook is to be those Nightclap spots the BKB into the dismember. Where's the
Ya
tombstone?
iyalah.
To get the lick off his character, he's already half HP.
Nyucinya lama, ngeringinnya lama.
He gets soul ripped now. There's the curse on top though.
Belum ntar nyatoknya lama.
He joins the fray, but the lick brings him out and he wants to beat his teammate. That's all he wants in his life. The tombstone is there to save one.
Gua ngecat rambut aja udah bete.
His character's just getting bounced left and right everywhere. Another tombstone apparently. And it's a save onto Karatic. Still maintains the Aegis for 3 minutes. He has...
Gue aja nyalon 3 jam aja udah bete banget, sumpah. Untung masih ada game.
No one trying to buy some time now.
It's really nice to have Largo in these types of fights, though. It just keeps linking and keep healing the team. You get to get a full reset.
Now Karatic can hit the buildings. Still maintains that first of 2 lives. Satanic gonna show himself. Gets Searing Chains. That's about the BKB early. He'll use it to kill off the Roche banner, though. That's a big item down. He can put the Mjolnir back in place, though. The hook from 9-class again onto Karatic. This Kataomi in position to get the save. Searing Chains onto several heroes. You can see Boomboys are very, very careful.
Pokoknya di bawah dia.
Extremely disciplined, especially after that game number 1. Nero gets off the Hex. They get the Avalanche as well. That's a dead puck. 100 seconds does have buyback, though. Buildings.
Apa jago bawah?
One more right click would have done it. Karatic will eventually finish the job. Now opens it up onto the range. Searing Chains gonna buy some time as well. No BKB charge for Satanic. And the buyback from Puck is gonna force Boomboys out for the time being. Avalanche into the Hex, though. This will be a dieback onto no one if he's not careful. Gets off the phase shift, though. Boomboys still maintaining the Aegis, another minute and a half. And you're right, this Largo is doing work, keeping everybody at full HP. Feels like Vision have killed off 4 heroes. Karatic finally gonna jump on top of 9-class this time, gets the kill. BKBs are popped now. Satanic gets hacked. He gets beaten down into
Makan kah guys? Satu sama guys.
Satanic, and he calls it GG, and we're going to a game number 3.
Satu sama ya.
That was a terrific performance from Boomboys, and they're able to actually finish the job this time.
Yeah, really nicely played game from them. Just once again, coming back to that mid moment, it really changed the trajectory of the game massively. That they were able to fight that fight at the mid river, and it was on Vision's initiative. They already lost their tower. They still ended up looking for that fight themselves. And well, afterwards, kind of just step by step, Boomboys just kept finding more and more good moments. I think especially GPK playing an outstanding game on the Ember Spirit in this one, just really put the team on his back when it mattered the most. It was godlike pretty early in the game, I do believe.
You get good fantasy points for somebody that loses but is still top net worth in the game because Satanic had a bestial performance, as some would say, Cinderin.
I believe it's only your best game that counts, right? Surely he'll do better than this.
Okay, I guess that's...
The previous game was worth more.
Okay, well that's good for the fantasy enjoyers right there. We'll go to Shiver, who enjoys fantasy quite a bit as well.
Hey, more games is always better for the fantasy followers, absolutely. And Boomboys, they give us more games because they forced this one to a 3rd game of this best of 3. A lot to break down with that one, with Rhea, Winter, and Saber here still with me. Saber, this game, if you only watch the first 15 minutes, you would be very surprised. Boomboys came out on top.
You would be, but I think Karatic on the Tiny, once he got the blink, the game kind of started going well for Boomboys. They managed to get the puck kill in the middle, and I don't know, they played so clean, and it worked out in the end. They proved that they have what it takes to beat Vision, which is very important, not only for this result, that they managed to 1-1 the series, but also for their confidence. You just beat the best team in the tournament, and it gives you the power to keep going and perhaps take the 2nd game.
Yeah, that mid-fight was actually so crucial, and I felt like on Vision's part, maybe they were overconfident because it felt like they didn't need to defend the tower. The tower was already dead, and they still kind of tried to force it, and it actually threw away the whole lead they actually accrued from the early game, and the game became kind of difficult after that.
I'm wondering if there is a nice some stats person can give us on the win rate of a team if they lose both Wisdom runes at minute 7. Because whilst it looked like Vision were winning, they did actually mess up, and Boomboys got both XP runes at the 7-minute mark, which I don't know. I mean, they took a little nice skirmish around it on Vision's side, but I think Boomboys got a lot out of this game. Like Miranda especially got her items at really nice timings and had so much impact.
I
I want to also point out that the Largo that we saw coming out from Boom Boys, this was the overall first pick of the entire draft. I felt like he was having a jolly good time.
He did for sure. I understand why this hero is banned now. You could see that the Boom Boys, once they group up, it feels impossible to teamfight them. Similar to game 1, with this Largo playing his tunes and the Undying being ready to save. It never felt like Vision had an opportunity to like get an in and win a team fight. They just had to rat and rat.
Yeah, it got to a point where I felt like in the team fights, like the supports on Vision just couldn't really do much. You know, Pudge wasn't really very useful. He was just like waiting and waiting, but they couldn't really have the damage to kill. He managed to hook someone in, but they just didn't really have damage at some point.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to talk about the man in the mid lane, GPK. He had a bit of a rough start to this game, but it did feel like a very good Ember Spirit game winter. I think that he definitely is, as the game progressed, he delivered also.
Yeah, for sure. He had a stellar game. I think maybe you could only criticize him where at the 7-minute mark when he was moving, he didn't have chains. That kind of grieved his team a little bit. But I think apart from that, outside of that, he was a true force to be reckoned with in the whole game. And not to mention, he had the buff, the croak from the Largo, which made it so disgusting.
93% kill participation. That man must have been everywhere, Rhea.
I mean, he was, you know, the key, right? So you're playing with a Mirana support. What you're going to do, you're going to chains into Arrow, right? You're going to play with your Largo. You're going to get the croak on you, and you're going to go do loads of damage. Like, it's on him as the Ember, as the hero with lots of mobility to go and be on the Nature's Prophet in fights. I think GPK has to do a lot, and he did do a lot. And he also acts as part of this counter duo to the puck as well. So it's like everything is on him, and that's why he's the best. I mean, what a great game.
He delivered with that pressure on him, absolutely. And we have to talk a little bit about Vision as well, because they were doing very well in the first start of the game, and a large portion of that came because of a certain hero that a lot of people were very excited to see. We saw on the main stage the first Pudge in action, Ray, and that was a treat.
I asked for a highlight reel because I thought they were going to win.
Well, you gotta get it anyway.
Yo, check this out. They put a ward on the gate so they can see movement, and then when they did, 9-class TP down and got a sexy little hook. Got a nice little kill there early. He was doing a lot of wave dragging. He always showed up for his team and got those nice little hooks. Puck coil stun into that. It's nice. I think his early game was pretty solid. I think his rotations were good. I thought the way he worked around his lane partner was good. I think the way he contributed to fights like this was good. Being able to split the heroes apart so Largo couldn't heal.
This was an insane one. He got the Tiny.
Yeah. I mean, he also got Tiny 3 times at the end and it did nothing. There was a certain point where Pudge would blink in with the BKB and bite like Tiny or GPK on his Ember, and no one really had the damage output to follow up and actually get the kill, and then the hero becomes useless because it doesn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, it looks flashy. And then it's like, okay, well, that was fun. Now what? Because I don't want to talk about how Vision kind of lost Winter the grip on the game they had in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I felt like they were in a position where they could have definitely won the game. I felt like after the first 15 minutes, they were in a fantastic position. They could have just controlled the game, get the Tom, get the Roche, and the game would be theirs, you know, but I felt like they were too confident, because even the tier 1 bot, the safe, I don't know if you guys remember, they TP'd heroes to defend, but they barely defended the tower, and then that gave them kind of a little bit of, we have the power to defend the next tower. So they went and defend the next tower, and they lost that fight, and they lost a lot of their advantage.
This is a little bit of an extra tail where we see the hook still on the Tiny. It doesn't do as much as I'm sure.
I mean, it's also like the support just lost a lot of usefulness against Ember Spirit later on. You couldn't really do anything against GPK as a Wyvern and Pudge.
But also watch Largo in this fight. Every time he gets an amazing hook, boom, just gets licked back. It's the counter hook.
Yeah, and like the heals from him plus the Undying Soul Rip as well. It's like they just don't have enough to get through Tiny's HP pool. Meanwhile, you have like Mirana having endless utility throughout the game, like buying that Yules to make more pressure onto Puck with the like Yules into Arrow, buying the Ags, which helped clear out a lot of the like tree amp pushes from Nature's Prophet. So Murano was often able to go TP back and like push the lanes out easily and safely, and then return back to the team. So like I think we saw a nice little support diff.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. There was also a pretty clear point as to when Vision's boss stopped. Because around the 20-minute mark, that was, Saber, when there was a fight, we're like, hold on a second. Boom Boys have something to say about this one.
Yeah, as Winter was mentioning, they got a little bit too overconfident in this fight. I think they kind of forced it badly with the puck ulti. And very nice team fighting from Boom Boys. You could see that when Kataomi drops his tombstone, now Satanic spends like half of this fight hitting the tombstone and not really dealing damage, and that was enough for them to like have enough in the tank to just kite them around for Miero to heal up and deal his overtime damage, and eventually they end up winning this fight, getting all 5 kills for free, which is exactly what they needed. As you can see, even at this point, Vision have like 2k lead. But so if they weren't able to win this fight, it would be big trouble. However, they were able to capitalize on their mistakes, and they took it home afterwards.
Now, we all heard Poppy after the draft was done, and he said that game 1, actually, Winter, should have been a loss for them as well. So are you worried for them at all going into game number 3 soon?
I don't think so. I think game 1, they played really well. Game 2, they just had a problem with their heroes where they just couldn't have damage at some point, you know. I think if they just made some small little adjustments with the heroes, and it would be fine. The Pudge was kind of like, I don't think they would have done it, personally, if it wasn't a 1-0. I think if it's a 0-1, they would not have tried the Pudge here in this game.
There was also...
I know you don't agree.
No, it's fine.
I know you think that he just wants to play Pudge.
You could be right. I don't like the Pudge anymore. But I do think that there was that critical fight as well when they hit a really good IM timing with Satanic. Like, he had Satanic and all these other IMs. He was ready to go and noticed BKB TPs out of the team fight on the mid-river as Satanic TPs into it. It was a horrible miscommunication. It lost them, like, so much synergy. It was literally just him versus 3 heroes, which should never be happening. And I think that might have been, honestly, the moment for me where they lost the game.
Yeah, a little bit of communication and also issue there.
Yeah, I think they just needed to back. I felt like they didn't really need to take the fight. They needed to have the patience. I think this game, they lacked the patience. They were a little bit too ahead of themselves. Maybe the scoreline played a factor in the head. They felt like, oh, we just won the first game and we want to, finish this quickly 2-0. And they made a couple of bad errors and the game just gone out of control.
Yeah, it got out of control real bad. And then sometimes in a game like that, and you have a Nature's Prophet carry, I would imagine that there is still a way back in. Maybe to, it's Nature's Prophet. You can rat a little bit. You can take some towers. You can basically go the lone druid route. Saber, why didn't that happen? Why wasn't that possible?
They were trying to do it, and Satanic was able to rat as much as he could. It is just not easy to do that against Tiny with Shadowblade, who's running around trying to pick you off. Yeah, they prolonged the game as much as they could. However, eventually in every single Dota game, you have to teamfight the opponents. Once they got the Roche and they came to Vision high ground, you have to take the fight with Pudge hooking heroes in and hoping for the best, which is like the best fight you can get. It was unfortunately not enough because the Largo would just lick you out.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Saber.
The high ground.
The high ground. Great. I do want to talk about that because that was overall first pick. Surely that's the answer. Right, you're gonna ban that.
Largo?
Yeah.
I mean, he has been first phase banned like every other game. So I suppose you could definitely, yeah, I would. I think it synergizes just way too well with the current mid pool. And it just makes it's so good against so many heroes.
Let's get it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say again, like the pick order. Like if you're first pick, I just feel like it's easier to plan everything.
Yeah, and this was Boom Boy with the first pick. We did see the team where Vision had first pick. They were the ones that came out on top. As we were looking at the international stats going into this, Largo was kind of not talked about that much. We see him here sitting at a comfortable 50% win rate, very much in the picture. But what made it that he now is first pick, first ban material? Is he just that easy to plan your draft around?
I think so. I think it just gives you everything you need. It gives you team fight. It's a strong laner, and it's not easy to pick heroes against it. I think you need some special, like, kind of draw ranger kind of heroes to deal with him. So for me, it was partly the Largo impact, and then partly Vision not having Darkseer as they did in game 1. As the Slarder, Notice played well. However, the Darkseer impact, it's like much more visible. He gets to push all the way. You can see it in the team fight. When he vacuums, it's just crazy good. Yeah, so I think they kind of need to aim for that.
We'll see which one of these two teams will play crazy good in game number 3. The score is tied, and for the first time on the main event, day 1 here for the International. We are gonna go to a 3rd game of this series, and the last people out of the gate are the 2 coaches. They have a lot of work to do in this one. If we already know, or at least in this series, it seems to be that first pick gives you a little bit of an edge, Winter, and you're going to go in as the 2nd pick team. How are you going to try to compensate for that? What is the plan?
I don't think you have much of a choice because the ball is in the first pick side. They're going to choose something, and you cannot ban everything. You need to take a trade when you're the 2nd pick team. And we've seen what Lina, Undying, Lina, Lone Druid. I think you just have to pick one and you have to play against it.
Yeah. I also think if we look at the drafts from last game as well, they picked heroes that rush blinks. And we already had a discussion earlier today about how, it's nicer on some heroes in the off lane to get like a Helm first or something before this blink dagger. Instead, you have a 12-minute blink out of a Slardar, a 16-minute blink on a Puck. You have a 23-minute blink coming in on the Wyvern, a 15-minute blink on the Pudge. It's just like 4 heroes with blink daggers, whilst the enemy has like Sanj and Kaias and stuff, and they're outputting so much more damage and being so much more tanky that your spells alone aren't enough to do this damage.
Yeah, that's why the mistake they made when they defended the mid tower was so bad, because of the items they bought. You're buying like fighting items and you're
not fighting.
You're not fighting well. They were trying to fight, but they didn't fight well, and they lost the fight.
Yeah, that is a big problem. And with that in mind, that seems like a super easy fix. You can just say, guys,
stop.
Don't buy a blink. Or just have one blink.
Calm down. Just calm down.
Calm down. One blink. Scale up. They just want to go too fast. And don't they know that currently the average game time is 40 minutes plus? You can get your blink at minute 30. That's fine too.
Yeah, this tends to happen when you're just winning and winning. It gives you confidence to be like, okay, other teams can't play fast, but I can because I'm just winning everything. And honestly, it is true as long as you keep performing, which they were up until this mid-fight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we haven't talked about it, but I do want to give a shout out to the Satanic Nature's Prophet, because I was watching my mini-map the entire game and looking at the little blue dots that keep coming out of him every time he presses trance. It's just so cool. Like, if you have time to go back and look at the replay and watch it, he's just always sending the trance out to scout, like when he's farming the triangle.
What was it, 33 minutes? You were telling me he's still blocking Ancients?
He was still blocking Ancients for 33 minutes. Like, they weren't even farming the Ancients anymore because they were playing on Vision's side of the map.
So sweaty.
Still sweating it, yes. Like, the amount of vision he was getting for his team by sending these treants out, like when he's farming triangle, he sends like 4 or 5 treants out into the enemy jungle to scout like where they're playing, so that he knows, oh, if they're not there, maybe they're smoking to his position, or if they are there, he knows that he's fine. This kind of like information control is so powerful, but you have all these blinks and you're not making use of it. So I really think there were some problems with the...
Satanic got let down by his team. That's what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't say that. That would be inflammatory.
It might just have been the case. Now, he had his first pick, Nature's Prophet, or 2nd overall pick, I guess. And unfortunately for him, I did not have the backup to make it come to fruition. But everything is different in a 3rd game, because now both teams have proven that they got what it takes to take this series and guarantee themselves top 6. More importantly, stay in the upper bracket, because as we heard no one before this series even began, every team in the top 8 has a chance to take it all at the end of these 4 days. Well, we're going to find out which one of these 2 teams is getting that little bit of a leg up by staying in the upper bracket. But to decide that, we will have to go for a 3rd game.
Team Vision versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
We got ourselves Boom Boys on the Radeon side, Team Vision on the Dire side, and the long-awaited question has an answer. It is Team Vision with the overall first pick. And boom! He's back! It's Bounty Hunter! And the Largo did get banned, the Earth Spirit did get banned, Lone Druid is still in the pool, Lina is still in the pool. I feel like I touched, you know, upon all the high priority questions here, but how are you gonna deal with the Lone Druid? Sorry, with the...
That's exactly the thing. Where's the Lone Druid? They picked Bounty?
Yeah. There's the Lina.
Before I came to China, I had a friend telling me that Bounty Hunter is OP, and I was laughing at him.
He might have been right.
He told me he had a win streak, like 10 games, and he's certain that Bounty was broken.
And it is in 9 class hands. They did ban it out last game on Boom Boys, so they were afraid of it. So Vision, they were like, heck it, let's just first pick this Bounty and let's get it done with.
Okay. You know, a hero that we've seen throughout the whole day is the Undying. I want to point that one out too, because having a pretty solid impact, I feel, this hero had, and maybe better now in the hands of Boom Boys, considering they already have a counter to it themselves, so maybe Vision doesn't want to go for it. But something to keep on our radars for sure. Is it Centaur that gets banned out by Team Vision? We see Centaur and Lina in the late.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking whether they need a specific hero to deal with Bounty. So I was talking to you guys about, like, you need to have like a convenient hero to deal with Bounty. So you don't have to spend so many heroes that can charge at him, like Spirit Breaker. So you can just kill him right away without TPing too many heroes. Something along those lines.
I wouldn't mind seeing Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker, Tusk, anything that can hunt the Bounty.
That is a Kataomi special as well, so definitely in their wheelhouse.
Very true. I'm mainly hoping that Boom Boys learned their lesson from game 1 and 2, and they banned the Darks here, as I believe it is the one of, maybe the only hero that enables this Bounty Hunter. Because we saw for both games that Vision, they just draft it in a way where they can't really team fight Boom Boys. And it's usually coming from 9 classes hero, because it's this kind of patch bounty that's just roaming the map. And Darkseer kind of makes up for that. However, if there is no Darkseer and they end up with something like a Slardar, again, it's a big problem for Vision, and Boom Boys can just repeat what they did in game 2. Just pick some more team fight. They don't have Largo this time, however, they can just pick something else and collect their win.
Maybe... Oh, they ban out the Puck. So, respecting the chance that this Lina still goes mid, we did see GPK, of course, have it earlier, and they pick up the Mirana. All right.
Like Bounty, like kind of like a counter to Mirana in a way because of the track.
Yeah.
Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, but I think it had so much utility in general. It kind of helps counter heroes, right? Like it preventively helps stop some heroes from coming out. Just this like Yule's build is so effective. The anti-wave push. I want to know why they banned Dawnbreaker, personally. I'm still lingering on it, because it just seems so odd. I'm like, did they want to pick Enigma? What hero do they feel like Dawnbreaker is so good against?
Potentially, Boom Boys wanted the Dawnbreaker, because if the Bounty Hunter goes on anyone, at least there's an instant save, as Wyvern is the other
That's such a large commitment.
It is. Not disagreeing with you. We got a Winter Wyvern. Support duo, complete. Thoughts? Because... maybe
balance.
A little...
Balance. It's good.
Is this balance?
Yeah, Bounty and Wyvern's good.
I like this as well. You deny the Ember from Boom Boys, because right now they don't really have a proper setup for this Mirana, and Ember is the best setup with these chains. So now Boom Boys have to respond to this. They could put the Lina mid, as we saw. It is a nice matchup against Ember.
They need some melee heroes right now.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, they still have Undying, they have
Undying, Tusk, Clock, some kind of melee hero.
They still have Spirit Breaker out there if you wanted to.
That probably
They also,
I've got fingers crossed.
It's not a melee hero, but Bane is also in the pool when he was been banned the entire series so far.
There he is.
Yeah.
So why has he been banned out the entire series? What makes this hero such a menace? And there is still the Lone Druid coming
He's
out.
really good against Bounty. Like I've spoken about the Spirit Breaker against Bounty, you can charge him and hunt him. Bane can kind of do the same. Not the global range, but you can find him, use the sleep, low committal.
It's also Vision, they love to pull their waves with this Bounty when they play their offlane. That is impossible against Bane. You're just gonna get slept. The creeps will the aggro, and you need to lane normally. And already Bane is a very strong laner, so it is not easy. And we got the Prophet.
Rhea, you already said that this is a good matchup for the Nature's Prophet.
No, I think I've seen Lone Druid win it.
Ooh, oh yeah, you said it was the other way around. You're right. Yeah, sorry, I misremembered.
But Satanic plays both of these heroes to a super high level, so I'm imagining he believes it's favorable, or maybe he believes the rest of the draft makes up for any shortcomings.
It's kind of annoying. I feel like in this Lone Druid Nature's Prophet matchup, Lone Druid is afraid during the catapult wave of 4 minutes, like the MP TP's down with creeps to kill him.
Yeah.
I think the matchup is difficult in the beginning, so if you can find a way to snowball, then MP can get away with a lot in the early game against Lone Druid. If you can kill the Lone Druid, I think this hero, if you kill him once or twice the first 10 minutes, it actually completely slows the hero down so much.
Yeah, it depends a lot on the offlaner that you have against Lone Druid. If you are able to pressure, they did ban out the Darks here.
Or they're both banning on offlaners.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the sad part about picking Prophet as a response to the Lone Druid, is that you cannot pick your offlaner, and instead there will be 4 offlaners banned, which is kind of hard for both teams, to be fair.
I mean, you say 4, but the Largo has already been banned. The Centaur has also already been banned, so that's 6 already banned out.
Midnya tukeran ya, Lina sama ininya kayak di game 1 guys.
Yeah. Vision would want it. So and they have first pick coming out of the ban phase. So
offlane apa nih yang di-ban lagi satu lagi?
Boom Boys to ban Underlord.
Bisa offlanernya doang.
At the very start of this series, about especially Miero in this offlane matchup, where he has the widest
offlane juga nih satu lagi yang masih harus di-ban dari
the international. So this surely favors him as he just has deeper pockets, it seems like.
Lone Druidnya juga di picknya sama BB ya.
I'm a little scared because there's a chance that Boom Boys can last
Undying.
Lycan again. Like Nature's Prophet kind of struggles against like swarm in fights.
Yeah, but they have the Wyvern. Wyvern's really good against Lycan.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard. I believe Boom Boys need some form
of
team
juga
fight.
repot
Honestly,
sih.
both teams kind of need team fight.
Itu loh.
I wouldn't be even
Bisa
opposed to
nyelamatin
like
temen.
some Mars on Boom Boys, or some way to deal with this Prophet like Axe. It usually gives you a free enough lane.
Oh wait, they didn't ban the Underlord.
Yeah, I believe if Vision can pick Underlord here, it is super nice. The Underlord innate works with Nature's Prophet TP, so then when Nature's Prophet TP somewhere, he gets free movement speed and free damage reduction.
That is lovely.
Really scales up in the late game.
Do you think they're just gonna trade like Underlord and then Doom, and then just call it?
You'll be happy with the Underlord, I think.
Yeah.
Perhaps, because the second part of that is if they don't pick the Underlord, then I think it's incredible Underlord game for Boom Boys.
Yeah.
It is like so free.
You have to pick it, right? You don't have a choice here.
Yeah.
I mean, they take their time, so it seems like maybe they are discussing a certain
what other
choice,
options
certain
they have?
trade.
Like what, NS? Lycan?
Slardar? Still in the pool?
You didn't like that.
No me gusta, as they say in Spain.
This seems like an insane Underlord game.
There we go.
My God.
I would not want to be Slardar into Underlord.
I would not want to play the Vision lineup here, though.
Yeah, this is like the Axe Rush on Underlord this game. It inhibits everyone's game.
It's also such a good hero against MP.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the lane. The lane you get bullied by the creeps, but I think in the game it just stops MP from farming the map, pushing the waves. You regain control as a global against global matchup, and you can catch him with the axe.
So what is the thought that goes behind picking the Slardar over the Underlord? Because a lot of thought went into that. We saw them thinking a long time about this, so they must have
ini
considered.
grafiknya tukeran guys.
They wanted to have the amplified damage. Of course,
Lina,
to kill off the Lone Druid bear
Lone Druid sama Underlordnya dipegang sama BB.
Kill Roche, kill Tormentor, and play really quick. I think the idea here is they want to
Tapi
play
ini Slardarnya harusnya impact banget sih.
It's gonna not be an easy task here. I think Underlord kind of is the best hero to stop the snowball. And once you get
harus
past that
bikin
stage where
itu
the Slardar can actually
Bloodborne.
kill you easily, you're gonna have like a superior
Biar
skill
ada
lineup
efek
against the
silence-nya.
Vision heroes.
Yeah, I do not like the Vision draft at this point, which is why I am calling it. Quote me on this. Boom Boys will beat Vision and will be the first team to do so. I
ruined a lot of people's predictions.
Yeah,
too.
Mine included. I declare.
Huh? Well, I declare that I
Kalau
think
dari
Vision's
draft
lineup
pick
also
sih
sucks. So they're
harusnya
gonna
menang
win
Vision
because
ya.
I am never correct. I am the worst panelist
Cuman
here.
PR-nya adalah harus
And I
punya
think Division's
silent.
draft sucks. They won. It's easy.
Oh, wait, so you're the not the
NP-nya aja sini
tiebreaker.
harus
You're the
punya
one that
silent.
can decide
I'm
the
a
three
rational
piece.
one, you know.
Yeah.
I see underlord in a game like this. I can't go against the underlord.
So you're okay.
Kalau
So
NP-nya
all
nggak
three
bikin
are
silent sih,
on board,
repot.
other than well, kind of Rhea is, but also isn't. So
I just feel like the supports all lack damage and it gets weird and murky in the middle.
we don't mind that. That implies that we're
Oke,
gonna
kita lihat
have
siapa
quite
yang
the
bakal
back and
turun
forth
ke
game.
lower
I mean,
bracket.
in the first game and the second game, we definitely had periods where it's like, you know, especially the first game. What's gonna happen next? Well, I'll tell you what's gonna happen next. Next, we're gonna head over to Sunspan and Cinderin, and we're gonna tell you all about this game number 3.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Yeah, we don't get to hear Sir Action Slack's voice before the game. A very welcome change, if you ask me. Sunsfan Heroist as we get to game number 3 between Team Vision and Boom Boys. And they're right. This could put Vision into the lower bracket, destroying every fantasy. Is that possible, Cinder? After such a great group stage, such a great start to this tournament.
I mean, we've seen this plenty of times at TI and other big tournaments throughout the years. A team that looks unbeatable in groups, you give the other teams some time to figure out during these break days how to counter them, and they come in with some fresh ideas. Maybe they've
bakal diwatin dulu soalnya nanti buat ngeliat si
and for Boom Boys, regardless of how this game goes,
itunya farming ya.
showing, right, overall. So definitely a team that has
Buat ngeliat
leveled up
Androidnya farming.
dramatically since we cast them earlier in the group stage.
Early D ward, by the way. That's pretty big.
Good start here for Katsomi. With everything the panel said, I feel like we cannot underestimate the potential impact of Bounty Hunter. Like this just has to be mentioned every time it's picked in these games by the teams that really master it, which in this tournament for me are Vision and Yandex.
Lu durasi masih lama nggak?
They first picked this for a reason. There were other S-tier heroes in the pool, but they're recognizing the value of this as noticed.
Getting slapped, but
okay, but I don't know if
to
call this well.
Dari bawah 0,5.
LSA hits, so first blood goes to. They tried to give it to Karatic, and they will eventually give it to Karatic. Good start for the Lone Druid, and we have seen Lone Druids, I mean, today especially, get off to a good start, and then it's just, how do you shut this bear down? Very difficult.
Yeah, the biggest problem in this lane for the Vision
Apa
side is that
PK-PKan kita?
Bounty Hunter can't reliably pull waves because he's playing into Bane. Bane can just
Dari jam
nightmare
berapa
you,
emang?
and you're going to lose the wave. And Slaughter cannot lane into Lone Druid. So this lane is very, very difficult. And I think the Bane pick, this is the main reason they chose the hero, is specifically to take that play away from 9 class. You're going to see
Apa mau PK-PKan kita?
he can pull them down, he can't go up. So he
Ayo,
has to try to do some weird stacking. Actually, he got away with it, Kataomi. This was a bit of a mistake. He was late. This might not seem like the biggest of deals. This is a really big deal, actually, that he was late to this. Because sure, the waves are going to connect again, but effectively 9 class has now made a double wave for the Slardar, who otherwise genuinely might have been unable to lane almost. Now with the creeps going into tower, this will be pushing back his way, so he'll get some experience. You're still going to lose the lane, obviously, but it's a matter of by how much.
Yeah. Well, already 9 class having a big impact on this game on his Bounty Hunter, the most annoying player to play against probably in the last couple of years. Of course, I'm going to say his heroes haven't been as annoying individually lately because of the patches. They've kind of patched out his Slark support, his Monkey King support, but still finding a way. And like we talked about, this is a Bounty Hunter without the Ion Shell from the Darkseer, so how much impact can he have on the laning stage? Already doing a good job.
Yeah, it feels like this should not have happened though. So yes, he did have good impact, but I think it was a bit of column A and B where Bane was late and he just went for it at the perfect angle on Bounty. But still, you are absolutely going to suffer down here. There's no doubt about that. Looking at the other lanes, mid is going to be Ember against Lina. This should be a favored lane for GPK. He's been winning against no one the previous 2 games. This should be another good one for him given the matchup. And up top,
is it the matchup or is it the player?
I mean, it's a bit of both. I feel like GPK has just outplayed him today, to be honest, in the laning stage. So if he does have an easier matchup, which I would argue this is, compared to at least one of the other ones he played, I am expecting GPK to just win
Tumbler
this
mahal,
game.
tumbler yang gimana tuh yang mahal tuh?
So you can snowball this time on the Lina. He played game number 1 and ended up losing despite
Herbalife banget ya.
7-0, something to that effect. But Dota Plus knew all along, Cinderin. Actually, it's 3 minutes in. Can we check on Dota Plus real quick? It is the laning stage, of course.
100% for Dyer.
Is this real or is this a meme at this point? My goodness.
The Kalis. Oh, they missed
it.
Arrow.
Get the double proc to Heritage in a little bit of trouble. Now notice getting the bash and getting the kill.
Gratisan itu mah gratisan.
Big one going the way of Vision. Of course, Satanic setting it up. He can have presence all over the map. And of course, Boomboy's not able to take advantage in that top lane.
This move that you just saw is what's likely going to make or break the game for Vision in the first 10 minutes, is that exact play where Bounty Hunter +1 hero finds Lone Druid and Prophet TP's in. He's very...
Okay, getting ganked though. This would be another big kill for Vision. They get him. And this will help no one out quite a bit. I mean, he's been losing these lanes individually.
Mana, buka.
With the help from his team, not too shabby at all.
I really like the Bounty Hunter Prophet combination. Obviously it didn't come into play in this mid move, but it did in the bottom move. Bounty can reliably scout heroes. You bring in the Prophet, you give Prophet a stun, so he can guaranteed stop TPs through the Bounty Hunter. And you get to work. Now, as the panel pointed out, this is a really, really good Underlord game, though. So he can obviously start counteracting that later in the game. When Prophet goes for moves, you match them with Fiend's Gate. But we're not quite there yet, obviously. It's going to take some time.
Bilang dong celuk. Yang bukan dia.
Advantage this early on, and that one kill on Heritage should inspire
Yang
them
bukan
to try
dia
to go for
juga.
it again sometime soon. You can see 9 class already heading over again. They don't have the mana for a crush though. He's sending out a mango soon on
Yang buka tetap dia juga kan?
Got the Omi, maybe looking for a nightmare play. It is just level 3 Heritage at the moment. Still a couple of minutes away from that Wisdom Shrine, but no one pulling a wave apparently. You just not want to lane at the moment? What is this all about?
It's a decent efficiency play if you're laning into Lina, right? You can farm camp plus creep wave. Unfortunately for him,
it's the Malrine classic.
It's the worst possible camp, the mud golems.
True. Yeah, they spot 9 class. We'll have the Skeleton Walk available, or Shadow Walk rather. Of course, it's very different from the Clinks one.
It wouldn't really make much sense to have Skeleton Walk on this guy, although you could argue all Dota heroes really have a skeleton inside them.
Most of them, that's true.
Anjay. Aku aja pakai
Might
beginian doang.
get 2.
Oh. It's only a TP on the second one. But still, being an annoying presence. I mean, the fact that you have to use extra brain power to remember.
Yeah, and you have to
protect
protect sentries, and you still lose your couriers. Super annoying.
That is probably the biggest part of Bounty Hunter, is how much gold is being spent each game on sentries, just Vision in general, to try to counteract him. As the 6-minute power rune is about to come to be, arrows hit onto 9 class with the Laguna Blade as well. They're going to try to turn this around onto GPK, which would obviously be the bigger kill. Nice cold embrace for Satanic, as no one claims GPK. And now Kata Omi going to get slowed and likely picked off as well. Nice turn of events here from Vision, as no one, I mean, I want to say the first game of the series where he's coming out on top of the laning stage.
Yeah, he's top net worth.
Obviously, it's in big part to his team.
Yeah. They're getting a lot of value out of bringing Prophet to plays and just bringing numbers. And to make matters even worse here for Boomboys, that was a regen rune top, so no one depleted his entire mana pool and can just get it back. So he can actually look to fight once more. He has TP ready, could go for a move down bottom. After killing this wave, if he wanted to, he could consider a Wisdom Rune attempt.
They're dead, ganked up. They don't layer their stuns properly, but probably wouldn't matter too much because they'll still dive. TP's coming though, is noticed. Not quite level 6 yet. Kata Omi's in the vicinity though.
Crazy,
no? Root onto the Slardar. Notice now on the run, gets nightmared into the tree line. Taken off though. Blood Grenade will slow him. Tower shot making him even lower. Is noticed one more right click would do it, but Kata Omi cannot catch up. Now they're going to try to turn this around again because of the TP from Satanic. But the TP is successful from Kira.
Lama gue juga kalau ngisi tumbler ini, lama banget.
And eventually Kata Omi does die, but took a lot to just get that one kill.
Yeah, they really wanted to go for that dive, but Satanic had cooldown on teleport, so eventually, yes, they do get through and kill the Bane, but they didn't get the Lone Druid, which was the grand prize there. Not exactly what Vision had hoped for, but at the same time, they also didn't lose their Slardar, which it looked like they might. So it could have been a lot worse for them. Now Miero is about to hit level 6. We'll see if he chooses to skill Fiend's Gate. We've seen sometimes Underlords not doing that on level 6. I think in this game, it feels like a really good pickup given the way the lineup he's against functions, how much they rely on bringing in the numbers. So I'd imagine he is going to skill the Gate here. Holding his skill point for now. He will skill it now. All right. So Fiend's Gate online. Prophet ulti online. Anything else worth noting? Not quite, I suppose.
Backstabbing Heritage. He does get the ult off. Already at half HP though. Satanic TP's in. Gets the fear into several heroes, but not Satanic. And that is enough to bring Heritage down. Death number 2 for the Lone Druid. He did get off to a good start, but now these deaths are starting to rack up.
He's going to lose his tower as well. This is bad news for the Boomboys side. You're losing the early game against Bounty Hunter Prophet. And turn up that aggression. Now, the good news for them is Bounty Hunter is only level 3, so it's going to be a while before 9 Class gets tracked, which is going to make things significantly worse.
Now 1K lead for Vision here. As no one off to the best start of this series. So we saw what GPK was able to do on the Ember Spirit in game number 2. Let's see if he can replicate it for no one. 9 Class. Ooh, very close call.
And Notice seems to also be getting out here. Took a lot of damage from the Lina between Laguna and the Dragon Slave, but not quite enough. Couldn't reach the Nightmare.
Kalau di tok-tok itu Nebula Mini tuh.
Satanic on the Nature's Prophet, still working on the Maelstrom. Just basically one component away at this point of the game.
Yep. This is a bit slower than in the previous game.
Well, there's a lot on the line. I feel like we see this every single TI.
Itu obal.
Well, I shouldn't say elimination, but even just going down to the lower bracket, you're going to play
a
little bit more passive, you would think, on average. 10-minute rune, it's an invis for Kata Omi. Not going to stop no one from getting very aggressive. The Searing Chains onto GPK. Nice sentry. They find the Bounty Hunter. Satanic will get stunned out of the TP, but they will get off the Bane, or will kill off the Bane regardless. Miero shows up to try to counteract this push a bit. Not a whole lot of damage done to this tower as of yet.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of the time in these high-stakes games in Game 3s, we've seen teams slow down. But I also think that's sometimes what separates the championship teams from the others, is that in the higher-stakes games, they play faster. Sometimes, you know, if everybody else is going to be timid and play passively around the map, if you are the one to take initiative more often than not, you're probably going to find success playing like that. And you can tell Vision don't seem very phased from that game 2 that went wrong. They're going to run back 2 of the same heroes between the Slaughter and the Prophet. They're once again finding their Bounty Hunter a lot of success here. And this lineup is crafted to play quickly, not to play slowly. So even if the stakes are high, I don't expect them to just look to farm here.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that they back-to-back games go for the Nature's Prophet despite losing and despite Satanic being top net worth in the game. But he wasn't that active early, really, if you think back, compared to what he has been in this game number 3.
Yeah, it's just a different lineup by design. It makes a ton of sense to play it this way in this game. So I think it's very good to see that
Mini?
You know, a lot of Satanic games, also on the Prophet, like you mentioned, he will just be farming a ton in the first 20 minutes, but this time around he's already been in 5 kills out of the 7. Very liberally TPing into fights. He does have slightly lower net worth as a result, like we talked about. The Maelstrom is coming out in 100 gold. I think last game he had it at about 1040, so he's a minute and a half slower.
Ini masih dipegang sama Falcon ya. Kita lihat guys, akankah ngebalik lagi ataukah enggak guys. Tapi ini emang harus dibully dulu sih si Lone Druidnya sih, nggak boleh sampai jadi dan nggak boleh dilepas buat farming ke jungle. Soalnya kalau udah lepas dia farming jungle sih repot banget guys. Double stun, connect arrow-nya. Masih ada healing dari Winter.
his ult, but he will not survive the transformation.
Sladarnya masih bisa selamat. Oh enggak, tumbang juga ya. Laguna ke arah Natur Prophet di stun. Harusnya nggak akan selamat dari Natur Prophetnya. Tapi di sini Lina-nya mencoba kabur ke arah Reaper. Ember Spirit-nya. Masih ada heal. Diikat. Arrow nggak connect, tapi di sini akankah berhasil di take down? Tipis banget ya. Keburu Laundry datang lagi, guys. Aku juga morning person. Aku morning person. Tidurnya.
Obviously the good news once again for Boomboys is the bounty hunter is still not level 6. That is coming up in about 40 seconds time. He'll be taking the wisdom. And not only do you get the track gold, but you probably win that fight with track as well from having more mobility. Like, it is going to help significantly. Or, excuse me, more damage amp as track has changed.
Many times.
Yep.
Heritage rounding out the Maelstrom here pretty shortly. Spirit Vessel now on to no one. Any charges he can get in this early stage of the game. Kataomi is level 6. Haven't really seen any Wisdom Shrine plays yet, as the second one will be traded off, it seems.
Yeah, so that's also 6 for Bane, which is obviously huge here. It's not a super reliable grip game because you can get cursed or you can get stopped by a blink crush from Slardar, or of course if Bounty Hunter is on you with Shadow Walk that can stop you, but once these fights break out and develop, you're probably likely to find a full duration grip one way or the other. Could have helped out a very big deal in that previous type of fight they were in.
Blink now online for Notice. How aggressive they want to be now.
Exactly. This is a huge pickup because now Bounty Hunter can scout ahead. You can blink crush, and then you can stun out of it with Bounty, and in the meantime, Prophet TP's in, and it's just going to be clean kills. So the map now for Boomboys is going to be super tricky to play. You can see 9-class scouting out in the mid. It's going to see GPK.
You get the track into the stun. Searing Chains from no one. The crush from Notice. Goodbye, GPK. Other side of the board, though. Look at this. Satanic getting ganked. The double proc onto the pit as Satanic. One more right click does him in. So very nice trade across the board for both teams. Obviously the position 1 going down, the bigger of it. So Boomboys, I guess, are happy with this exchange.
Uh-oh, save. Oh, he saw him. He's not going to chase.
He's perfectly fine.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for that chase for sure.
Oh, he still could, theoretically. TP's.
Okay. All right.
Still going for the shard on Notice. That's extremely nice pickup. One of the few heroes that just picks up shard instantly when they can.
Yeah. It's such an incredible farm speed increase. And obviously massive for fights.
16-minute rune will be bottom. It's a haste. Nice Searing Chains onto 2 from no one. Arrow will be set up thanks to the Nightmare. So that's a freebie onto Ducalis. Kataomi yet to have to use the Fiend's Grip. Heritage being spotted though in the meantime by 9-class. Still hunting couriers, it seems. Yeah, will be the typical build from Heritage. Mjolnir into an eventual Ags is noticed. We'd love to try something on the Heritage, but you know that there's backup. And it's actually a really hard team to get a pick off on because you have the save from Nightmare, you have Fiend's Gate at their disposal at any time. There's no one. Gonna try his best efforts here. Searing Chains with the crush to follow. Not enough. Oh my god!
Enough damage.
His ult actually just insta-gives him. All right. Just from across the map, just a casual kill, no big deal.
Oh, it looks like they want to try to get more. Not gonna happen though.
9-class cannot go through the barrier, believe it or not. He gets the track off though. And they do have vision. 4 vision.
Moonlight out of them.
Yep, true.
don't think you're really thinking about tier 2 here whatsoever. I think it's going to take quite a while before Vision are knocking on those towers, but I think they would love to take the mid tier 1 and start accessing the enemy triangle. But for the time being, not able to.
A lot of backup for the lone druid here. As 9 class will finally be exiting this area. He's been a nuisance all game long. And how close are we on the Underlord to getting towards... Okay, he already has it. Aghanim Scepter online.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
big.
A huge item for him. Gonna opt for the shard into a Lotus. So will obviously be very good against the Slardar Corrosive Haze until he gets 25.
It's an insane Lotus game. Slardar, Ember Chains, Track, Curse. Potentially. Curse is still a bit of a wild card, but very good against Slardar Ember. That already is easily worth it.
Yep.
So the rest is just luxury on top.
Another Wrath of Nature coming out. And yeah, Satanic has, aside from just finding kills with the rest of his team, has been left to his own devices, I want to say. The only times he's died is when he's trying to set up a gank. Has the Mjolnir, has the Dragonlance, BKB 1,000 into it. And for no one, looking to get the BKB next as well, so they're going to line at least 2 of those. And the question is Slardar doing the same? Absolutely. So if they farm at the same speed, which is not the case, obviously, they will get 3 BKBs within the same realm.
That's a dead bear.
Indeed.
Very
sets it up.
And Bane is not long.
Who's worth more gold, the Bane or the bear?
The Bane.
Okay.
Trek.
Oh, Fiend's Gate being used though.
Easy ya, easy ya.
Coming out on Satanic as well. He's gonna get
Waduh, beruangnya hidup lagi, cok.
Extremely low, trying to stay alive thanks to the cold embrace.
Masih di heal tapi masih ada skillnya dari...
The clicks come in, Satanic actually gets the kill. The double make it a
Wah,
triple
rata guys.
He survives.
Hampir ya, hampir. Untung gak ada skill satunya guys.
Getting all the help from Duke
Dari Underlordnya ya.
Friends, my goodness, what a huge turnaround.
It's pretty rare that Satanic tips a teammate.
Masih selamat ya
That
guys.
was well deserved. Ducalis, what an insane sequence from him. Perfect curse, perfect embrace. And now
getting another one.
Oh, Dinanya. Udah enak banget itu. Slardar udah dagger sih.
Vision make it 7 as they take a tier 1 tower as well.
And they have the Slardar, so Tormentor should be very easy as well, or the Roche potentially. I think the Roche is a lot harder to pull off though, but Tormentor right now would be super easy. However, today so far we haven't really seen Vision play any objectives, so I don't know if they're going to be bothered with it, but look at this from Ducalis, just beautiful stuff. Everything coming together nicely for Vision in that
That's with
moment.
no lifesteal at all. Just the heal and good positioning, tree lines to their advantage as well. You could see Miero actually did a double take. I'm not sure if that would have made a difference, but started to walk back and then changed his mind. Maybe could have made a difference, but too late now. And those are track kills, ladies and gentlemen. So 8K, that's why this is ballooned all of a sudden. That is the Bounty Hunter advantage for Vision. How close is Kiritich to this Ags?
So what do we got? BKB Lone Druid, excuse me, BKB Prophet now. Yes, you said they weren't going to get it at the same time. That is correct, because Prophet is 5,000 ahead of the others.
Right.
I think Slardar and Embers might overlap quite cleanly. Only a few minutes to go on both of them, but yeah.
Get a Malice onto 2, but
Oh, that's
curse
good
from Ducalis. The bear is beating the hell out of him. And as you see, the whole team joins the party to do just fine. Kiritich dies as a result. The saddest death so far at TI. And Miero's going to follow suit. And again, it's going to be a team wipe. My goodness. Basically a team wipe. The Lina off the map for the time being. But Vision, my goodness. This has ballooned out of control now.
Yeah,
that Fiend's Gate. Oh my god.
They had 2 pretty close games. But Vision have a dinner reservation at 7.
Yeah.
So
Satanic has to eat at a specific time.
Don't want to be late for that. And well, if they keep up this pace, Vision has been one of the few teams this tournament that has been able to close out games really quickly. And I when I say really quickly, in this patch, that's probably something between the 30 to 40 minute mark. They've done that multiple times, and this is the type of game with this lead. If they get an objective through, let's say they get Tormentor and Roche,
Di mana itu?
and they get
GS.
another fight like the one they just had down bottom, they take a set as well. And then they're up like 25k in 30 minutes. So, looking at this from the Boom Boys perspective,
Nanti ya kalau gua ada ke Tangerang nanti gua chat lu dah. Cel kemarin yang namanya ini apa? Nanti gua samperin.
That was rough.
Yeah, you're just making the curse even better and setting yourself up for chaining down of the stuns here. It's so many kills, so many track kills.
Heritage, like,
understand.
Oh my goodness! All right, GPK laughing in the background. Quite the dichotomy there as Ducalis gets killed up by Miero. Vision want to get some retribution for their loss on the Wyvern. Looks like they'll get the trade that benefits them. Miero bites the dust. 12k lead for Vision. Roche opens up for them. Laguna Blade though for 9 class. Arrow gonna be sidestepped though. He is burning very low. Will survive. Is this enough for Vision to take Roche? Looks like it. They have the corrosive haze, of course, but now Boom Boys.
Light Shadow, he's gonna spot them though.
And a trance being placed to try to scatter it out for the arrow to come. It does hit a hero. They don't have the Laguna Blade, so all the burst damage is kind of out now. Dragon Slave doing a good amount of work, but it looks like they'll have to give it up eventually. They make Vision work for it. Satanic claims the first Aegis of the game.
That's a pretty damn good sign for Vision that they finally get a Roche.
I don't think we've seen Grip yet, right?
No, I don't think so either. I mean, the last couple of fights have just been Vision just piling on them and killing them off instantly. There hasn't really been much counterplay at all. The Winter's Curse has really set the terms for every single fight.
Oh, Karatic, his bear in trouble. More important than the hero. That's a lot of gold again going the way. I mean, can you track the bear now?
I don't know.
Well, they still got a lot of gold anyway.
I would think you can't, but
it's a hero now, though.
Yeah,
surely. Surely.
I still feel like that's not fully consistent across the board. But
oh, this to be spotted. Arrow's gonna hit inside the pit. See no one trying to create a little bit of space. He gets gone, and there's the first piece going to get instantly canceled via to Ducalis and his ult, and no one with the double searing chains. This is a double dead support. LSA gonna hit Satanic, who's made his way over, and Miero just putting down pits of Malices just to get away. Still 4 minutes on the Aegis for Satanic and the rest of Vision. They can play however the hell they want.
I think you could definitely make a case. We're 25 minutes in. You can make a case that this is the best game of the tournament from Ducalis. I just feel like everything he's doing is super high impact. The clutch factor, Wyvern is a clutchness hero, and he's just been nailing it over and over and over again in this game. Like sometimes in a 25-minute game, you find like one good curse, maybe 1 or 2 good cold embraces at the right time. I think he's found 5 of each.
Yeah, he's been very big this game.
Massive swings in every single moment from him.
And this is kind of a sign of how things are going right now for the Boom Boys side. GPK farming the complete opposite side. And he just better hope that 9 class doesn't stumble upon him. It's kind of the risks you have to take when you're down to this degree.
That's a good point. When your map gets constricted this much, what the cores of the other team will usually do is spill over on your side of the map, but Bounty Hunter is the perfect hero to have in that situation. Obviously, 9 class will be aware soon enough that, well, we haven't seen Lina for so long on anything. He must be playing up there, and there's no tell for the Lina at all, because Bounty is never showing. So
Heritage, Ducalis again gonna try to set things up, gets the vision, gonna force out the ult. Look how low he gets already from the crush on the right clicks. He is dead just like that. It's gonna be a trade for the Bounty Hunter, but definitely trade going the way of Vision again as Miar just taking massive right clicks from Satanic. He takes the Laguna to the face, Force Staff in to secure the double kill, to secure the tier 2 tower, and Vision continuing to snowball in this game number 3. And that forced GPK back as well, so he honestly would have been better off just chilling in the top side of the map.
And what Vision are proving in this series is that all the heralds are right. Tormentor just not worth the hassle. Just pretend it doesn't exist in the series altogether. I don't know if...
That's not true. Game 1 they had a lot.
Did they kill it?
Oh yeah.
Wait, wasn't it Boom Boys killing it every time?
Maybe. Yeah,
I could be wrong. Like maybe Vision got it once, but
overrated. Just moving to that side of the map, just not worth.
All right, time to check on my fantasy how many Tormentor cards I have on Vision.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a problem.
GPK might run into some trouble here. Ducalis gets off the slow again. There's the crush from Notice. GPK in a lot of trouble. The Hurricane Pike. As guess who joins the party? It's Satanic again. You cannot go anywhere as Boom Boys. They now have a close to 20K lead. This Aegis. I wouldn't say they've gotten a ton of buildings, but they've gotten a lot of kills. Finally, the Aghanim Scepter for Kiritich. He's going to be spotted, though. Searing Chains for the Bear. Who's now an autonomous creature. No longer as he will go to the grave.
You are right. They did kill a Tormentor.
Okay,
one.
Good. Thank you.
They've killed one.
Oh, the arrow. They hit an arrow right outside their base, and they're not going to do much about it because they can't.
No.
They just can't right now. The Aegis about to expire here for Satanic. He's going to get the tier 2 top. As Kataomi able to secure the shrine. Silver lining for Boom Boys, but this is getting out of control fast. I mean, how good is their high ground, would you say? I mean, compared to the last couple games, it doesn't feel particularly great to me.
You mean the high ground defense?
Yeah.
I mean, Underlord is pretty solid with the Ags, but the issue is Vision don't necessarily have to push. I think they're going to massively out-farm and map control, and they're going to... It's almost impossible for Boom Boys to farm the map without getting picked off against Bounty Hunter Prophet and Ember. So even if you trade on farm...
Okay, looking for a... Oh, the LSA misses, and now GPK trying to take out Wyvern as a Fiend's Gate coming in. GPK is going to continue to right-click Ducalis, though. Oh my god! Satanic completely insta-gives him. They'll find save as well. Nothing going the way of Boom Boys. Vision in charge for sure. Satanic, what does he have on him right now? The Daedalus.
Harusnya ini 90% udah di tangan Vision ya.
For finishing that, he is huge. 8K lead between him
Udah nggak usah dicet-cet, udah gitu aja udah.
He almost has the net worth of the top 2 enemy cores combined.
That is.
They have 26K. He has 25.
Good God.
Yeah. If this game doesn't end soon, he's gonna beat them out actually, because of how much of the map he owns and the fact that he can just teleport to farm. Obviously, Kiritich desperately looking for something on his bear, has access to like 2 camps on the map. That's pretty much it. You can see 9 class on the prowl up top. Assuming that, well, Boom Boys have to get up here if they want to find any farm, because my 4 teammates are going to keep the bottom half on lock.
BPK and company just have to stay in base. That is the unfortunate consequence of being down this much. And he leaves the base, and look what happens. Of course, the BKB out of notice, but the right clicks are coming from Satanic as the curse onto several heroes.
Oh,
they are dying so fast. GG is called, and Team Vision will secure another spot into the upper bracket, as Boom Boys, unfortunately for them, will go to the lower.
GG call guys, menyerah ya, menyerah. Udah nggak akan bisa kelawan itu. NP-nya udah terlalu sakit guys.
The Prophet plus Slardar that they lost within the game just prior.
Udah terlalu sakit itu mah guys ya. GG Team Vision, next round di upper bracket.
That was a beatdown. I mean, what can you say? The favorites win. They were tested, but this game is...
I mean, they responded really well to a game loss, which, I mean, in some ways, it feels like Boom Boys should have won 2-0.
Yeah, you could argue they could have won the first game. I don't know if Puppy was memeing in the interview when he said they should have lost game 1, but...
Yeah.
This game was a statement game, and I think this Bounty Hunter is going to be a heavy contention point against this team. Like I mentioned, we've also seen Yandex have great success with the Bounty.
Yeah.
I wonder if other teams are going to catch on.
Well, Satanic ends the game 13-2 on his Nature's Prophet. I don't think the game went on long enough for that to be his best game, right?
Another fun fact about this game, the highest kill participation out of anyone was Wyvern position 5. Ducalis was in 28 out of 32 kills.
I mean, I would give him MVP for this game.
Yeah, for sure. Satanic was in 27. I mean, they really came together. Satanic was in 27, Noticed was in 25, 9class was in 27, and Ducal is in 28. Just beautiful. Ironically, Ember with the lowest kill participation in his team.
Let's go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的是来自 Vision 战队的 Satanic， 还有我们的英文主持 Snarks。
Absolutely. Thank you so much, my friend. Satanic, so good to see you. My first question has to be, why the hell are you so good? You have the best stat line out of any carry in the international. I just don't get it. Why are you so much better than every other person here?
我首先想问 Satanic， 为什么你比其他1号位都强那么多？你的每一项数据都是我们这里最好的，到底是为什么？
I mean, I'm just in good shape in this TI. Now team is good, in good shape. So like we're kind of playing on me right now that I'm farming so much, I would say. Of course on Furion I can just run down the enemies. So, and Thunder comes, it's so funny, I don't want to play. It's just like super annoyed them. Yeah, what can I say?
Give it up.
我觉得其实就是我们现在我的状态非常好，我的队伍状态也非常好，他们永远会给我创造很多打钱的空间。我还能说什么呢？就是这样。
Do you remember anything about Game 1?
I played 100. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, good.
第一场比赛还记不记得发生了什么？有点长了，有点忘记了。
What I'd like to ask you about the end of the game. Snapfire going for the Ancient, kills themselves so they can buy back, hit the Ancient, get that glyph down, and then go in. What is the communication like on the team? Are you guys discussing this, or is this just an old man, no one saying, I'm going in, strap in?
第一场比赛的话，最后电决手靠圣剑，然后去靠买活打出了对面的基地的塔防，所以想问一下，你们当时发生了什么？是不是 No One 说我不管了，我要上了？
If we take exactly this moment, he just say 0 words and go in.
到那样的时刻 ，No One 就说我不管了，我真的要上了。
All right, last question. You guys go into this tournament. Everybody wants to take you out. The target is on your back. Yet, you still survive. Quite a big series here. Do you think anyone's going to be able to take you down?
你们来到这次的比赛，作为最大的夺冠热门，每一个人都想去击败你们。你们现在又成功的晋级到了下一轮。今天对手给了你们很大的抵抗，你对这样的一个情况，你感到意外吗？
I believe in this tournament some teams can cause us a lot of troubles, but I think we'll still win.
Okay, thinks he'll still win.
我相信我们今天摧毁了我们的对手，最后的话更强的队伍永远会赢的。
All right, last question. In your group stage interview, you said if there was one team that stood a good chance, it'd be Team Spirit. You are up against Team Spirit next. Any words for those boys?
你在赛前采访的时候说过，如果有一支队伍最有机会的话，就是 Team Spirit。接下来你们就要面对 Team Spirit， 有什么想跟对手说的吗？
Let's see who is the strongest.
我们看看谁是最强的。 好的，也是感谢 Satanic 接受我们的采访。我们把剩下的时间给到我们的分析台。
He believes that there will be challenges for Team Vision, but at the end, they'd still win. Well, definitely, Boom Boys did prove to be a challenge, but they did still win. And this game number 3 was firmly in their hands. This was a little bit of a tough point here for me to make because my panel, and especially Saberlight, said, I declare that this one is in the bag of Boom Boys.
I didn't say that.
No, Saber did.
Yeah, but you said all the panel.
All the panel, especially Saber.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
Well, Shiver, a broken clock is right twice a day. How many times is an unbroken clock right? Only once. And that's all I'll say about that.
All right, that's very philosophical. Thank you, Saberlight. Now, this game was getting out of control real fast because at the start of the game, Winter, it did look like we were in for a fairly even game.
Yeah, I would say the first 10-15 minutes were really good for the Boom Boys, despite Kiritich having kind of like a meltdown. I think that if they could farm another 10 minutes, keep the game stable, they would have been okay. And then the Underlord X comes into play, they play the map, they get pickoffs, but they were just constantly reacting to this bounty. I just felt like they didn't really needed to react. Like they TP bot so many times, and this is one of the few bad fights they TP into. They should just let the Lone die, play the map, farm, push, and just wait and see, just try to make your own plays. They were just constantly reacting, and I felt like they just lost the game because they lost their nerve in the game.
Yeah, this was 2 fights back to back that went this poorly for Boom Boys. And Rhea, when that happens, there's no chance. It's just done.
Yeah, I don't think your lone druid is supposed to have 6 deaths. Because even in a lot of the bad games in the group stage for this hero, I don't think the main druid was ever really in that much danger. They always, that's a new Twitch emote right there. That's the Kiritich. Actually, don't do that to my boy. I really like Kiritich. He's really, really nice.
He really is.
And I can feel his frustration. Like, it sucks when you've had such a close and good series and then it kind of ends on a stump like this. But I really liked how they utilized the Slardar this time around compared to last time. I think Notice did so much, and you could see when the bear would be found on a side lane, and they can just simply point at it with the Slardar, and then bring in like a slow from Winter, and then the Nature's TP's in, and then it's just dead, and it's like the bear can never farm, the bear can never push, the bear can never have impact.
Yeah, we have no one with an 8-0-13 record, and yes, that is very good. And it would be so easy for us to say, you know what, he gets the MVP, but no! It's time for the supports, Winter. It's time for the callers to take this MVP. Well deserved.
Yeah, he had like some 100k co-embrace or something in one of the fights.
It was so good.
Felt like this game, he did a lot more than an average Wyvern would do in a game like this. I mean, I think it's a good game for Wyvern, but he did exceptionally well. Like with some of the clutch curses, his co-embraces, and the moves that he was making, he was playing with the right heroes, and also the fact that he had a Nature's Prophet, because I think with Wyvern, you kind of want to move around in this game, and Nature's Prophet is perfect, and we mentioned that why they picked MP into the Lone Druid, because you want to TP to his lane and just mess up his early game, and they did it so many times, and maybe some of it was avoidable, like 6 deaths, not that great, but you saw the game plan there.
The game played out very well for Vision in the end. Saber, your predictions are safe.
Good. God bless. Yeah. I also want to highlight, Noticed. I was surprised by how incredible he did in the lane. I don't think it's easy to lane this Slardar bounty against Lone Druid Bane. That seems like an absolutely incredible lane, and they just managed no problem. They beat the lane, and then eventually Satanic was able to TP in, they opened the tower, and they were able to bully the Lone Druid afterwards. But that only happens if you don't get destroyed the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was a fantastic series to watch. Our first 3 gamer here on the main stage. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts for the first half of the day. We are going to shortly head over to the second half of the day, where Natty and her team will take you through that. Before we get to our next series, which will be a Liquid taking on Team Yandex, we are
Okay,
going
kita
to
off
hear
dulu guys.
some
Thank you
words
so much for
from
watching.
both of the
Don't forget
teams.
to